All right. Let me get my act together. What in the hell is that menu? Oh, eh. I guess we're rocking it to start the thing here. Nice. I can get behind that. Got all my stuff available here. All the dashboards. Got the Discord. Huh. Got a message saying, "Oh, we made 53 cents more than last week." I appreciate that you're happy, Twitch. I mean, it's just funny. It's so excited. I'm like, 53 cents? I wouldn't bend over to pick up 53 cents, but I'd stream a million hours to get it, apparently. Nah, I was gonna stream anyway, it doesn't matter. Oh, it's because I got a bunch on ads, that's why. Turns out the ads, put up. Womp womp. Went there. You tell the Discord. And get the YouTube one open as well. I was watching an old episode of Farscape. RPG Creator Mana Engine, yeah, I'll go ahead and add that to my Discord thingy there. I still have people who are into it, so, you know. I still kind of keep up a little on what happens with it, even though I really don't care. Like, really don't care what happens in the engine. You know. Add some animated emojis to my own thingy. Of course, I don't think I've had Nitro for very long. It was free, and for $0, Nitro is super worth it. For any more than that, I really don't think so. It is fun to put emojis everywhere. Wait, what? I don't know why this one didn't show up as a thing. Try again. There we go. The masterpiece is up there for some reason because I didn't put this on there. It is pretty hilarious though. I do never get tired of the masterpiece. I'll check the chat. Yeah, I didn't miss anyone while I was doing this. Do all the dumb crap that helps out the algorithm. Do all the dumb Stream manager there. Tell everyone to join the Discord because we can always use more Discord people. Never enough. Why is it hidden? Guess I'm in streamer mode. I just missed streamer mode. Oh, let me fix that there. Disable a streamer mode. Get an invite link. I really need to just make it where it's a command again. And instead I played around with making my game more efficient. Because, you know, tripling the FPS is pretty worth. I can definitely think of worse things in life than that. YouTube is so much more boring when it comes to emojis. Oh, it's a Let's Play. Wow. I thought it was an actual engine for it, and I was going to tell people about it. Guess not. Alright. Really, you're going to start ads already? I guess it did take me a bit of time to set up. True. Alright, Nanite. We back. We naniting? Actually did a bunch of nanite work along the way. I'm starting to think that I should be doing things slightly differently in general, but probably just merge these together, honestly. I don't even know why I have them as separate thingies. Because if I merge them, then I can just put the same thing everywhere, and it's 2 less draw calls every single time. Actually, yeah, it's 1 less draw call for every single time, so it's like, why not merge them? I want to merge them with this size? Actually, they merged at 1 anyway. That's like their normal default size, sure. I've been reducing draw calls like crazy. Stream chat where I can see it. You saying join the Discord a bunch? Excellent. I enable nanite on it. That's been the thing here, is reducing draw calls. I saw videos like, on this same city it has like double FPS just because all we did was reduce draw calls. Here's some ways you can do it. It's like, you know what, you mad geniuses? I'm doing it. And they did. And what a great story, huh? Too bad I can't actually see if it's hitting the ground or not. Barely see that now. Okay, I can't see. Not very well. Not for something to be 100% certain it's on the ground. It's actually below the ground a little bit. I mean, it doesn't super matter, but... Now we reduce the number of actors in the world by a disgusting amount, too. What a great system. I should have united all those chairs together. It would have been perfectly fine. Chairs and tables. I didn't, though. Oh, these aren't connected very well ever since I merged the roads, so I have to fix that too. Yep, the name of the game is reduce draw calls. Many as I can. Especially with pipes and pathways and things like that, just convert them into the full mesh so I don't have to deal with it. The problems it causes by having a disgusting amount of draw calls. Plus, the number of actors on the map has gone way down. I mean, just over 3,000 instead of like, I think 4,600 or something stupid like that. It was a lot. It was a really big number. Now it's a number that's not huge. Hey, Pondo. How's it going? I'm optimizing. Isn't that exciting? Yes. You had to yeet your project? Why'd you have to yeet your project? I have so many questions. Why do this? Wait, didn't I? Thought I browsed to this. Browse to asset. Not have to be exactly in the right location. Any location should be good. I think that's all of them. I have a bunch of blimps. I think I have more blimps than balloons. I think I should have more balloons than blimps. Much cooler. I just merge the whole balloon thing. I don't even need the rest of this crap. Bug with UE 5.4 and writer are no longer able to access source code or build the game project. Another error in the .NET compiler for ES 2022, so I couldn't downgrade it to ES 2018, ES 2022. New project 5.5, I merged over a bunch of my source files manually, most of the assets. That sucks. Yeah, the old project migration to fix problems, I've been there. Unfortunately. It is rough though. Nobody wants that. No. At least you didn't lose everything, so that's something. I was worried you lost everything. Man, that would suck. Immersion Actors Day. Sim. Blimp. I'm doing the fun optimize everything thing today. I already did a bunch, but it's under tools audit. Currently going through and reducing the number of texture usage in the world as much as possible. It's misleading because when it starts up, a bunch of them appear due to all the splines and everything, and actors that spawned in. I did reduce this from like 6.5 gigabytes down to, you know, like 30%. So that's a lot. I think I've removed a couple thousand of those uses things. Soon to be many more, I assure you. Oh, the dark blimp has come. Let's go ahead and enable nanite. Be a nanite project now, boys. Yeah. Anyway, you think you'll be able to recover most things? Like, you know, you think you're only going to lose a little bit of time on that, or is it going to be like a lot of time you lose? Same general vicinity here. That's not too bad. Looks like you saved a good amount there when I saw the picture. Going this way. Don't know why I'm matching directions, it doesn't really matter, but I am for whatever reason. That's fair. I usually prefer to just edit what's already there versus a complete start over, but I do understand the desire to not have to look at the old beat up code while you're doing it. Oh, look at how many less things there are. I should just make this one static mesh. There's no world where this can possibly be better as a packed level instance than a freaking singular thing. Like, it just makes no sense to me how that could be any better. Looks like it's like the same number. Well, okay, maybe it's not cool. Oh, it looks pretty close, actually. The game much out of it. Like, I converted one of these to just a straight up static mesh and you can see how many draw calls it has. Oh, that's right, 1. Then I make a packed level actor and this one's pretty good, but it's still got, like, you know, multiple draw calls all over the place. Well, it's got 3. Then one like this, it has like 1,000,000. I don't see how that's more efficient. They're like, it's better for reusing. Is it? Is it though? I mean, what if this was 1 draw call instead of all that? Seems incorrect to me. Though I could be wrong. I'm wrong about a lot of other things. So the usage number keeps going down, so that's nice. I didn't leave it open, so I don't know what the previous number was. I actually switched the project to DirectX 12. I know I talked down DirectX 12. I did. I found a way to deal with the lighting, make it work. But mostly Nanite doesn't work without. Also, you can't do the Nanite visualization, which shows how many like draw calls are being used, which is actually what I really wanted to do, just be able to do that, because reducing draw calls helps even if you don't use Nanite. Yeah, this can't possibly be more effective. There's no world. I'm going to convert these over to a static mesh and just say screw them. I guess as rotating actors, are these even part of this? No. Well, the gears aren't even part of it. The world? Like, look at how many draw calls this is. There's no world. That's a good idea. I don't believe. Oh, that's statistics I'm looking at. That's not the merge actors. This is the merge actors. I mean, look at how many actors that is merged. That sounds so much better. Should probably be sorting these. Like, seriously? I'll be enable Nanite. Takes a while to enable Nanite on this one. Are they really telling me that somehow that packed level actor with all that in it And all those things is better than just this one shape? This has to be like 20 draw calls every time it's even like, maybe more. That's dumb. I don't buy it. I want solid colors. That's what I'm looking for. Not believed. Critical fail. Not believed. Get to line up to approximately the same location to save time. Let's open up statistics first so I can refresh it and see. I don't even know if it count, like if it'll count them because they're in a packed level actor. 2,125. Okay. If I remove this, how many does it say uses wise? It still has like 64 uses of a material, which I guess we feel kind of connects to, I don't know. New cut. And if I remove this one, brush first. We're back to the 1,125. RFG that one. It changes the usage number to like one less. Doesn't make much difference there, but that's not draw calls though. Draw calls is what you're seeing here. Like I say, I just can't see any world where that many draw calls is worth the building, especially the stuff you can't even necessarily see around the back. Like every pipe had a draw call, really? Just seems stupid to me. But it don't gotta be. Like, it's easier to edit them. Yeah, I ain't planning on editing these. These are not to be edited. These are a different world entirely. These are entirely so I can make a fake city around here. That's all I care about. The fakest city. The really upgraded thing was when I was doing these here, every single one of these things counted as a draw call. Every one of these top things, every bottom, like pillar thing, all of it. And I merged it together and suddenly it's not. Suddenly it's one draw call. I mean, I didn't do the corners because I'm probably gonna put something special at the corners, so I didn't want to do that, but and connecting all these pipes because these spline thingies here, like, you know, are multiple things for everything there. Each one is a draw call, so the splines are actually really rough. So I'm going through the building too and adjusting some of these things. Like in here, I probably need to go through and well, actually this one's fine because those are not really I can put together, other than these can be put together, obviously, which I might do. I can't because they're low block traversable. Never use round surfaces is what I just heard. I feel like with all these pipes, look at how many draw calls this is. Holy crap. I started changing in here too, where it used to be these pathways, every single, like, they look like this. Like a million draw calls. And then when I convert it over, it's just one. And that just seems so much better than what I was doing. So much better indeed. Statistics. I was like, wait a minute. I didn't remove that one thing from the map. When did that change much? It might actually remove by one. There you go. Yeah, I'm gonna go through and change up all these things. That's my entire plan for today. It's just to vastly increase the number of things there. I think this dropped by 300 actors or something that we're loading in. I'm pretty certain it dropped by 300. Probably more because it's loading a bunch of stuff in the other room. So 1 second, and I'll respond back to that. Yeah, I have 828 actors. That's not bad. It's not supposed to be daytime, of course, but I don't care about that. Oh, thanks for the raid, Rune Kamse. How's it going? I've been interesting time for my hope of converting this over to like DirectX 12 Nanite and optimizing for Nanite so it's not horrible. I've actually raised the FPS by about something like, I don't know, 200% or something. So quite a bit. Basically not almost 30 FPS gain. Fortunately, I kind of played with all the lighting and everything because DirectX 12 does lighting differently. Also hiding things here. Oh. No, morning to you as well. Actually 9:34 p.m. for me, so I guess my day is just beginning for the most part. Streaming wise anyway. Glad you're doing well. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Been, as you can see, adjusting everything for Nanite and reducing number of draw calls on everything. So turned out that these like giant things I made here, every single one of these things was yet another draw call. So it was, that's just the rooftop border here was something like, I don't know, 300 draw calls or something dumb. And I watched a video explaining the draw calls thing, and they were talking about packed level actors versus static meshes, like just merging into static meshes. And a lot of these are packed level actors, and it did increase the speed, but I don't really know if they're really better. I think it's hard to justify this many draw calls for a building that could have been one draw call if it's converted into a merged, right? Like, let me merge this one here. This building, this is like apartments, sure. I guess my I'll share the question I really have here. I've been asking myself. So I said building apartment. Enable Nanite on it real quick. Right. Save it. So I guess my question that I keep asking as I was watching the video and everything like that is, oh, not the nav mesh thingy, but is this really better? Like here with all these draw calls, because every different color is another draw call, right? They're all over the place versus just one giant draw call. Like, it's loading the same amount of assets either way, but this is like a packed level actor. And even like I think Brave's AI was saying, oh, it's just better for repetitive things. And I was like, is it though? Is it really better? Or like this crap, like this little office building here converted over into just like the worst thing ever for how many things it was. This could be one draw call. Just doesn't seem right to me. Yes, this is how I'm increasing my game's performance, because getting pretty slow there. I do have a new ability as well. I'll actually show you in a second. I'll swap this building out real fast and then show off the new toy. I want to drop it in exactly the same location. Yeah, like, seriously, look at how many draw calls this thing is. Really? I just don't buy it. I don't think that's better. We're not going to talk about how many draw calls my building is. My building is like 1 million. To be fair, it is the entire game. Alright. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, it changes the lighting to use nanite, and you'll see this here. I'm still playing with the lighting to get it back to what it was, because it's not going to be the same. You see, I actually added lighting to make it less dark and everything, but got to prep a couple textures because I haven't loaded the game yet today. All right. So I was messing with the new ability. What it does is it makes clones of Poppet. Like she'll dash away and it creates a clone where she was at. They're little dancing Poppets. And you can detonate them. Eventually I'll make it so the enemies will attack them. I don't know why it's prepping textures like crazy suddenly. Are you still loading the game? Give it a second. What are you doing, game? Why are you prepping textures? Did something change that forces a texture prep? I mean, I did swap out a building, but... yeah. I'm gonna load up on here and see why it's doing that. Something you need to load? You're just doing your thing, huh? I knocked it off. Didn't like it anyway. Yeah, I don't know what I was doing. I'm gonna close up all the other things here and show the actual speed. Let's just the lid here. Do that real fast. Close up all these windows so I can get a better idea of what the speed would be. This room is still terrible. It's always like the worst FPS. At like 20. I need to work on this room because of the fact there's just so much going on. The other rooms are better, but should be better than that though. It's interesting. It was getting like 10 to 15 before, so as you can see, it's gone up. It ain't there yet, but yeah, this is the new one. Has no cost in here yet, but or limitation on how many you can summon. But who doesn't like a happy Poppet clone just doing their thing? Yep. I thought it was funnier to make them dancing. I actually have a couple other abilities I made as well. Yeah. I don't have anything set up to test them outside my construction yard level where I just literally do whatever I want. I was actually testing having the enemies generate their nav mesh around themselves. Don't do that unless your world's huge and has like very few actors at any given time. That's where I learned. The resource requirements are like 3x just what it would have been to have just a normal thing. I was like, this is not going to happen. The game is slowed to a crawl. The other moon ability is you have these things here, they don't do anything, and then you can actually... well, supposedly you can do some of them. Wrong button. That's the button for it. And they make platforms. And also make them vanish. These are just indicators around them to show off, things like that. And there's the High Priestess ability, which... there's actually hidden platforms in the game. And they're real, but you can't see them. But as long as High Priestess is active, you can see them. So, a couple traversal mechanics. But you're not on. I was like, my character's dying. Why are you dying? Oh, too late. She ran out of sanity. But yeah, those are the new mechanics to mess with. I made a wanted hat for the moon thing. That's what the moon is here. I was like, I can just take two different little, like, you know, geometry brushes, cram them together, and boom, instant moon. Those are my exciting new things. So 4 abilities, actually. I just have 46 to go. It's a lot of abilities. Maybe I didn't need 3 for every tarot card. Or for every major arcana. That's a lot. Just a mere 66 abilities. That's all. 66 mechanics. nanite visualization primitives. I think I'm just going to try converting them all into these static meshes. I just think that's got to be better than that. I just can't see any world where it's better to have this many draw calls versus just having another static mesh in the level. Just makes no sense to me. Just so many. And they don't have like these the packed level actors only do static meshes too. There's like level instances you can do as well, but I don't know, I haven't really messed with those yet. So today I'm learning. Or emergent actors. Just kind of testing the two out to see which I think is better. Large house. Even if they're like, but it's better if you have like a million of those actors. I'm not going to have that many of these things. I'm going to have like 2 or 3. I just remain unconvinced that somehow that's better than this. This many draw calls. Just a lot. I've learned my lesson to sit here and individually copy these things over like that and then just delete the thing. Or I just like copy location as well, for that matter. Yeah, now it's 1 draw call. Or this monstrosity. What is this? Yeah, I'm just not impressed. But the thing is the city is always loaded, so anytime I save any draw calls on the city, it's a good thing because, like I say, the city's always loaded. It's difficult to have it available to look out windows and everything like that without it always being loaded. So. I'm also learning that what am I learning? Oh yeah, that if something has a singular transparent thing on it, it can't be used with nanite. So I probably need to make my own doors that don't have those things like that, and the same thing is true with these windows. Like I probably need to make my own window that the glass is separate so that I can nanite them, because anything you see in black is not nanited. So I don't know what to do about these cars. I swapped some things and it still doesn't work right, so there must be transparency on the whole car. It's just makes me not want to use them. Obviously text doesn't do it because it's not a static mesh, so it can't be nanited, I don't believe. It's not even an option. Unless the option's down here. Is there an option? No. Worth a check. So that's something to note about. These glass faces on this prevent this from being nanited. Thankfully these side thingies apparently can be nanited. Yeah. That's the plan. Convert it all over to notch trash. Honestly, this could be just one giant draw call. This thing is a monster. This thing too, look at how many draw calls that thing is. Holy crap. Like I said, I just don't believe it. I don't believe that's better in any way, shape, or form. The other thing to note is you look at the audit and then statistics. And this is a lot of what I've been reducing. The two numbers you really want to pay attention to here are the fully loaded memory thing. Yesterday this was 6.5 gigabytes, now it's 1.8, almost 1.9, but still massive improvement. And then the number of uses of materials, which can be kind of a misnomer too. I mean, like empty actor has like 954 because there's plenty of actors that don't have a mesh. But I reduced that by a couple thousand. It also doesn't necessarily account for splines. Like a spline counts as one use, even though it's in the game. It's like a lot of uses on the draw calls. Like well, this isn't draw calls, I should say. That's not what it is. I don't even know how I can check the number of draw calls, other than this map here, which just shows you visually draw calls. Where every time the color changes, if two colors next to it and it's different, it's another draw call. So still loading the same amount of information. It's just that it has to send that many different calls over to the, GPU. Actually, I think it's the CPU and then the GPU. It might just be all GPU based. That I'm not 100% certain on, but it's that many calls to the thing. So every time it's just like, okay, well, every time this is loaded, it's like 10 calls to it, or 20, or however many of these things are. And this is one. Same amount of information, but the number of chunks it's broken into. Because it doesn't partially load an actor in Unreal Engine, that's not how it works at all. So if you use the H-load thing, it's going to load this whole actor one way or another. It's just how many calls did it make to do it. And that's a lot of calls. And since these are easily visible, I'm just using merge actor here. The other one's just called Building 6. I don't know why it was called that, but whatever, close enough. Night, save. We're building out. Neat. Copy the location. Delete the building. Paste the location. And look, see, that's gotta be better. I can't buy the other. I just don't. Because now you look at it, this used to be like over 50 draw calls between these two buildings. Now these two buildings are two. The stuff up top isn't connected to it. I could have connected it, but I just didn't. Yeah, that's gotta be such a huge improvement. This crap too, again, it's just... This thing too, yeah, it's just a lot. And I use these buildings in a couple other locations too, so I have to go through and find every copy of the building. Oh yeah, well, thanks again for the raid. And let me shout you out too. I didn't even bother to do that yet. I got so excited that I often yeah, you too. Swing by and check out your stream again at some point. I don't even have free time anymore. I used to have free time long ago before I became a game dev. I don't have free time anymore. That sucks, doesn't it? Anyway, nah, I love doing game dev. Unfortunately. You say I'm just enabling nanite on it. I don't know why I could have just clicked the little checkbox. It'd have been the same thing. No, I don't. I guess it doesn't matter. I'm just going to copy paste the location. I don't know if you can control C this particular one there. I don't think it works like that. And I mean, just look at that. I don't know what these two gears are here for, but I can safely say that as a player, you can't see them anyway, so I don't need them. I guess to be fair, those gears won't turn anymore, but I don't really care that much. I did it first, but if they're part of that, the ones where it isn't part of it, it just seems like it's blatantly better to me to just do that in this office thing. It's just an abomination. But even if those gears do turn, I don't really care because the player can't see most of it anyway. So I'm not gaining anything by having them turnable, you know? But I am gaining like a million draw calls on this. Like I just can't see any world where that was the right thing to have there over this. Look at how clean and wonderful it is. I mean, it's not entirely free. You do have to... It does still cost something to have it out there, but it doesn't cost anywhere near as much, to my knowledge. My original test room went from 15 FPS to like 40. Which was... I think it was 40. I mean, I wasn't streaming at the time too, so that's the other thing to notice. I get better FPS when I don't stream. Now, this should just be the new graphics for my game. It just looks like this the whole time. Could you imagine? It'd be wild. Be a very different game. I probably need to add a light to this room. It's just too dark. I'm putting lights that don't cast shadows out. That's how I do things now. Because it's just really hard to see, but... Oh, wait. Get the full thing there, you have to remove all the extra open windows, and then you'll get a better idea of what the actual FPS is. Yeah. I mean, for something that was getting like 10 to 15 FPS, you can see the massive improvement. And if those things happen to be dead, then it would be even better improvement, but those enemies aren't free. Especially these. And this ability is not very good yet. Or it's really hard to use. I haven't decided yet. One of the two. Why don't I just jump in the save point over here? I'm dumb. Let's try to double jump on. I could have just double jumped. Is it? Non-nanite thing, huh? Whoa, what was that? Terrible, it wasn't, whatever. So it'll be interesting to see all the jokes. Usually, well, it used to be that Google had a bunch of funny jokes, but now they don't really. Now they're, I don't even know what they do anymore. They used to be such a great company. What happened? Jesus Christ, they were so cool. It's been so long. Yeah, we're doing it. It's like almost 40 FPS. That's pretty good. Right around here it says a nanite problem. That's interesting. That's fair. Maybe the fool needs a third attack I can make up for tomorrow or something. That could be the Fool's Day thing that I do. This is my strategy now to make things actually visible. It's not a great strat, but it makes it possible to see the game, which is pretty important, I hear. I could do like 1.5 or something, just keep a little bit less, or even 1. Just so you can see. They probably should be blue, honestly. A blue light. As you can see, it doesn't really make it like totally able to see terribly well, it's just better. I've been trying to mess with the brightness of the shadows, but I don't know if that's really that great either. Then you get kind of this weird bleeding weird effect that is just not great. Which I've been doing with this. Mostly it's gammaing the shadows, because without the gamma on the shadows, that's what it looks like there. And then there's a global gamma as well. It looks like that without the global thing. But as you can see, then you just can't even play the game. And there's a light in this room too. I could just put literal lights in every room that I want to be a little brighter. Yeah, like the game's almost unplayable with this. Like in this, there's a light on Poppet as well. But I mean, there's a literal light in this room that's just to keep it a little better. Kind of missed the weird blue tinge to everything though. It used to be like some sort of slightly dark blue here. Trouble is saturating it like this doesn't really give you the blue you want, you know? Like it's supposed to have more of a blue light out there, but it just doesn't. It just makes everything blue. I'm not sure if DirectX 12 can do the same effect that I previously had. Gammaing the shadows is better. Yeah, I made it so this stuff was like much less distance. It needs to be smaller. It doesn't need to be this big. I don't really want it to be that big. One, for performance, and two, because I just don't think it needs to be that big. But I didn't know how big it was when I was going to make it. I just kind of went nuts with it. Oh, wait. He's going to have to go down some at some point. Not immediately, honestly, but... whatever the case, it doesn't need to be wider than the building. The building does go down some levels, but it doesn't, doesn't go wider at any point. Hey, mister. Doing pretty good. I'm, as always, living my best thug life here when it comes to dealing with game dev. Doing a bunch of optimization stuff. Switch to DirectX 12. And Nanite. Do I make my own shaders? No. Mostly just what shader complexity was a thing here. Blah blah blah. Shader complexity. Where are you at? Where's shaders at? I thought it was under Lumen, but I don't see shaders under there at all. It was somewhere. Camera's laggy? Is it? Doesn't seem laggy. Watching it. Haven't seen it freeze yet, but if it, I'm not sure what I can even do to fix it, honestly. Other than reduce the quality, I guess. Oh, well, I've only done it once, not worried about it. Little hiccups can happen. I'm literally just using video.ninja, the site, to use my phone to stream or to have a picture. Like, I don't have a webcam. I was like, my phone's already got a better camera than any webcam. It does. It's a way better camera than my webcam. Yeah, about that. Yeah, I haven't already been on the extra gamma on this or not. I probably need it. It's pretty hard to see. And then just lights in the incredibly dark rooms. Oh, thanks, Barbie. I always appreciate the lurks. I'm playing around with the new lighting because the I switched to DirectX 12. And the new lighting is dark, is I think the best term for it. I barely ever use the player controller for anything. I don't cast to it, I think, ever, for the most part. I don't know why I would. I mean, you can get the player controller without casting to it, so there's just a no get player controller. So this lighting actually works pretty well for this room. Like before it was like not quite I mean, it was a lot more blue, but overall I think this room's got enough natural ambient lights going on to not need additional lighting. Yeah, as far as where have I actually used that, oof. I think I pretty much never cast. I use the interfaces for almost everything. About the only notable time I ever cast is like if I'm casting to the player's own animation stuff. Like if something's gonna use its own animation thing, I'm not worried about casting to it because it needs it anyway. But for everything else, this is kind of hard to hit with. I might need to reduce the distance dash on it. Wow, I didn't realize you could go up. Huh. Well, that's something I need to account for. When I made this ability, I was never worrying just jumping straight up, but if you just jump straight up, that's actually what happens. Yeah, about that. That's probably not okay. I need a light down there. It's too dark. Yeah, down here it's like way too dark. I made this thing do way more damage because it's so crappy for hitting things. Like, it's absolutely hard to hit things with it because you got to be standing next to them when you drop the clone, or you have to try to limit, get them to come to it, which is pretty good here if I did this. Just wandered back and then blew it up. That would be effective. So if you wait for the enemies to come to you, this is very effective. You just go, yep, yep, make clones. All the clones dance. Doot, 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 doot. Alright. I take quick bio break real fast. Right back. So that's where you get the best FPS right here. You just leave it on this. No problems. Everything's solved. I know I'll open there. Yeah, do I ever cast the player controller? I think where I would have. I mean, Poppet might cast the player controller, maybe. Wow, I don't need BPMPC. You would be doing like the pause menu if it's anywhere. Because I know the player controller has stuff on it. Whatever lets Poppet. I believe in you. You can do this. I think. I don't know if I believe in it anymore. It's taking a long time to load Pop. To be fair, Poppet is basically the whole game, so. I think the only time I actually even make use of the player controller on here is yeah, like get player controller is about the only time I really use it. And then on the player controller itself, it has everything I need, right? Yeah, I just have it down here, like open menu just brings it up to here and does the stuff there, so I never have to. It's just another interface thing, right? Well, don't cast to the player, because you can just, there's a no just get player character. Just use this. It's not a direct cast to it, doesn't like, you know, it's just the player character is always available. This won't get you specific, like, you know, things on there, but it gets you the player character itself, so you can do things off of that. It's also useful for interfaces and everything, because since you always have access to the player character, you can always easily just use any interface you want to contact him, which is why Poppet acts like the center of the game. You can also get the game mode at any time too. Another thing you can make use of whenever you want to put stuff there. You can also get the game instance, which is often the best one there, because the game instance is persistent the entire time the game is open. So if you want to store information between levels without saving, you can put them on the game instance. It's like player controller, you know, get player controller. That's right. I'll say player controller there. Yeah, get player controller. These are all things that are just always available, but you should never directly cast to your player unless you, well, even then, I don't usually do it. The only time I actually do it is on their animations themselves, because I don't care there. If Poppet's loaded, her animations have to be loaded, so it doesn't matter that I'm casting to her. But whenever you cast to something like that, you tie it to the player, and then the player, if that thing's ever loaded, the player has to be loaded. But then again, the same is true for the reverse. Like the player has to be loaded for all these other things too. It's ridiculous. It turns into a massive catastrophe. So I usually advise against casting. Another thing you can actually do is you can put an actor tag on something. Like Poppet has the actor tag Poppet. I know it's a weird actor tag, but I could just give her player, but I give her Poppet because why not? So yeah. So you know, at any point I can be like, well, get all actors with tag, and type in Poppet, and that will spit out Poppet as well as the character. I mean, obviously on Poppet herself, I don't need to find her; she's already there. But or I can do like this thing here, where like get all actors with tag enemy, because all my enemies have that, and then now I cannot put it in array, do whatever I want, like a for each loop, like for each. And then do something with it, kind of thing. There's really no real reason to cast to an actor. And most times to check if Poppet hit something, I just check to see if the actor has tagged Poppet. Actor tags are very useful. You can also use oh, what are they called? Gameplay tags as well. A little more complicated, but gameplay tags are they're shared collectively. So if one of them gains a gameplay tag, then that can be understood by everything. You'd be like, actor has this tag. I don't like it as much. I've been using them a bit more to test them out. Most of the time, though, because I have a shared, you know, parent for all the AI, actually for all the NPCs, just BP NPC. I can get all the abilities off of these things anyway. They have access to everything, so every child of this has all the abilities of it. And then usually the only I put different on each thing, it's like, you know, specific numbers such as hit points, how much damage they do, whatever weapons they have. But even then the weapons array is dictated on this, and I just add the ones I want. And then their combat behaviors, because those are obviously going to be different, so I just do those separately. Or special attacks they have. But I definitely advocate the whole parent-child thingy. That's just... it saves a lot of casting. Because now I can just click this, like, create child blueprint class, and then suddenly I have a new child, and the child can be whatever I want it to be. So I don't need another child right now. I don't have anything else I'm making, but... it does help a lot. That's part of why I don't have to optimize my coding very much, because it's already about as optimal as it gets. I mean, there's some exception. I'm sure there's a couple things I can do better, but I never cast. I even async load a lot of things too, so they're not they don't stay loaded the whole time. I don't need this. They only load up what Poppet calls them, like all of her weapons. There's a lot of things you can do, but yeah, I would definitely a lot of the tutorials I see out there will do that. They'll take the simple way out. They'll be like, on overlap, cast to the player character. Saw it a lot. You could just be like, let me grab an overlap thingy. We'll use this. That's not an actor. Use this. Yeah, like this is exactly the kind of thing that they often recommend in these. Let me show you a better way. Let's just make a blueprint right now. I'm gonna let BP test. Open it, please. Over here. Where did I put that window? It's hidden away. Okay. Oh no, I'm always happy to help. I don't always know everything, but I try to know things. So we'll give it like a sphere collision, why not? I'm gonna give it a 3D text. Well. So this is where you could be like, actor has tag like I do. In this case, I would tag it as Poppet. It's one way to do it. Same with the on overlap here. End overlap. Copy the same crap. That text. Overlapped. Where did you go? We gotta align some stuff here, so we're a cool kid. I'm not sure how big this is overall as far as if Poppet's concerned, but it will make the sphere radius like, you know, ginormous, I guess. I don't know. So the 200s because. No, let's remove that text there. Overlapped. Where'd you go? Yay. That's fair. Yeah, this is how I do things like that, and you're not directly doing that. And the reason why you do that is because if you cast to the player, then it adds to the player's size map thing. So then it's always loaded whenever the player is loaded, and it becomes a real mess. You don't want to do that. You can also, if you don't want to do tags like that, you can be like, get player character type, I swear. It's like equal. You can do this and then like this. Because if the other actor is equal to the player character, I just disconnected these, I just didn't delete them. Then it'll trigger that. Just in case you didn't want to tag them or something. I like the tag method better because then you can be like, okay, well then if they have the enemy tag, do this. If they have like a destroyable tag, do this. You see, you get the same effect without actually casting to the player. So those are both better ways of doing it. There's not a lot of points you want to cast to the player directly. Yeah. I really like the actor has tag method the best. I think this is probably the easiest because you can just put an actor tag on anything and suddenly you can find it, as opposed to other things like that when you just literally go to, you know, the class defaults tag, and then under actor tag you can actually do component tags if you want to. I have other ones too, but just actor tag at that and you're golden. Or in the case of, you know, one of my enemies, like Patricia here. Has tag that, and I guess Mini Patrick should actually be Patricia now. I give it a name. So this way, you know. Now if Patricia comes in contact or an enemy does that. Sure, yeah. Like I can do this and be like, okay, well, let's do this BP test thingy here. And I could be like, okay, well, activate tag Poppet, sure. We'll connect them up like this and get rid of these. I don't need this crap anymore here. And you'd be like, okay, well, if it doesn't have that, then I can be like, okay, what if the actor has the tag Patricia? I can do something different and just remember to connect up the actor here. Same thing with it like that. Patricia left me. No. Hi, Patricia. Hey, Martha. I gotta copy this part too. Yeah, you do this sort of thing here, and this is how I end up differentiating between enemies, destroyables, and things like that. And now, if I take a Patricia and drop it on there, Or shall I just put it right here? Because it should come near me, probably. I don't even know. I should have picked an enemy that doesn't move a lot, because it's probably going to suck a little bit, but I can also just increase the size of the test thingy so she can't get out. I'm not going to reprogram her AI just so she can stay in the thingy. That's weird, but about 500. That's closer. Sure. Yeah, see? Hi, Patricia. Can you move? Oh, Patricia left me. No. Overlapped. Oh, no. Oh. See? And I can tell the difference between the two of us. Obviously, we're both triggering it back and forth. Oh no. Yeah, hopefully that gives you a better idea of how you would do things without ever casting anything. You could also be like, you know, an OR Boolean too. And connect up a whole bunch of different types of actors for multiple tags. Sure thing, yeah. You'd be like this, be like, okay, well, and then I connect up multiples of these, and you don't have to have a bunch of if statements. Obviously, if you do this, then it's only going to trigger the first one. Because you obviously break this because, you know, you're running into this, but depending upon how you want to do it. And you'll see with, like, the projectiles, too, where I did the same thing here. I will show you. I feel like in SpongeBob, I actually have never watched SpongeBob. I mean, I know what SpongeBob is, and I've seen clips, of course. It's just that chat named it Patrick. And then Patricia is like a female name for Patrick. So I was like, well, I figured the Ghost Girl would probably play dress up with the dolls, right? And would dress like, you know, other dolls, like, you know, in dresses and things. So that's how Patricia came about. The most I know about SpongeBob is actually from Death Battle, where SpongeBob is apparently really OP. How you know? Not weapon parent, any projectile parent. Really? That's hilarious. Yeah, you can see right here where, you know, I start splintering out here. It's like going, okay, well, in the sequence here, does the other actor have the tag enemy? Okay, cool. Well, you can do this too. You can check for multiple tags. I cast the other actor here like that. And then an actor actually has multiple tags. You can actually go other actor and then type tags in and then see if it contains a particular tag as well. Or you can do actor has tag as well. These both do the same thing. Yeah, this time if it's enemy, it does this stuff here. If it's a destroyable, it does these things. If it's the environment, it does nothing. It just kills itself. And if its velocity ever hits like less than 20, it destroys itself too. Just so it's not a problem. But if it's like for an enemy one here, the enemy projectile looks for Poppet. It looks for Mini Pop, which is like the Mini Poppet. Player damage if it hits, kind of thing. Otherwise, if it's too low of speed, it also destroys itself. But you see where that can be handy, where because I've tagged each of these things, like the parent version of these things, like all the destroyable things have the tag destroyable. Their parent has it, so they all have it. Just like enemy, all the enemies have the tag enemy. So this way you don't have to cast anything ever, you don't care. And then you'll notice I actually just have interfaces, like BPI combat, and supplies condition. I haven't even really put that in yet, but target damaged, and it just sends the information over there. And then BP NPC has the interface BPI combat. So it finds target damaged and says, okay, this target's been damaged. I'm gonna run a bunch of code now. And you can see it runs all this random code. Checking if it's invincible, like where it hit, things like that, you know, a bunch of stuff. I could probably optimize this to more than it already is. Yeah, he should never want to do that. Patrick was avoiding timeshare salesman. This is my attorney and Patricia, and everyone was hitting on Patricia. That's because Patricia's a hottie, duh. Thought you knew that. Yeah, the too many casts to the player, like, just don't cast to the player. It's you really don't want to do it unless there's no other choice. And like I said, the only time I usually am okay with it is because I'm casting to their animation thing, which is, I mean, they're going to have that no matter what. That's fine. They can be connected to their own animations if they want. Technically, I could interface that too. But I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's even warranted, to be completely honest. So, but every time you cast to something, you know, you increase the size map of it, which is every single thing that is currently connected to that. And I can give you a really good example here. Like, let's look at the size map of this area. So, wait. Just down with that here. We'll double check this again here. So here's the size map of this. You see it's 70.9 megabytes, right? Let's open it up. And at the very start here, let's just cast to Poppet. Right? Let's just do that. Just straight up Poppet. Cast to BP Poppet. Get player character. Well, I guess I didn't quite do it, did I? Because that should cause it to have that as part of the problem now. Oh, there we go. Look at how much better that is. It's now 1.6 gigabytes. What a wonderful projectile that was. All because I added cast to Poppet. I didn't even save it as a variable. I just cast it to her. Yeah, so you see, this is why I highly recommend against casting to the player character, because usually the player character is the most bloated of all of the blueprints in your game, because the player character has to do the most, presumably. So, obviously I don't recommend you ever do that, what I just did there. Let me go ahead and fix it. Save it. Oh, no. Go right back to this thing. Size map it, and boom, 70.9 megabytes. Stuff ain't free, yo. Stuff ain't free. But yeah, a lot of the tutorials will recommend that crap, and it's like, yeah, exactly. Patrick is ready. But now you know. Now you know. The problem you're into is you have a global inventory that can be listed by a bunch of stuff. Try to cast the player somewhere. Why? Why do you need to cast the player? Why didn't you just make an interface? Open interface. BP inventory. Get inventory. We're gonna say it probably outputs some kind of an array of something. I don't know. Just for whatever. I'll just say it's strings for now. You can make it an array. It can be anything you want. I don't know. Whatever you want your structure to be can also be there. It can be like a structure of, I don't know, anything. Whatever the case. Is there like that? And you go, okay, cool. And now I give Poppet, let's go to class settings. Already interface right here. Let's add inventory. And now I have the thing get inventory. And it would return a string like array here like that. So I can go, okay, well, let's make this like that. Well, it's not too hard to redesign it now because all this is doing is just calling the player and be like, okay, cool, here's this. And now I'll promote to a variable, and this can be your inventory. And now if like my test thingy wants the inventory, it could be like, get inventory, message, get player character. And now, let's fill up Poppet's inventory with stuff here. I mean, you can cast the inventory anytime, as many times as you want. You could literally have it on a tick if you want. You could set it up as a cyclical event, if that's what you want to do. Stuff. Crap. Garbage. Poppet's favorite rubber ducky. Patricia's blue dress that Poppet stole. Okay. Then on testing here, I'd be like, okay, well, for each print string, but you know what? You're right. You want to do it multiple times. So let's not just do event begin play. That's lame. Let's do it differently here. Custom event. Check Poppet's inventory. Delay. We'll delay it like 3 seconds or something, sure, right? And then we'll just run the event again. Poppet's inventory. I have to remember that this is a cyclical event, so it'll just keep doing it over and over and over. And as long as that event gameplay I started, it just keeps going forever. Very hot here. Probably because the heater was blasting me. Oh look! There's all the Poppet's inventory. Oh look, it checked it again! Oh look, it checked it again! A great thing there. See, I can get access to inventory as often as I want. Oh, checked it again. And yet I never cast it to the player at all. Is what I'm doing a good idea? Not really. It's a great idea. Oh, oh, oh. But more importantly, you look at BP test here. Well, let me find it real fast. You check the size map of it, it's still 532.5 kilobytes. I didn't cast the Poppet at all. And that's how interfaces work. Literally, it's just I tell it this is what I want to send. Drop it on the player character, and then you can just get player character and then the name of whatever it is. And make certain it's sending a message to it. And there you can get whatever information you need. Oh yeah, on the player character you need to obviously connect up all the nodes on the function. Hey, another guy, how's it going? I was just showing how to better ways than casting to the player. For those who just don't know. Anyway, hopefully some of that's useful to people. Oh, oh, okay. Well, the first thing I was talking about here was instead of casting to the player, you could just give them an actor tag, which you can do by simply going up to the class defaults You type in tag if you want to make it easy. And where it says actor, you can add tags. You can add tags to components if you want to. In case you want to check if a component hits something. If you did that, then you'd want to go, okay, well, other component, and then use that instead, the actor as well. And this here was changing the 3D text like that too, so we'll run over and hit it a bunch. See, I'm there. Patricia left. Yep, Patricia and I both heard it. Where'd it go? See if I hit it. Overlapped. But I also tagged it with, to check for Patricia over there. So if Patricia gets near it, hi Patricia. See? And then Patricia, where'd you go? No. I run back in there. They. Where'd you go? Hi Patricia. And that's because I gave Patricia the tag Patricia. And I'm checking against that as well. So it's another way you can do it without actually having to ever directly cast a particular enemy. That's just actor has tag. You can also get all actors with tag too, which never directly casts, and you just type the name of the tag. In this case, I could type like enemy, and then every enemy on the map now pops out of this array, and I can do a for each loop on it against do whatever I want. I don't know if I'd want to do that on there per se, but you could get every enemy that does that. The other thing I was doing here was an interface, which you can get information from the player character about casting the player character. It's really simple. You just make an interface. I don't know, I call it BP inventory, BPI inventory, I'm dumb. And then you just add the function, and then you can name it whatever you want. And then if you're going to feed information into it, it goes here. And outputting information like you want something returned from the player. I can get like, you know, the tarot cards. Or something like that. Go to the player's, you know, class settings. And under interfaces, you simply add the interface. In this case, it was BPI inventory. She's already got it equipped though, so, because I did it earlier. Implement interfaces, yep. BPI inventory is... our BP inventory right here. And now I can go to Poppet here and I can go what you want here, and I can connect your tarot cards up to it. And now she has, anyone can go, okay, I want this information. Such as here, you can go, okay, well, that's a very get player character. And you want message. And now suddenly, all those tarot cards are available. This is a map variable, so you'd have to get something out of it. I can rotate if I want, or I can find or something like that. Find item. This side, check to see if they have a specific tarot card. Or something like that. Tarot 0 the Fool or something. And then from that point on, if it finds it, then I could do something with it if I want. And that's the way you get information. And what I was doing here is I created an inventory thing earlier for her. And the inventory variable just had a bunch of crap in it. Oh, sorry, I have to, actually, inventory variables in them. And by typing things in here now, I had it set up on this test thingy that it was getting it. And then I'm just print stringing it. I don't actually need all the tarot cards here. But I guess I can do that. Cool. I'll turn this into doing something useful here. I don't know about useful, but if it has the Fool, it will report that it has it. I mean, she does, so it's going to be every time, but you'll see that it reports a 0. It's also printing her inventory too, so I can add this inventory here. I like giant cupcake. Super sweet ride. So yeah, it's a 0 because she has... Actually, I think it's not even fine that one because I actually typed the wrong thing, but that's okay. Yeah, see, I'm just accessing all this information on the player without actually having to ever directly cast. That's pretty much interfaces in a nutshell. And the actor method for, actually the tag method, actor tag method for finding things. Obviously, I don't want any of this crap, but you know. I don't want to put Trisha on the map either. I'll get rid of all this garbage. Get rid of all these extra name thingies, because goodness knows she don't need more. That's for certain. No, do not add those. I do not want that crap. Yeah. Save yourself first. It's fine. You can go ahead and delete it. I don't care. Oftentimes I just make, I think the last time I explained all those things, I made like a launcher or something. Which is actually not that hard to do as well. Same strategy, is just to tell it launch character instead of whatever else you were doing. Look, it's a fun house. Isn't that great? Don't need that size map open anymore. Look at how many less draw calls that is. Also, I won't get the spline error anymore where it's like, it's like, well, blah, 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 you load it in the middle and I can't load all the spline thingies. I loaded little pieces and it caused errors. No. Turn the splines into static meshes and then it's no longer a problem. It's just pure win. Third floor path, I guess. Important life lessons. I remember my first game I made, I followed tutorials like that and they did exactly that. They didn't bother to, they told me cast the player a million times and it was fine at first. This is what happens when something isn't nanite enabled. Whack. Enable nanite. Some things cannot be used with nanite. Those things are failures. I'm eliminating like probably like 100 draw calls when all is said and done from all these pipes and things like that. Some stuff I could probably merge together even more if I wanted and just cram all the walls together and make less draw calls on those too, but whatever. Oh, look how many SMs are on there. I didn't even notice that. I guess the other one probably has a bunch of them too. It's funny. Hey Rasta, how's it going? Does it add a SM before every name anyway? I think it does. All this time I've been typing SM in there, and the reality is it's just adding the... Really? I'll have to test that. That's so weird. Bidet, huh? That doesn't sound good. Sounds like, things aren't going your way. Hopefully whatever, it's not too bad. Did not enable nanite. Delete this one. Paste location. Hell yeah. Look at how much nicer that is. Multicolored fruity pebbles crap. Just the goods. I'm probably not changing much of this, and if I do, whatever, it's fine. This room has always been pretty egregious. I'm gonna see if it adds SM before the name. Naturally. Ugh. Dog's biting herself and blood everywhere. Ugh. That's rough. Your dog have like some kind of problem? You know, like... Hopefully it's just because she has like one of those like cones or something like that or something. And not some regular biting problem. Terrible. It does, it adds SM before it. Oh. I don't know why it needs to do that. Very confusing. I want to rename everything because it has SM before it. How inconvenient. Oof. No good. No good at all. Sorry to hear that. I don't even know what you do in that situation. That sounds just terrible. Hopefully it's a kind of cancer they can do something about. I imagine it's probably pretty expensive, so I would understand if you didn't pay for that. Wait, why does this... Oh no, they would all... It's just for some reason this one's like a brown, everything else is. I thought it was like black for a second there. That's fair. Well, hopefully she gets better. Hopefully they can do something. I'm just optimizing. Cause, yeah. The game desperately needs it. Yes. Yes, indeed it does. Reduce number of draw calls quite a bit. Yeah, every one of these splines is just a million draw calls. It's just... I guess I could start separating these into directories too. In case I want to find them later. Did I already replace the abandoned warehouse? Wait a minute. So... why did I opt to use that over this? I don't know. I thought that... I think I got steered wrong by internet people. I really do. That's not where it was at all. Whatever. I really just can't be convinced that the packed level thingies are better than having a singular thing like this. Just don't think it works like that. Call me crazy, but I just don't. Yeah, when I first did this, it was so many colors, and now it's a lot less colors, so it's nice. Oh, these office buildings. Half tempted to convert all these into one giant building, but whatever. Invalid actor. Oh, that's weird. Closed merge. Works for me. We failed. Oh, I'm merging actors so that they are able to I replaced the number of draw calls for this does not look like it worked. Interesting. Basically what it is that every time you see a color change, it means it has to send one more draw call in order to draw things, right? And if, you know, you have this many different colors, that means that every time you see the color change, that's a draw call, whereas this here is one draw call. It just like draws the whole thing and it's fine. It draws the same amount of information either way, it's just the number of instructions it has to send every time it loads something. And, you know, if you have like the difference between like 1 and 3 isn't like a big deal, but the difference in thousands can be a real problem. Like when these were all split apart initially, like actually I can show you the other map before I did this. So take a look here. We'll screenshot some of this, I guess. We'll just screenshot at one of the buildings, or like the front here or something. Sure. You go up to where the little thing, normally it says lit, and you go to nanite visualization and then primitives, and this shows what nanite sees. Let me keep a screenshot of what's going on there. I don't know why Discord thinks that that's worth having up there, but it's kind of annoying. Let me load the other one I had made because I put all the other stuff on for floor 6 on, you know, a different map. And the building was probably the most egregious of all the things. Like my building, of course, it's the whole game for the most part, but the city's also pretty egregious. But you'll see a huge difference. When it loads the map. It takes longer to load the map too because it just has a lot more to us to deal with. Hey Bard, how's it going? We're optimizing nanite today. And I'm just showing off the other map that is not optimized to get an idea of what things look like. Yeah. Alright, so before I start optimizing nanite, this, my friends, is what it looked like. Remember, every time it changes color, it's one more draw call. Let's look at the front of this building here, just to get you an idea of what a monstrosity was going on here. So, here's this version of the building. Let me show you the other version. show you the draw call difference. Okay, I mean, just look at the top there alone. One draw call, many draw calls. Start looking at the sides here. Look at how many color changes there are along here. Like say, look right along this. If you look at the picture here, you can see that it's just one solid color there. This one too. Again, like, instead of it being all this, all these different colors here, we're right back to just, you know, one. You kind of get the idea of what's going on there. But I mean, if you remember the other map, just look at the road. Look at some of these buildings. Look at how many colors are on them. That's what it's seeing. Just look at the pipes here. Look at how many color changes are on these pipes. Versus here, one solid color, or the pipe changes over and over and over and over and over and over. So that's what's happening here. And there's a couple ways you can do it. I think the easiest way, and the way that I'm kind of preferring, because there's this packed level thingy that I don't like it very much. One of the main things I'm doing is I just take all the different things here, and I shall bring it open this. Go up to tools here, merged actors, select everything you wanted to, you know, do in there like that. And with them all selected, over here you can click merge actors. Oh, you want to save it, and then just click save. And when I did that, that pops out with where is it? It's in here somewhere. This thing here, which you can see is in fact all those, but it's now one draw call, one just united mesh. You're just golden. And just in case you want to see, let me go and cram into the building like an idiot. Go back to lit. And as you can see, they're the same thing. A little harder to see in this thing here, but you get an idea. They look at, oh, actually, you know what? Let me make this easy on you. And see, this is what it turned into. It's just one solid mesh instead of like individual pieces like this. But they look the same. And so every time I do this, it reduces the number of draw calls to 1 for everything there, as opposed to, you know, this. Like I say, it doesn't reduce the size of what it has to, it reduces the number of times it has to make an instruction to load something. The other option, and I don't really like this option from what I've seen so far, like, I don't know, is you can select all the crap you want. Like, I'll select those two things there. And you can right click on the thingy here, and you can select create packaged level actor. You hit OK, and then you'll want you to name it, and then it'll have you name a second file, and then you can place that. And it's like a little mini level that exists in there. They can only hold static meshes. I'm told if you're like reiterating it over and over and over and over and over, it's supposedly more efficient. I remain unconvinced that it is better. Well, thanks for following, Wild Child. How's your day going? But yeah, I don't know about those. Like, I've been debating on it. But yeah, you get the idea of what I was doing, the big difference here. Once again, this is the monstrosity. I'm just going to take an overhead picture of this one here, so we can all glory in that as I go back to the other level, and then you can get an idea of what that one looked like. You know, it's just a quick comparison. Anything in black is not actually nanited, because nanite doesn't do translucent stuff. And for some reason those cars are marked as translucent in their material. I don't know why, but I haven't really looked into it. Let's get the same view here, shall we? Okay. This is my current map. And this is the version that it was before. See if you can spot the difference. I know I'll give everyone a moment there. Just so you can really see the difference here. I'm not seeing it. It looks like the same map to me. Yeah, maybe? Looks the same? Even the pipes are, you know, a million materials. And that's what I'm doing. Yeah. Or the road, as I was suggesting earlier, as you can see, the road here is a whole lot of different colors here. That's right, showing the same image twice, yeah. Poppet would like you to tell us the difference between these two images. They're the same image. Pretty much, yeah. So yeah. Exactly. Yep, that's what I've been doing. See the number of colors reduced here. It's a couple. They're basically the same. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I can't tell you a difference. Or in the case of these balloons, where I had a hot air balloon blueprint I was doing out here, and I could take the same static mesh and just stuff it into the blueprint if I wanted. But let me bring up the previous one I had. So, as you can see, you want to paint it black? Yeah, so this was the blueprint that I had that just had all the stuff for there. And you can see how many different colors this is, how many different draw calls that is. On the ropes, these things like that, how many little things there are. But this also is one draw call. It's just one mesh. But when you look at them, they look the same. I guess this one has a light on it because this is a blueprint, so I'd have to re-add the light back if I want. That's fair. I didn't worry too much about it because, well, I took the light off all the other ones anyway. So if I wanted to add it back into a blueprint, I could take this static mesh, just add it to the blueprint, and then add a light. It'd be no different as far as how it looks, except for it's like a million times less draw calls. And it gets pretty bad on the inside there too, because like, I'll save again because I've been doing whatever stuff. I don't know what I've been doing, but like these pipes here. Look at how many draw calls these pipes are. They say that, but I remain unconvinced. Maybe if there's like, you know, hundreds of them or something, there might be some big difference, I guess, but also keep in mind that there's like a packaged level one. There's level instances, which are just like an actual level that can have blueprints in it, like, you know, regular everything going on. And then packed level actors, which are just all static meshes. So, use these for rendering purposes, and supposedly they are better. Well, I mean, they're obviously better than just having a bunch of, you know, actors sitting out there. Because it's like one call to load all that, but it still seems like it would be a bunch of calls to load everything in it. I don't know. All I know is Nanite just looks at it and goes, this looks like a lot of work. Kinda is. But yeah, I need to go through and adjust all these to turn them into static meshes instead of leaving them as splines. assuming I want to leave. I haven't changed this yet because I'm not sure if I'm going to change this around or not at any point. Most of these other rooms aren't too egregious. I mean, the splines are the worst offenders. That's why this one room I was looking at, because if you look at it, it's... I mean, these used to be all multicolored things. The rails are still really bad. I'm doing a lot of changes. But I think the biggest change we got going on is this room here. Let me close up all these extra things here to get a real speed test here, because if you don't, I'll do that. This room was getting like 10 to 15 FPS before, with enemies spawned. That's how bad it had gotten. And I am streaming, so I'm not going to get as good of FPS as when not, but as you can see, it's better than 10 to 15 by a huge margin. Still not amazing, but I think we can safely say it's done at least double the FPS. Still not great. Yeah. I enabled Nanite, switched to DirectX 12. DirectX 12 was originally way heavier. I'm testing to see if I even think Nanite is better. But it does let me visualize all the shaders, so that's why DirectX 12 is currently enabled. And I had to change the lighting system entirely. Which GPU do I have? I have two of them. Oh, I have a 3060 Ti and a 6700 XT. The Ti has 8 gigs of VRAM. The 6700 XT has 12 gigs. The XT is the one that's basically running the game, and the other one is the one handling the streaming. But streaming ain't free, and I get better FPS when I'm not streaming, so I was getting closer to 40 when I wasn't streaming. Just pretty much lockstep 40. One of the problems of this room here is you see the number of actors that are loaded is currently at 650. This was all the way up to like I think 1100 last Friday. So you can see the number of actors that are being loaded is way lower. Now, in defense of this, I already killed the enemies in here, which would have probably accounted for a handful more, so it's not entirely a fair thing to have just said that, but one of the problems is that this room over here, on the other side is, you load this up here so you can see. I'm gonna add a light into this room. This is the room with all the primitives like that, so you can see that I'm being penalized by this, because the H-load still loads within a range. It doesn't care if there's a wall in the way. Matter to it one bit. So by removing these, I'll reduce probably, I don't know, there's probably over 100 shaders in this room in all honesty, with how many pipes crisscross and do things like that. And I'll reduce them to probably like, I don't know, 15, maybe 20. I mean, if just this one pipe here, well, I guess these pipes here, this pipe here is going to be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, it's a lot, you know, like 8. More probably behind. I can't see it necessarily behind that. I'm too lazy to look. This one's 3. Why does it need to be 3? Why does that need to be 2? It could have been 1. This thing is a lot. Again, why does it need to be that? So once I get rid of those. Oh, the BP of the pipes? Sure. It's a spline. The event graph has nothing on it, so you can. It's just a spline. Number of spline points. You remove the first and last spline point because you don't want to connect to those, and then a for loop, which gets the starting position, which is just 1 spline point, and then +1 for the ending position because it's the next point on the spline. This is where you add the actual spline mesh component you want, in this case a pipe. And then just set start and end is, you know, exactly what it sounds like. And then attach component to component to attach those. And this just lets you create a bunch of these spline thingies, and I will put them on there and show you what it does in some light. As you can see, it makes pipes you can travel through. I'm gonna get rid of this nav mesh real fast, 'cause this is gonna drive me crazy if I do anything else with that. Oh. I think I'm at about 14 months now, like a year and 2 months or something. Somewhere around that kind of time. Oh, grab the wrong one. I want to grab the end one. Now if I drop in, I can run through it. Oh. And go, yep, yay, run through the pipe. And that's what it does. But the problem with this is that's 4 different draw calls. But if I merge it into one static mesh, it becomes a singular draw call. So it cuts down. You can see the pipes up here, how many draw calls they are too. Quite a few. These pipes you can't go through. They're a different spline mesh entirely. Yeah, every time I get rid of one of those, it's just every room gets a little bit better. Because here I can go, okay, cool. Oh, how am I working with UE? Oh, never mind. Throw that up with this project. Let's see. I first picked up UE quite a while ago. Right before I took the 2.5 years off for health problems. So probably about 4 years ago. I messed with it for like, I don't know, half a year. It might actually be a little longer than that ago. Then I came back to it for like 2.5 years. You build all into build lights only? Don't. How many turn this in static meshes? Okay, so here's how it works. Go up to Tools, Merge Actors. Thankfully, because I've already selected it, you can see it'll change whatever's in there. So whichever one is selected, it'll just have all the actors. There's options you can change. You don't really gotta. They do things, I guess. Nanite settings, I guess. I guess I'll click Enabled. No, just in case that causes a problem, I'll enable it after the fact. Guys, you never know, I might be doing something a little dumb. So, anyway, merge actors. Tell it where you want to put. I'll try to organize my stuff a little better. Oh, no space. Magician room. Ceiling pipes. 1. I used to put SM underscore, but it'll automatically put SM underscore, so I'm gonna dock this so I can see it because I hate having the little content. Now I have this. I have no idea what the poly count is in those pipes. I'm not even trying to check it in this, honestly. I'm sure there's a way, but I have never looked. Probably not very high. No, there's no way to unmerge the actors, so besides taking them into a modeling thing. So be certain that you really wanted to merge them before you do what I just did. These have already changed up so much, I don't really plan on changing them again, and if I do, I'll suck it up. That's my plan here. But here's the difference between how those look. Oh, sorry, I only enabled Nanite because I didn't automatically do that. Sure, double click the mesh in the browser. Let me find them then for you. Well, the pipes are a lot of different pieces, so you know. Like this segment here. They're pretty small. So I wouldn't say anything too ridiculous. Also, I had a notification here. Thanks for the follow, Max5 452. We're just in time for us to talk about optimizing, which seems to be the goal of the night. Sure, yeah. It's kind of a misnomer on these spline things because the spline makes use of a lot of different meshes, so you'd have to check each and every one of these, of course, because it could use any of them. But you can rig a spline to use as many things as you want. In fact, I can show you the blueprint for that spline there, which is different than my spline. As you can see, this one is much different in how it just dictates things. You can also change coloring on everything like that too. This one came with an asset pack. I didn't program this one. Memory service, this was actually the thing that taught me about how splines work. I paid like $3 for this thing because it was on sale. It was normally like $6. And it came with all these steampunk props that did all this stuff, and I was like, yes. I had to give him the guy more, but he only wanted $3, so. How's your day going, Max? Yeah. The change here that I made, as you can see by merging that together, this is 1 draw call, and this monster is, you know, 7. I'm just saying, that's a lot of draw calls. It ain't need to be that many draw calls. It's fine. I'm okay with, you know, not 7. I will accept 1. Oh. Well, welcome back. And thank you, thank you. Yeah, the game looked really cool, but the FPS did not look really cool. Which is what led to today, where I thought we're showing everyone. Every time you see the color change, it's another draw call, right? And the previous version of the map looked a lot like this for draw calls. That's right, no escape. And see, obviously that's a little more ridiculous than, you know, this. I guess it's from this angle. Let's be fair, right? It's this angle you're looking at. So yeah, it's like the same picture. I can't even see a difference. Exactly, yeah, it's just completely the same, no difference. Same map. Totally. Yeah, it looks exactly, it's fine. And you can go up to like tools, audit, statistics. And this is where I've been tweaking things like that. And the current memory usage used to be around 6.5 gigabytes, and now it's basically, you know, almost 1.9. Oh, I merged them, right? By taking all these things like this. Yeah, if you're colorblind, I'm sorry, you can't use Unreal Engine. Or Nanite, I should say. So the way I did it was this. You take this thing here. Oh. Add violin music. Yeah. So the way you do it is you take this thing here. I'll first go up to Tools, Merge Actors, and that brings up the Merge Actor thingy. Click what you want, in this case this, or you click that one or whatever, but you see it's auto-selects them all there because it's a spline. You can also control-click and get multiple things, but I'm clearly not going to merge all those into one thing. That'd be... Well, I could technically do that. That's true, and I might... I don't know if I'm doing that, but anyway. Click one here. Merge Actor, I'm going to put it all organized since I plan to keep this one. There's actors here, there's something there. And this will be ceiling pipes too. I'm gonna delete the SM because for some reason this process adds SM underscore to the front. I don't know why. I'm happy they do. Now you can see, because I haven't enabled nanite, you should do this by right-clicking, going enable nanite. It is now one draw call. Yeah, the thing is that the only place I've ever seen automatically add that was there. I normally put SM underscore thing. I know what it means. It's just automatically adding it to the name, whereas nowhere else does it do that. It's just weird because, like, say, I had like a million SMs in a row because every time I would click the name of one so I could avoid having to type additional things because it'd be like a variation of the same name. And I was adding underscore SM order 7 was like with 5 SMs under it because it's automatically adding it and nowhere else has ever done. I didn't even notice it was doing that because I've never seen it do it. So I'm just like, that's weird, Epic. Like, if you always did that, that'd be fine. But because you're only doing it there, it's just kind of bizarre. I was like, ah, cool, neat. Yeah, this is one draw call. Well, this thing here is a lot of draw calls. You know, this thing is 5 draw calls. And having one draw call seems a little better. Like I say, you're still loading the same amount of information. It's just how many calls to the, you know, GPU it takes to do it. Yeah. Apparently, I mean, that explains a lot of the errors in the engine, doesn't it? Consistency is boring. I should also probably merge these two. Yeah, add some chaos. Just like these, I didn't understand what I was doing when I put them together, that I needed to probably do that, so I can actually reduce the draw calls on all this. This will be harder because I'll have to, like, probably just make a second blueprint, remove everything that I don't want in it, and then merge what's left. Because you can merge everything from a blueprint into the same way, but it'll only create a static mesh actor, so it will take out everything else. I don't want some of these things like that, because if you ever put a translucent material in there, it can no longer be used with nanite. Yes. It's still using the same materials, if that helps, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of technically a bit different in a way. Let me see. Because the number of draw calls makes a big difference. Yeah, as you can see, it's actually using the same material, right? So it's not actually extra materials, it just loads the one material, but basically, to load that other pipe, it had to load this material 5 times over. Like, it had to send 5 different instructions to load this same material, and here it's just sending 1 instruction to load them all. And that's why it's better. And like I said, it's the same material too, so it's not like I'm not really gaining much as it is. Plus these are blueprints too, so that's its own fun thing as well. Additional code that has to be loaded as well, that doesn't have to be loaded, because it's no longer has code. Unreal color deficiency features? Ha 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 ha. Nice. Well, clearly these people have never, ever considered nanite visualization, or really any of the visualizations from what I can tell, right? You know, let's say I want to do Lumen here, like, you know, performance overview. Give it a second. Oh, that's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that one. That's not what I was looking for at all then. You're no fun. Visualizers. Those are the... No? Which one were you? They like to move things around, so I kind of have to remember which is which. Not that one. That's interesting for the surface thingy. There's so many views. They're so cool. Optimization view modes. There we go. Shader complexity. Yeah, it's helpful. I had to move something by accident. Block the chat. That's true, but remembering all the hotkeys is a big pain. As you can see, Epic doesn't care. This is the price of transparent materials right here. You can see it right like this. Transparent materials are extremely costly. This is glass. Glass on these things, glass on the windows. There's extra lighting and things. That room's just going to be a catastrophe however I do it, but we'll get to that room in a second. Let me show you water. As you can see, water is absolutely horrible. You can have a certain amount of these things. Like, it's just because you have one doesn't mean it's the end of the world. Every water you put in here, like the best water I've seen looked like kind of like crap, and it was still sitting about midway on the shader complexity. Okay, well, all you had to do is take a look at my game and realize if your GPU sucked, you probably weren't going to play it. Like, if you have integrated graphics on your laptop, it ain't probably happening, okay? Like, I'm sorry, I ain't making the game for that. Oh yeah, well this is that, totally, like, we should just make the game look like this, no problem, right? I could have this be the mode for that. This looks like it's spewing blood now. I just would like to point that out. That's great. That's amazing. This is also water, but the complexity on this one is much lower. Yeah, the price of water is high. At some point I just realized I wanted my water to look good. And like I say, you can have a bad thing in there. Just because you have some doesn't make it horrible. Just remember that if you do that, you're going to have to account for it somewhere else. And that's why I'm going through and doing this, because before this room was a complete catastrophe. It's getting a little better, but all these pathways used to be like individual chunks too, just like these rails. If you look at the rails, what they look like now, where the one that isn't fixed, how many different shaders it is, versus here where this is one. Hey, Lepus. So that's kind of the secret of what's going on. Why is this one completely fine now? I thought there was glass here. There's glass here, right? Like, I'm not crazy. Click it? Good. Why are you fine? Oh, never mind. Shouldn't you show up as black because of nanite? I guess the transparent never shows up as black. Okay, fair enough. But if it had like a static mesh with black on it, the static mesh itself shows up as black. Fair enough. That's right. Yep. It is funny to think about that all this stuff uses real energy. The Matrix is weird. Yes. Yeah, I've definitely been having to do some redesign things for this very reason. I got to go through and fix all the pipes and stuff like that. I mean, as you can see, it's just... By the time I'm done, it'll be, you know, thousands of less draw calls. Which is really the goal here. Just so many less draw calls. Like this here, where I can go like this, and... I'll just delete this one here. And just dupe it down here and do the same. And look how many draw calls I just axed out. Oh, I'm optimizing for nanite. Just to give you the picture here, this is what the map looks like now, right? And the other version of the map I have before this looks like this. And as I was saying to people, like, every time you see the color change, it's a different draw call. So as you can see, it's exactly the same map, and there's literally no difference whatsoever. You just completely ignore it. It's fine. I mean, just because it looks like Candyland going on over here with like the little, like, you know, pathways here, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's totally fine. Candyland's okay. Versus, yeah, it's the same map. 10 out of 10, same map. Can't tell the difference. I guess, in all fairness, let me remove this floor here so you can't see it. As you can see, underneath it is still full of a lot of different colors. That's the price of having so many things in the rooms. Like, there's no two ways about it. That's just how life's gonna be. But Candyland got less candy-like. I mean, we're getting there. Yeah. I mean, the explanation is really simple. Every time you see a different color, that's one more time it has to tell the GPU to display a different material. Why shaders are for? I don't have shaders up at the moment. Those are shaders. I went through and optimized these two once when before Mega Lights, where I had to switch everything to emissives because Lumen hates lights. I know it's weird, but it hates lights. What was different about them? I mean, they've always had the same problems. Transparency is costly. A lot of it's just because you can see something beyond there too, and because you can see beyond it, it's this material over another material, which is why they're so costly. I'm probably gonna have to change out my glass roof here. I thought it was really cool to be able to look up at the stars, basically. And I think it is cool, but man, that's a lot of glass. There's glass in these walls too, which I might rethink as well. It looks cool though, so I don't know. I'll think about it. That's a future me problem, because today's not really shaders I'm dealing with. For the most part though, I'm pretty good on shaders. I mean, there's certain things where it's just, there's nothing I can do about it. But I mean, other than a couple rooms that just, well, those are actually just redded out, so you can't even see through them. But overall, there isn't that many bad things, shader-wise, except this room. This room is an abomination. That's because this room looks like this. So no matter what you do, this is obviously going to be rough, but you know, when you're fighting a boss, I want it to be cool. I'm willing to accept some performance hits there. Well, they're not the same thing, is the problem. Like, they both can be bad. Like, if your entire world is like ink on the shader scale, you're gonna have a bad time because it's just, it requires more do things. Like, it's gonna require more processing, more graphics. So there are two different things you need to watch out for, as opposed to, you know, like, what's a draw call? I go to the nanite visualization primitives here. As far as I know, they're largely both handled by the GPU for displaying the materials. Though I think the draw call itself goes to the CPU, then to the GPU. Usually I'm not too worried about instructions to the CPU. That basically never makes a difference unless you program incredibly badly. CPUs are really strong and able to deal with a bit of information. And GPUs are really powerful too, it's just that you gotta, how much you ask into the GPU. As for the question of what a draw call is, every time you see, every time it has to basically send information to say, use this material on this object, that's a draw call, right? So if an object has like a bunch of materials, it has to send a call for every single one of those things. Okay, you know, do this here, do this here, this here, do this. And you end up with things where, you know, you see multiple locations here where it's like drawing all over the place, all these draw calls, and yet you look at it and it's like, it's just a building. But every single little piece has its own stuff. This is actually an optimized version. The other one was worse. This is using a packed level actor, which I'm still not convinced are good, but sure. Or stuff like this, where it's like, it looks fine. Then you go and you look at it and it's like, is it? Is it fine? No, it's terrible. Look at how many things that is. It's insane. Then you look at this building. This building is one draw call. Huh. Huh. Actually, these are the same building. No, they're not. Are they? Yeah, they are. Okay, well here's a prime example. These two buildings here are exactly the same one, except for they're done two different ways to do the things, and you can see one draw call, many draw calls. Yes. So every time it loads this building, it has to send an instruction for every single one of these different colors here. Whereas here it just has one. The instruction, the more call. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it just has to process more information. It's still going to load the same amount of texture. Like, that isn't going to change. You ain't getting any free rolls on that one. All it's doing is it's just the number of instructions it takes to load this building versus this building. So it's not a free roll. Just because you merge the things, it doesn't mean you aren't loading it. But if it has to send 20 instructions to load a building versus one instruction to load a building, you can see where that might be a little faster, right? If it's only one thing you're talking about, it ain't going to make a big difference. But the bigger your game, the more it's going to be like, I don't know. Like with these pipes I was replacing here, this pipe here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 draw calls. This pipe above it is 1. So 10 instructions to make a pipe or 1 instruction to make a pipe. One of these seems a little better. And that's what I'm doing here. Apparently I'm not doing it well though. I just duplicate it and go, okay, put it in the right spot, and then look, now that's 1 draw call. Huh. That seems a lot faster than the other way. I think we should go with that strategy. Just don't do that. Undo that set location there. I just delete this one. Duplicate this one. You see where it just starts to reduce the amount of draw calls, insane amounts. Like it adds up so fast. And that is pretty much been the name of the game today, because the performance was so bad that I was like, all right, fine, you win. And now, just nothing there, I just wiped out like 30 draw calls and replaced it with 3. Right? Like, that 1/10 of the number of calls to do exactly what you were doing before. Like, okay. All these boxes here, like I can replace them too, because I actually had a merged version of them somewhere. I thought I merged them. Yeah, right here. No? Yeah, these ones here, this is the same. For some reason this has 2, but did I not delete them? I guess I didn't delete them. Didn't I do that? That's weird. I could have sworn I did that. Oh yeah, right here. These ones are all the same, except this one here, which is 2 apparently. Yeah, I didn't replace you. So I merged these 2 things together, and now I have just 1 draw call instead of 2. So it's like 50%, you know, the effort to load it. And I'm not saying you should do this at the start. Yeah, it's about not necessarily the materials to do it, it's about the number of times it takes to, like, it is doing materials, it's the number of calls it takes to use the same materials, I guess, really. Like, 'cause it's going to use the same materials either way, it's just making it so that, you know, it takes less calls to use exactly the same number of materials. Like I said, the downside is you can't edit them later, so, you know, this is 2 different things there. Plus, it's also just a number of actors. There were 4,600 actors, I think, on this map beforehand. Before I started optimizing. And now there's not. I guess I can push these to, I'm going to put them at the same than they were before. Yeah, now I've knocked out over like 1,400 actors in doing this as well. So. Like I say, they don't look any different. They're like the same thing, it's just 50% easier on the GPU. Right? Machine's pretty good. Also, because of things at night, I've just found it easier to do it in this, because I can just see what I have and haven't done. 2 colors, 1 color. And I have the actors like unmerged as well if I want to make changes or something, because I made the actors anywhere using geometry brushes, so. They weren't evenly spaced before anyway. I could evenly space them, but the player's never going to even come down to these anyway, so this is just purely for them looking at a distance. They can go, oh look, that's pretty. Sadly, there's not much I can do about the trees other than, I mean, they're just trees. That's just how it is. And there's certain things like if you merge a bunch of actors that aren't connected, there's downsides to that as well. It's not like a free roll on that either. There's some explanation about quads that someone was telling me about and why it's not good to do that. I'm a level with you. I actually only kind of understood what he was talking about and not in a way that I could probably truly explain it. I don't think my understanding is very good on it. But suffice to say, the thing I took away from his explanation is don't merge a bunch of actors that aren't connected. That was my takeaway. It seemed pretty fair. Like all the space in between and everything causes some problems and stuff. Yeah, now it's like half as many assets there, and it's like, cool, great, what a deal. Over here too, just I'm getting rid of assets in the world. Same visuals, doesn't matter. For a lot of complicated scenes though, they're saying this is a good plan. The two methods that they suggested were, the one I'm doing were merging actors, and then they suggested the packed level actor, and they suggested a third one with changing materials themselves, so that the materials are what govern the detail. And like, you know, if you have a bunch of things that are the same thing, then the randomization of the material will change colors and stuff like that. See, now that's a bridge farther than it probably needs to be. Like, I don't care that much. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna, like, if I had a million copies of the same thing, we could talk about it, but because I don't, I'm only gonna have a handful of these things in here, and the optimization of making an entire thing, I'm not gonna gain much, but it will take a lot of time. So I ain't gonna do that. You know, I could. Counterpoint, I'm not going to. If I really need to squeeze that much out of it, maybe then I'll talk about that. There's some arguments for it. Could you have done this before? Sure. But also, I was designing things along the way, and I really don't think you should stop to worry about optimization while designing things, because you can easily make changes later that will completely negate the value of the optimizations you made. It's better to get everything kind of designed and then optimize once. But some people disagree with me on that. They're a lot less far along on their games, though. It's funny how that works out. Yeah. Now it's just loading that one mesh over and over and over all over the map instead of the other. Could I put that as a packed level actor? Yeah, I wanted. I don't think you get enough for that, though. No. Then there's these monstrosities, because they're a bunch of pieces too, which I should probably change up as well. But these are a random blueprint. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that yet or not. And these are just a problem child. There's just nothing I can do about them. They don't look like they're entirely like that, except for this one piece of glass, but when I changed that, it wouldn't let me nanite it anyway. So since I can't nanite this thing because it's got glass on it, I could change the material out, which I tried, but then it didn't work. It didn't. I changed all the materials and I still couldn't nanite it. So I don't really know what's up with this material other than maybe I shouldn't use it. But it's not gonna make a big deal if there's only a handful of them, I suppose. That is in the back of my mind on what I'm gonna do about those cars. Like these ones, I can obviously just, these are nanited already and it's not a big deal. I go to a big distance, so it shouldn't even make a big difference anyway. Oh yeah, the little version of a building that I left there. Good job, me. I probably copy pasted it in a tiny version and forgot about it. And because these pipes are identical on either side, I don't need to make a new one, you know? Isn't UE optimization fun? Pretty much, yeah. I have many game dev sins. My sins are great indeed. I mean, there's a lot, like, I don't worry about if I did something dumb the first time, because trust me, I'm gonna do a lot of dumb before all's said and done. Like, there ain't no question about it. I don't know certain things, and there's too much to know in UE to really worry about trying to know it all at once. Like, if you try to figure out everything in UE in advance before you ever use it, you're never going to do it. Because I still, to this time, after years using it, don't know everything in it. I don't even get close to knowing everything in it. I wouldn't even started. So I just don't worry about it, you know? Your best bet is make the game. You can always optimize it later. It's not a problem. But if you never make a game, it doesn't matter if you know how to optimize, right? Like, cool, great. What are you going to do with that? You got to start your game. I think you'll learn a lot more optimizing a game you already made, right? Maybe I'm weird for thinking that. I don't know. Basically what I'm saying is don't be afraid to make mistakes. Mine are very visible on, you know, like I have all those past streams that are just still sitting on my YouTube where you can literally just see all my mistakes. There are many. Yeah. Well, you can always ask me about things too. I mean, like if I'm doing something, I mean, I don't mind helping people. I'll explain it again. I could make this a better version, but I'm probably going to put something special on the corner of these anyways. I'm not too worried about it. You can't even get down there yet, so... You'll notice the bottom floor doesn't even have holes in this stuff at all because I don't care. Like, it's just literally not done. But you can't really see any of it, and it doesn't matter. Up here, I'd even put windows in because I don't care. I did make a, you know, a floor for it, sure. And it juts out more than the other floors. That's neat, but... Overall, it's not like it makes a big difference. It's going to be a while. And I'm designing the area up above next, and I want to make it so you can have it all on one level. Because the problem with the other one was it was getting so slow that I was like, I'm just going to take all these assets and put them on a different level because the HLoad's loading them as well. So I got to limit how far it can even load. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll just put them on a different level and then I can mess with it all I want and not worry about issues like that. I might still actually just split the game up into like 6 maps or something. UE was not built for open worlds that are vertical. It just wasn't. The whole HLOAD system just doesn't do a very good job with vertical things at all. And that's because it loads things that it can't see and that are just higher up on a floor, and it's like, okay, cool, but if this were an open world, these were just flat out next to each other, then it wouldn't be loading those because there'd be nothing above or below. So you can see where that might be a slight problem for a game that's in a building. This is what I learned over the weekend, so you know. Did I forget one? Oh, I haven't even done the pipes next to it. That's because these pipes here actually are like more designed for actually gameplay themselves, and they're different. They're not exactly identical on all of them. Well, I might make them identical and just build around that. But yeah, I started targeting the rooms with the splines because the splines are just egregious. They're just outright egregious. There's so much that, I mean, I love splines. The whole game's made practically out of splines, but I didn't realize leaving the spline there was such a bad idea. I know now, though. I know now. And technically, I could just merge all these together. There's nothing wrong with that if I want to do that. I'm not sure I want to necessarily, but maybe I do. That is a lot of extra draw calls, and well, I might make some changes. Yeah, exactly. That's why I don't worry about knowing it all in advance, because, like, say, it's just too much. There's no way you can learn everything before you start. And by the time you did learn everything, Epic would just make more things, so what are you going to do about it? That's right, you're going to be sad as Epic keeps making more crap faster than you can learn it. Most of it's not going to be useful. You don't care. You don't need any of it. A lot of stuff's designed for, like, you know, architecture or movies or something, and you're making a game. You don't care. You're not going to use any of that stuff. I got to replace these. This is why this room is so bad. These black things here. I'm not going to replace the door on these. I'm keeping. That's fine. I don't care about that. These things here are horrible. They don't look bad, right? Well, by the way, shader complexity too. Can't forget that. You know, we gotta look at the shader on them. You know, just in case you didn't think they were horrible enough. Not only can I not nanite them because they're transparent, but they also have really high shaders because they're transparent. So I need a replacement for them, basically. And they just need to be something that you can jump on that's approximately the same height that looks good. Because you can't even open them. I've never liked them. Because anything I can't open sucks. Like, I want things to be interactable in this game. Or just a giant block. But even if it was an interactable blueprint, it'd be perfectly fine as long as the mesh itself can be nanited. But you come in here and there's these 4 things that can't be nanited, so they just do the full load of everything on them at all times, and you're just real sad. I think these ones back here might have the same problem. I don't know. Let's see. Can I nanite those? Yeah, those are nanitable because they're not transparent. We're working systems and UI. I've realized so many things optimized are we working. Help me really. Yeah. The UI will teach you quite a bit. Boring for people to watch, but taught me a lot. What a good phrase to say. Hell is nothing more than a product of human imagination. The bad news is, funny things about humans is they are very capable of turning their imagination to reality or something like that. That's fair. My imagination is seeing all this and it's like, why did you do this? Like, look at this. Speaking of hell. But the problem with this is those are all blueprints that Poppet can grab hold of. So if I merge them all, it won't work anymore, and she can't grab it anymore, and it doesn't work the same. And I tried making a rounded spline thingy for the level block traversables that let Poppet grab things, and it did not like that one bit. Not at all. It did not work. Oh yeah, the piano's probably an abomination too. Yeah. I actually did some improvements to the piano. Because originally, all of these pipes in the background were in fact individual blueprints. And all these blue pipes here, again, more blueprints. Like splines, there were so many of them. And I went through and improved a bunch of it. There's still more of them I have to go through here, as you can see. So that's going to be a problem, but I gotta do those, and then I can't really do anything about the piano keys because they're, you know, each key you jump on moves and does things. So I can't merge those. That doesn't work. Thankfully, Megalites came around and fixed the light problem. God help you if you ever try to move this thing. It's like moving a real piano. You just regret your life for having tried it, you know? It's a little better than it used to be. But as you can see, it doesn't move very well. It's a lot. Yep, it's going through and removing every draw call here because there's a million of them. Do we want to guesstimate how many draw calls this weird little pipe is that goes through all here? I mean, like, it's kind of a couple, right? Just a couple? Yeah. I mean, I could merge every single static mesh on this thing. I didn't opt to do that just in case I want to change some things out. And maybe I might in the future. I don't know. But I think it's a lot easier to just well, I mean, like I say, if I really want to get super optimization later. But if I also merge it as only pieces, I can change out each piece as I see fit. So in the future, if that matters, it's something, I don't know. I could see an argument either way. And I would accept both arguments. Where did I put those? I don't know. Piano pipes. Well, say they're the small pipes, because I think I already have piano pipes as a thing, so small pipes. Here, we just save it. That's cool. Nail that out real fast. Then I'm gonna copy the location on this one. Drag this one out here. Paste location? Yeah, it's even in the right spot. Perfect. And as you can see, just a couple less draw calls. Like I said, all the gears and everything move, so you can't link those together because then they wouldn't do that. So there are limits to this. And it's fine. You don't got to optimize literally everything. Like something like if it looks cool and improves your game, do it. But if it looks exactly the same, you should probably optimize it. You know, like I mean, if you ain't changing the looks, because keep in mind, every time this loads up, it's all these spline pieces flow together. I regret it doesn't have a 49. This is 49 draw calls for this little stupid pipe. That's a lot. You know? That's a lot. You're gonna have some problems if that's your game, you know? All pipes too. Let me remove the SM because it'll add another one itself. I don't want SM. That's weird. Enable nanite, drag it out here. Copy the location so I can be lazy. Take that one. Paste location. I probably reduced over almost 100 draw calls between just doing those there. Does it make it easier to move around? No. No, all those blueprints, it does not make it easier to move around. It probably helps, but that's about the most I can reduce on there. But now you can see how few draw calls it is. If you want to see something really nightmarish, let's take a picture of this. I think it's on the other map. The other map had floor 6, and I just duplicated the map and then deleted floor 6 off of this one. Because this is the map I care about optimizing, because this is the one people are going to play first, and then floor 6 is going to happen later. And then I'll probably delete the floor 5 stuff on that map. Well, I mean, if I split in the maps opposite, I will. Where we at, little buddy? Oh wait, never mind, there's a floor below. Alright, so it looked like this. And now it looks completely identical. Can't even see any difference. Totally fine. Sure. The same. Yeah. So I'm sure this thing was probably like 400 draw calls. Wouldn't surprise me one bit. Every little pipe thing here and all these things like this, all this stuff. Yeah, I mean, every little pipe back here, these things, I mean, it was so many draw calls. It's still quite a few. It's not like it's a free roll. I mean, I don't have 0 draw calls. But I mean, now it's probably like 30 or something. 40, I don't know. It depends on how many gears and lights are on here. I don't really want to count them, but in the piano keys. But all these other things got reduced. So, and I could further reduce it by cramming all the pipes together into one giant thing. But as I was saying, stuff that doesn't connect, I was told didn't really benefit too much to do that. So yeah, hopefully that's some explanation on why I'm doing what I'm doing. And then some. Is it the most exciting thing to watch? I don't know, maybe for people, probably not. Usually working on mechanics, maps, things like that are the most exciting things. Optimization's not that. Most of the optimization I did over the weekend because it's so boring to watch. Especially the really tedious crap. Yeah, I gotta do all this, and yeah, I optimized the pipe around the doors. That was helpful, but again, more pipes. So I'm not done with those pipes, so I don't really want to optimize something I'm not done with because I'm gonna change it a bunch. Just kind of irrelevant, you know? I think I'm fairly done with this room. I don't really plan on making any more changes to it. So I can optimize these by simply cramming them into things too if I want. Might happen in a second. I'm not gonna do all of it today either. I just was getting as much as getting a bunch of stuff done, so it was just way more optimized in general. Like I said, there's a strong argument for me just putting all these pipes together. But I might move them around. So I don't even know if that's the thing I want to do. I could also individually assemble the pipes too so that they're a little nicer. Yeah, I think that's the plans I need to change here. Plus these are... interesting. You have nanite? You can't be nanited. Yeah, these have a transparent thing on them, I think. They're masked, but they might have something transparent. I'm not sure how that works. I'm terrible with materials, so that's why I did not for the material chip where you could define all this stuff for the materials. Yeah, you probably could, but doesn't mean I can. It's one of those systems that I'll learn eventually. I'm gonna get my soda drink real fast. I'll be right back. Anyway. Yeah, this room needs some help. I need to figure out a better strategy for it. It's just the difference for FPS is so huge when you go between the two that it's like you probably just need to just design those thingies out because they're just so heavy. Where are we at on this thing here? Uses probably didn't go down much, if at all. It's slowly creeping down, but the thing is that merging stuff doesn't really reduce the number of uses of a material. It just reduces draw calls, and I don't really have a statistic thingy somewhere that says number of draw calls. It'd be nice to have just because it would be like a nice motivator, but I have been reducing the fully loaded memory though, down to like about 30.7% original usage for the map, from 6.5 gigs to 1.8. You might also think that optimizing the outside of the building doesn't matter much, but the thing is the age load still sees this as it loads the outside of the building too, even if you can't see it. So having all this in there is actually why a lot of the outskirt rooms were actually really heavy. I have a lot open. Difficult to test FPS with everything open. Oh, your FPS is a bit trash, but still not great in this room. This room has still got problems. So I'll have to figure something out about that. It's not usually that bad. I mean, to be fair, it's always better when I'm not streaming by a good, 10 plus FPS, but... And this room's just horrifically bad. Oh, it's actually roughly... No, it's pretty horrifically bad. Why are you so much worse right now? Actually, you know what? Let me double check. Maybe this mode here is actually way harder. That's probably fair too. Gotta remember that's the thing. If the editor is still open and the editor has a cost. Oh yeah. That mode is horrifically bad for optimization. It's still pretty bad in here too. Maybe it didn't make much difference. Yeah, it's still not great. There's a lot that spawns in here. Once it gets everything loaded, it's not the worst, and it's still pretty bad. The other thing I was experimenting with was just DirectX 11 versus 12. If you use 12, you get to use nanite, and it changes how the lighting works. And the original, you might have noticed how the game's look has changed due to the fact that DirectX 12 is here as opposed to the other. The other option I can do is forces a restart, but just to show people. First, you change virtual sat on maps because otherwise it doesn't work too well. Changes to this, normal shadow maps, and you go to DirectX, switch to 11, and then forces a restart. Got really fast. This has been an argument myself. The reason why I had the other one enabled is because you can see the nanite thingy, and that'll help you view shaders. Not shaders, that'll help you view draw calls. This has a huge effect on the lighting though. But it has to do a quick little thing real fast, so chat with people or something. For a long time, I just stuck with DirectX 11 because there was an error due to how many textures were always being loaded. I kind of understand now why it was happening, but it's not very efficient for a lot of things. It's pretty bad. We're not even going to talk about optimizing that map yet. We'll get there. This changes the look of the game so much, though, due to the lighting working very different in DirectX 12. I'm kind of running myself on if I want to try to make DirectX 12's lighting look as good as DirectX 11's lighting. To get the identical lighting, I need to adjust some things. Oh, the lighting as it normally is. Oh, wait, I didn't change anything here anymore. I put it in post-process. That's right. Yeah. I actually added lights to rooms in order to make up for this, so... I would delete this. And I'll stand in here for a second. It has to like process a bunch of things as soon as it loads the first time, so there'll be a bit of additional loading. Test this out. Give it a second to do whatever it's doing. It doesn't take that long. Anything else open? Nope. I can probably disable nanite on some things and that might help a bit, but you can see it doesn't really do much. This is how the game should look. Or how it did used to look. I'll keep a copy of that there. And you saw with the other one that it loses this coloring. And basically, as you can see, nanite ain't really doing much. Relatively similar, though it is kind of low in general. It's still, maybe it's doing a bit. Once everything's loaded, yeah, okay, fair. It's pretty, and it might be helping, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, this is what I wanted it to look like, and unfortunately I haven't quite got the coloring to match, so I'm taking some screenshots of how I want it to look. Because I want that, you know, bluish purple tinge to things. And I'm just not getting that. Plus, I have to deal with the issue with the pipes, which I'm not sure what I'm able to do about in this one here. Like, the pipe maze has a very different look to it. Because you can see inside the pipes because the darkness isn't as dark. I think the lumen stuff kind of helps, but I'm not. Like I said, I want some screenshots of coloring so I can try to replicate it in DirectX 12, hopefully. I actually think this room looks better in DirectX 12. I'm gonna say it. With the changes I made, yeah. I think this room's okay looking, but I think it looks better by a lot in DirectX 12. That'll give me an idea of some things to work with. I just needed to see the things. Alright. Undo cut for that room, undo move the other thing. It's one light. You can put it back. I believe in you. How is YouTube today? That's a good question. Let me tell it to load up the other and then I'll check. Because you know, if it's gonna take a minute to do this crap, I might as well do that there. So shadow map. Virtual shadow. That's editor preferences. I'm dumb. Project settings. Shadow map. Yes, and then apparently do not select it. Whatever. DirectX 12. Restarts. Those devlogs there? My devlog did nothing on there. There are currently 4 concurrents on YouTube. YouTube picks up over the course of the night. Like, by the start of the night, it's so much less than Twitch. And by the end of the night, it often eclipses the amount of people I have watching on Twitch. It's weird. Not always, though. This is actually a recent occurrence in, like, the last 2 weeks. Before, it did not used to do that. Even now, it might stop. Never know. I didn't do anything different. It's just one day the algorithm, I guess, decided it liked me better. I'll figure out whatever I did, because I'd happily do it again. But I mean, the devlog I had on there did nothing. Just flat nothing. It's less views than a stream. Waste of time. Yeah. Like, the devlog I had on there, I think has like 51 views. Yay. Past live broadcasts, 189.85, 339. That was the best one ever. As you can see, I could have just streamed and it would have basically done some. You can see it's also picked up a lot recently too, but still, 0 additional work versus more additional work. I think one of them's a little better than the other. Yeah, I think if you make your devlogs really entertaining, maybe, I guess. I don't know. You gotta get popularity to do it. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Like, the whole Twitter X thing is, like, so bad for advertising anything. Like, you want your game to get any notice there? I've never gotten good notice in that place. I had to use a bunch of hashtags back when they still used them. Now I think whenever someone, like, with any kind of, anything asks about, you know, to post your, you know, various games, like your indie game like that, they want to see all of them, you got to reply to those people. I think is your best bet to get anyone to look at your stuff. It's pretty bad. Because otherwise, if you pay money, your discoverability is a little better, I guess. And consistency helps immensely too. So I was trying to match the lighting in some of these rooms if I can. I kind of wanted a bluish tinge, but I don't know if I can get that. My guess is lighting doesn't look bad. I mean, it has a different look to it. I can't decide if I like it better or worse. Because I could post-process to change everything a bit. Because, I mean, it looked like this in the other one there. As you can see, there's a very different coloring to it than this, which just doesn't have the coloring. It might be better in a way, I don't know. It's mostly just the darkness, and that was very purple. I don't know where I'm in, but it's terrible. I can be there. So like that versus that. I mean, it's the red's the actual color it's supposed to be. There's light around Poppet, and that light is what's causing her to have that coloring around her. First light. It'll show she's in the darkness, and it worked great for this kind of setup, but less good for this because it's the wrong color. Just that these things are powered up and that and make that big of a difference. Get this the lighting bright enough. I had to make it kind of smoky. I don't really like that. Like, it's so glaring that I'm not a huge fan. I think that's my problem. It's just not quite there. So I want to be able to see, but not have it ridiculous. I think originally I saturated things in order to get that look. Problem is that the saturation here doesn't actually do what I want it to do at all. It just makes everything that color. Unless Gamma does it. Not really. That good? The right color? Not really. Seems a bit off. It does kind of mute things more so they're not glaring. Still really dark. Maybe. It might not be too bad. Less glaring. You can still see a distance, but it looks like it's dark. Still kind of almost like a smoky look to it, kinda. Which I don't really like. Almost like it's caused by lights. Did you see just how glaring those lights are? And it's bad. It's almost like bloom is enabled, but bloom is not enabled, because if bloom was enabled, it'd be worse, probably. That's interesting looking. It's so bright, though. I don't know how I feel about that. Why does a convoluted one look better? Okay, I hate that. That hurts to look at. I'm not sure I want bloom, to be honest. Thanks for follow off, Nix. How's your day going? This might be slightly too purple. Like bluish, I should say, actually. Definitely prefer the blue though, so it looks like nighttime, but I want light. Well, thanks for the alert, Graham. I'm busy debating on if I want to make certain things a certain color or not. Thanks for thought, David. Hey, you already followed me before this, man. Lurking all the time, not following. You guys missed all the optimization I was doing. Thus, you cannot prove I did it. Can't just go look back at the VOD. That's cheating. Now I have to change all the lighting for DirectX 12, try to make it look like it did previously, because DirectX 12 displays things very differently. Not in a way I'm very happy about half the time. Okay, this room has this look, and this, I'm trying to get the coloring somewhat similar. It makes everything purple, which kind of sucks. Or maybe a light blue. I want just enough like I want this like the Pixar DreamWorks style of darkness where everything is like in tinges of blue and not black, so you can see. I mean, maybe the character can't see as well, but I want the player to be able to see because it's just awful if you can't see. This might be okay. The big problem is going to be these. Like, I don't have a good solution for these. And the other one, the lighting is not so dark, so you can actually just see in the pipes. But here it's going to be a lot rougher. Like, you can't see far enough ahead, so it's really... like, it makes it really hard to tell what's going on. When you have to dodge a pit or something, it's just not going to happen, so... like right here, you have to catch that really fast, and... so I'm playing with the post-process volume and reducing the amount of... well, actually, I'm changing the gamma of the shadows and things and hoping that makes the thing better. Admittedly, the shadows should probably share the same color. Oh, I can do this and copy it, right? Yeah. At least that's my theory. Doesn't like copied at all. What was the point of that? Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to share things to show on the stream, I'm down. Let's kind of mute things a bit. This room's like really bright, and I'm half tempted to make more rooms like this. This thing emits so much light. This is what the room should look like. Honestly, I probably should keep that in there and get rid of the other thing, honestly. This just seems ridiculous and unnecessary. It's also not free to have that, and it didn't serve any function in that room either. Has nothing to do with strength. None of this room is like incredibly dark. This actually has an additional light up here, and that is the thing. I could also just use the light casting that color too. But it's possible in order to use this other one there, I might actually just have to have lighting everywhere. Because the global light change is not, if I increase the lumens on that, if I increase the number on that, it's kind of not great. You get a fog effect, as you can see. Which I guess is okay. It does look more like it's nighttime, I suppose, but the fog effect is real weird. As you can see, it gives everything kind of a glare. So... yeah, it'd be like this for more of a night thing, which... again, I just don't know about it. Like, it feels like really just washed. And so I don't like it. Outline of the objects? What outline are we talking about? Right now I'm playing with the post-process to try to make it where I can get a dark look at night, but not so dark that you can't see. Possibly it's better just to increase the shadows, but again, right near lights, it's just a fog. I don't really know if I like that. It's kind of weird looking. They had a white outline? Wait, what? Oh, these are the level block traversables. They're what Poppet can grab onto. There's a spline around them. That's the white outline. She's looking for that spline when she grabs things. And I just basically take it and put it on top of things, and I use it as a, that's a weird effect as I move this camera. Crazy. I just put it on top of things because I tried moving the spline over directly, but the issue was, yeah, it worked. It's just then I had to explain what they could grab hold of and what they couldn't. And it just seemed easier to just use the same material over the block traversable and just put that on everything. So this way they knew exactly what they could grab without any additional work. And now I just want the visual aesthetic to be what I want. Because I wanted the other visual aesthetic, but yeah, it might be better. Yeah, this is DirectX 12. That's why I have to play with the stupid lighting to make it not garbage. Because if I make it too bright, like I can make the whole world brighter, but then if I do that, then this all looks like garbage. It looks terrible. So I put a separate post-process that exists inside of the thing here. This is what it's supposed to look like. Because the post-process makes it like this, I need to push the post-process all the way up to the building, so when you come out it looks better. Even now, looking outside, it looks so bright. Which kind of sucks, because this is what I want it to look like outside, and I don't want it to look like this. So I have to play around with that a bit, because if I don't have these on, you can't see. Like, that's the downside, you just can't see. I guess you can a little bit, because I put an extra light in this room, right here. But if there's no extra light in the room, you just can't see. I put a light that doesn't cast shadows right here, in order to make the room more visible. And I guess technically I could have that color things too, but I kind of wanted everything to be like that. So I mean, the other option is just to go with this and just put lights extra places that don't actually act as lights. I mean, they let you see, but not like an insane amount. With huge attenuation radiuses. Just like this room. Trouble is, I'm gonna have to put it back here too, because you can't see crap. Right? This is the problem I had with DirectX 12. The lighting is terrible. You can't see anything. It's uselessly black, basically, is what it is. Like, it's to the point where why am I bothering? Like, okay, cool, but a game that's pretty but you can't see it's terrible. Like, look at this. This is like an unplayable game now. I know where I'm going, but if you don't know where you're going, it's just like, cool, man, what a great game. So I can give Poppet an extendedly large light, which is fair, but then the whole point is she's supposed to go between darkness and light all the time. So if she has a huge light, it's gonna be like, is she really in the dark? No, actually, I don't just need to add a skylight. There is a skylight. That's the joke. There's a big skylight out here. But the problem is the skylight doesn't show inside of buildings. That's the problem. There's a huge skylight. If If it were just that easy, I'd have already done it. Well, this has a built-in skylight actor. That's not the problem at all. A light won't go through this stuff. That's the issue. Like, the light doesn't reach inside these. It's that you're in the dark. A light's not going to get into here. Whereas this has a built-in skylight actor, but just for funsies. Yeah, I can set the same thing in here too. The thing is it's still too black, basically like that. Like, I mean, I can adjust things to make it look a little better. So I already have that. It's just not gonna do anything. Because the light's rigged to come from the skylight and it doesn't go into there. But you can do all these things and it's fine, but indirect light intensity. Now there are 2 skylights. And you still can't see. And that's the problem. There. 1 second. I mean, the other thing already has all that stuff, but I'm just humoring you because it's fun. Might as well. It's already all built into the other thing. But the problem is again, light only goes places it's supposed to go. Oh, perfect. But during the day it would work inside, of course, because... Oh wait, not really. Got it. It's still bad during the day. So this is during the day, which obviously I couldn't do because it would have to be nighttime. Is there a way to even adjust the time of day on this crap, or do I have to manually do that? Okay, so it's gonna have to be nighttime. I mean, how do I do that? In the wrong way? I just literally copied everything off of the thing that they use. I know you can adjust the time of day on this. I've seen it before. It doesn't have a cube map there either. Well, this is the default one they have there. I don't know if that's a true statement you're making there. If that were the case, Epic wouldn't default to a skylight and having Lumen enabled, but maybe they would, I don't know. I can remove it. There's a lot of crap in the way, so bouncing light isn't going to help much, because as you can see, all this crap is in the way of the windows, and this is with way too much light during the day as opposed to the other. Let me look at this other here. I'm not doing cube map. Yeah, it does. I have way too many moving lights. That's not helpful, Epic. How come your thing about cube maps goes to something about textures? Uh, Unreal Engine's documentation is... Look at this cube map stuff apparently, because it looks like there's a lot to it. Well, is it even worth using? Doesn't look like there's any easy explanation on what they even do. Unless it's a scene capture cube. I don't know if that is or not. Whatever. I'm not going to spend a huge amount of the stream like reading documentation trying to find something out. I'll just look at it after the stream, I guess. Perhaps it is useful. But with no knowledge on exactly what I'm looking for, or if it's even useful with what I'm doing. You told me to delete the skylight. Jeez. Some people. I see how it is. Jeez. Make it capture it? How does one make it capture it? This is questions. It says real-time capture. Also, the directional light needs to... What was the shortcut key to move this? I haven't used this one in forever. Not that I plan on keeping it, but... I just have it set to real time. I might as well. There was a key that you said with Lumen you don't want a skylight, is what you said. Which is basically the same as delete it, right? That's why I'm confused. Oh, so then why are we doing this? Like, this is Lumen. That's the whole game's Lumen. Okay. Well, how do I set a cube map for Lumen? Like, oh, Control L. No. There you go, nighttime. But I gotta get rid of the ultra dynamic sky too. Can't forget that. Not gonna keep them going, but huh, that's helpful. Or worst. Huh. Yeah, epic sliding's terrible. Actually, doesn't solve this problem. It does seem to shoot the light in farther, though. You are right. Does it do it everywhere, or is it like shooting from that direction? I don't even know. Well, okay. It doesn't really work everywhere. It only kind of works in the one direction of the sun. That's kind of it. I guess this room's a little... Like, this room is better lit, and so is this one. And that they're super bright. So is this one. This one... not really. This room might as... that's not even a room. This room might as well not be lit. Kind of the same. Also the same. That's interesting. I mean, if Lumen doesn't use it, then what is the point of all this? That's what I think my question. Like, because I'm using Lumen for the project, obviously. Also, they took out options besides Lumen in the later versions of Unreal, so you're kind of stuck with it. The other option is like what, pixel space or something. So, you know, not like I could turn off Lumen. Guess you could disable it, but what's your replacement? They didn't provide one anymore. So, interesting. Yeah. Like I say, it doesn't really solve the problem. Because there's rooms that don't even have windows nearby either. The lighting's a little better, I guess, in some rooms, but... oh, okay. Fair enough. That seems like way brighter. I think the other thing's just like masking the lights a bit though. This room's brighter to a point. This room, about the same. About the same. Except for in some areas are completely dark to the point of being near impossible to see. And why would DirectX 11 have better lighting? Damn. Yeah, it was already using a cube map, by the way. If you look at the, it's got its flat cube map. It already has one. My thing actually had it already. I can play with the settings a lot, but it has a cube map right here. Skylight cube map. Black cube. I guess I want to change it up. I don't know if I want to, per se, but... Lower hemisphere color. Don't care. Again, it's very dark in here. But to be fair, oh, there's a fog. That can be part of the problem too. Cloud coverage. Let me reduce those a bit. Sure. And then we enable these. Or we don't post-process these. Wait, do I have some post-process changes on these? No. You double check that I've not changed these here. I've not. That might help there. They were up here. And also just gamma this to white too. And this lets you see basically exactly in there too. Which probably works. I mean, there was a fog that was naturally like on there that I didn't realize was there, so that's probably part of the fog problem. That's not too bad. It's a little washed when the light's near her though. That's probably the darkness I was looking for. So extreme black isn't going to work for me. That's still really dark though. Well, actually it's not that dark. The lights are so bright. Seems too strong. I'm looking for exactly a specific thing, and it's just not quite it. Like, it ain't horrible. Maybe the extra light in that room is also too much as well. That was no, her light is too bright, so I have to fix that. And also it's kind of a bit fuzzy around there too. So if the lighting wasn't so fuzzy, it wouldn't be bad. No, it's too dark. I mean, it's functional, and she does look like she's in the dark. It's obviously going to be bluish tinged in the dark because I'm making the dark intentionally bluish. I could make it slightly purple, I suppose. And she's supposed to light up if she's near a light. Okay, I hate this track. Ugh. You want the FPS? Still not amazing. This already has a cube map. I was looking for anything like that, but it already has one built in. Like you can literally see. See? Skylight cube map. The problem is it doesn't matter if light bounces if there's stuff in the way, like walls. The light's not going to bounce through walls. So you're going to have rooms like these back here that are just... Like, this has no walls to this room. Actually, this one here has a hallway. It has nothing. It's walls on every side. So it's just going to be dark because... Yeah, I have to add actual extra lights because it's... Whereas the other one let me have like a darkness that was kind of more like this the whole time. This DirectX 12 doesn't. So I'm basically forced to take a light and put it in every room that I want to have anything, and just make it one that doesn't cast shadows. Is what I'm seeing has to happen. Sucks. But what else am I going to do, you know? Oh no, if you enable DirectX 11, it actually has very different lighting. I've tested a bunch of times. This is very different lighting. It's definitely DirectX 12 doing how it does it. Lumen does it very differently in DirectX 11. The shadows are just, they're not as dark. You can still see things. Just kind of the goal. And this just doesn't have that. So I'm trying to work around because I was trying to use nanite. Unfortunately, I'm stuck with DirectX 12's lighting. Oh. It's nearly unusable, but fine during the day. It's just bad at night. But if I put lights that don't cast shadows to give like a fake lighting to the room, that'd probably be fine. That's probably what I have to do to really work. Because I mean, like I say, it doesn't matter like about reflecting a light if there's if there's walls everywhere. Apparently, I wanted an extra element. Hardware ray tracing when available. Oh, okay, well, there you go. Hardware tracing sucks. That's what I just heard. Damn. But if I turn that off, wait a minute. You might be a mad genius. All right, it looks like it's better looking. Well, I mean, this room's cheating, obviously. I mean, it's still not quite the same. But let me fix that, because I want the same look. So in order to get the same look, I need to remove that post-process. I've never even heard of that, so the answer would be no. Nah, it's still grossly dark. Damn. Yeah. I mean, maybe the Ultra thingy had something different. I'll have to make this change because I'm going to take that back, but I think I had this number higher. Not really. I guess I can increase over intensity. No. The lighting's just different in DirectX 12. Unfortunately. Show on viewport. Eye adaptation. Am I? Yep. It's on. Wait. We're exposure compensating or something? Is that what we're doing? Like, what are we doing here? That's supposed to make this change that makes it look better. Because I don't see any real difference on any of these settings. That's usually how I test to see if a setting is relevant. Does it make a change? Nope. Okay. None of them appear to do a single thing. Like exposure compensation, 15 versus 1. I mean, like, I'm gonna load into the room and see if that makes a difference. Well, then maybe it's just not showing it. No. It's just as impossible to see as normal. Ultra's got one too, so I can also change that as well. I usually don't want to change this one because I don't want to change this area out here. I only want to change in the building. I want you to look outside and see preferably a better world, but apparently it's not going to make too much difference unless I can get this really close to the walls. It might not matter. It's also kind of a pain to find this on here because it's just, you know. Nothing. There should be a global change. Maybe metering mode change to basic? Does that change anything? Oh. Manual? Oh. Curves? I don't know what these do, but I'm just going to go ahead and click them. Oh, I don't know what that does. Oh, the one for Ultra Dynamic Sky is the whole world. far as I could tell, it's just completely infinite, but it would be the pointless otherwise. But I don't think it has an option for that because this one's infinite. Infinite bounds shouldn't make any difference though, because I'm within the parameters of the thing, right? Like I'm inside of the giant thing there, so it should affect me no matter what. Or wants me to make a playlist. I have started the playlist of it. If you look on the YouTube, it is actually there. It's only like the first, I think, 30 of them or something. I will add more to it. I was just having to number them, and I just discovered that I had misnumbered one of them. Like 30 past, I was like, oh my god. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, the one for global with the ultradynamic sky doesn't even change anything. Yeah, I do have a playlist though. Yeah, there's like 31 videos in it. Can I view it? I'll bring it up here. Yeah, I'll definitely put the whole thing in there so people can see the entire struggle from start to finish on this stream here. Yeah, for those people who wish to see the one I'm going to add to, I'll just put it up on there. That's the current playlist of it. Twitch as well. I mean, it's possible it's being blocked, I guess. I don't see how the entire system for my weather would have somehow blocking its own things, though. That'd be kind of weird. You can't see any changes made out here, so I don't know. You would think it would do something. That's true. I remember exposure doing stuff, but I just want the rest of the city to look good, because otherwise you see how much I've exposed everything like that, like how much I've brightened everything up from what it should be in here, just to try to make it look like you can see inside. And these are under lights too. This is not normal. I put a big light in the room. Otherwise you just literally can't see anyway. With the exception of the chapel, because the chapel has enough lights that it just doesn't matter. Because all these things producing light. But everywhere else, I'm blocking one of the chats. Well, yeah, this is outside of the post-process. And it doesn't work. And inside the post-process, both of them don't work for doing anything useful. Turn that back on, I guess. I don't know if that helps at all. Maybe that messes with the exposure. I mean, it's worth a try, right? What's the worst that happens? It still doesn't work? Okay. That's fine. It doesn't gotta work. It is possible, though, I ditched DirectX 12 and go back to DirectX 11 for that very reason, though. Yeah, pretty much. Are we on ads? Oh, yeah, okay, not. Yeah, I don't know. Literally nothing, huh? We can check infinite for you too, just, you know, so you can... I can also spell infinite too, I could learn. Yeah. Sure, infinite. Now it just, you know, messes with the other one, obviously, but... Again, it's just too dark to make the game useful. That's the problem. I'm gonna have to put lights everywhere. Which is probably gonna be the strategy. I think I'm just gonna have to give up the whole, you know, make things not black anymore and just put lights in every room, and then just have this increase the lighting. And then change Poppet's light to be just a darker, like a gray instead of like the purple it usually is. Because I can always change your light color. It's not that big of a deal. I don't want it to be infinite. So I mean, I can do that strategy, and that which means we take the It's like, I don't know, I'll find it. I forgot what it was called. So color grading, that was what I was looking for. Like I could remove all these things and then just put lights in every room too. A global light. Well, not global, I mean, not global light, but a light that's just in the center of every room that acts as a thing. I don't know. I guess it could be an interaction with ultra dynamic sky, I suppose. But I mean, if it's like blowout white, it's probably not going to look good either. I just need it to be slightly brighter in the darkness, but I guess I can accomplish that by just putting more lights in. It ain't ideal, but the lights can also just be dim lights that are like this, so it just kind of mood lights the room, which might not be a bad idea. I'll just have to put them a lot of places. And Mega Lights does help, so I can get away with doing this. Because unless I'm going to get the like basically what amounts to a lack of darkness, it's never going to work like it did in the other. That's the unfortunate truth of it. Like however I look at it, I'm going to basically have to. You figured it out? What is it that is Oh? I mean, please tell me you have some amazing answer, because that would be awesome. Tell me it's a checkbox somewhere. Please tell me that. Please tell me it's the great meme for Unreal Engine. Every time it's a checkbox. Skylight leaking. All right, this I gotta see. So let's go to the post process here. Lumen. Got Lumen already. Sure. Skylight leaking. I might have to do this on the other one first. Having two might be a problem. That one has Lumen enabled, and we'll do it on the other one too. Two different post processes. Sure. So, Skylight. There's two different skylight thingies, so that's interesting to know. Well, sure, let's just increase them both, right? I guess I could just increase the overall intensity. It is nighttime. That will drastically reduce things. I can also increase the moon's light too. Moonlight intensity. There you go. Should be a skylight near it, because the moon itself is like a skylight, if you will. Skylight mode, skylight intensity. See where it's at 5? It's nighttime, so why do I need to click the skylight? Everything's tied into these. If you want to see it during the day, I mean, I can make it during the day too. Like the reason why it's nighttime, if you want it to be during the day, it can be bright. I just didn't have it during the day because I didn't really think it was worth it, but not testing for during the day. During the day, it'd be fine, except for one problem. I need it to be night. Gotta look dark outside. And if you set the regular UA stuff to nighttime, then you can't see anything either on that one when I was testing it. So it's like, but technically you could see inside at that point, but seeing inside during the day was never a problem. It's entirely the nighttime problem. And that is my issue. Nighttime makes it really hard to see, despite there being infinite light outside. I guess if I drastically reduce the strength of the sun on a regular one, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited if there's some sort of cool thing I can do that fixes things. Thankfully, I have a copy of these notes, so I can just mess them up to my heart's content, and I'll just, you know, copy paste them from the other map and save myself some time. Because, you know, might as well. We learned in the hard way today. And apparently I need to, after this stream, take a bunch more of them and put it in the playlist of the stream here. There's so many streams for this. I got about 150 plus. I don't even know how many I have. I'll find out when I put them all into a thing, I imagine. That'll be wild. Guy has a lot of streams back in the day. Oh yeah, the music I paid for gets copyrighted. Nice. Thanks, Humble Bundle. 249 total streams. Uh, 90. I'm just killing time until he's got his thing going like that. 120. I think I started right about here. So it'll be like 130 or so. And that's maybe a little more than that. Or actually, probably a lot more than that. Yeah, I don't know. That's where I stopped RPG Maker. Yeah. Just a couple of streams in the process of making this from when I started with Paper ZD all the way up to now. Definitely say Paper ZD was an experience. I could adjust the time of day thingy, because maybe the time of day messes with the things like that, and I could change the color of the time of day and reduce the sunlight intensity. That's actually not a bad idea. Daytime? Fake nighttime? Maybe fake night. Nah, okay, that didn't really work. You know, I could also try the opposite. We can go to make it nighttime and then go to the moonlight. Moonlight intensity is set as high as it goes. I don't think it makes much difference. I think it's the fact that the way it does nighttime messes with it. I mean, reducing the sunlight makes it impossible to see as well. But I can always just put lights down, which is probably fine. Because then I just make things that you can see, and it's just like ghetto lights that don't cast shadows, so there's like a bit of ambient light in the room, and I just put a bunch of them around. It'd be fine, I guess. Problem is I'm gonna have a real issue when it comes to the pipes. So possibly I could increase Poppet's light, and that might help. Oh no, I never need a cycle. It's always nighttime. So, it doesn't got a cycle at all. It can just stay night. Ultra Sky just has a really good way of making the world look very beautiful. It usually has everything involved in it, so I never have to do anything, which saves a fortune in time. But right now, it looks like DirectX 11 is the real choice of champions, which is awkward, but what can I do, you know? I can increase this a bunch. The biggest problem I have, like, I can do the light things everywhere except for the pipe, like say the toy maze. This is the problem. All the situations where you ran through pipes are now the problem. Like whole sections of the game are just unplayable now. And because our mechanics is going in and out of the darkness, it's a problem. Even like doubling the strength of our light isn't enough to make it really visible to see. You're just running into the blackness the whole time. And the magic checkbox is DirectX 11. That gives me the light I need. This is just impossible to play. As you can see, like, you just really can't see where you're going. And unless I'm going to put lights the whole way, like it's some sort of bizarre Christmas thing, you know, with like the Christmas lights, it's just not going to get the task done. Whereas you can see the way I had it before, like this is how it was before. And that's basically what I need. Where you can still see. But I don't want that weird fogging. Because it's indoors and fog makes no sense indoors. That's the only copies I had of the DirectX 11. But it's possible I stick with DirectX 11 purely because, again, I want to be able to see. I mean, Lumen's the only light that's enabled. I mean, like, they don't give you another option. It's just DirectX 11 and Lumen. Well, okay, they give you screen space as an option, but I ain't using no screen space. Yeah, I haven't changed Lumen off me like that. The other one's just literally DirectX 11. I can enable it. It'll take a moment to do, but I can swap it. They say regular shadow mats are better. I actually use virtual shadow mats most of the time. I'm just gonna leave it. I don't care. Well, it's gonna take a moment to reboot like that. I'm gonna take a bio break while it does that. It's mostly just lumens enabled, and it's the only option. So I mean, like, it's just screen space plugin or none. So I mean, that's maybe, I don't know. Realistically, if disabling lumen worked fine, then I would, but it's not like they give you any other options anymore. Got a YouTube video. Let me open that up real quick. Attempt to, and then discover I can't do that from that particular thing. I must do it this way. All right, let's watch video. So,
I'm using all the lumen and...
Didn't hear what you're saying.
Okay, mate. So I'm on DirectX 12. I'm using all the lumen, and I just built a box. You can see here, it's pitch black. You go inside it, it's pitch black, just like your scenario, right? So how do I solve this? Let's make a post-process. So add post-process volume. We bounce, and then we global illumination method is lumen, and then we skylight leaking. We'll stick that straight up to 0.2. Right, no change, right? No change. Then we add a skylight. Where is it? Skylight. Look, instant change to that skylight leaking, right? But it's still not enough. It's still dark. I get that. So what I do is I click the skylight. We get rid of the search. And then we could, for instance, use one of the specified cube maps, and you'll see a color change. It's got a bit orangey. And then what we can do is we can increase the intensity. So obviously you want like a 5, and the balance and stuff is based on this as well. But what we can do is we can just go to capture real time, and all of a sudden there's no pitch black with a tweakable based on your post-process settings. Life is all good.
But then you still get the fog problem, where everything looks like blurry and crappy.
There you go.
I think that's like the thing there, because I was able to get it where you could actually see at night, but everything gets that weird blurry crappy feel, where it's just not very crisp, I think is what it was saying. I mean, that's interesting, that works, but I also flipped the thing over to DirectX 11, so that is interesting though. Thanks for making that. I'll definitely have to experiment with it. That's definitely something I'm seeing, is that the lighting is just not crisp, which makes it really, really hard to do anything. I mean, it's not hard to do anything, but it just doesn't look good. Like, it just looks bad. Obviously, this is set to stupid because of all the other changes. Actually, I should just copy the other ones there because I did a bunch of changes that were worthless. Honestly, I'm just going to go grab the other ones from the other map. I have it on this map. Actually, I copy paste it down. No, actually, cancel. I'll go grab from the other map. I don't know, I mean, it's just the only thing that's marked as enabled, right? So if Lumen's not enabled, then what am I using? Like, maybe it doesn't work with DirectX 11. Maybe Lumen is garbage. Huh. And just the lights just happen. Okay, that's fine. Maybe Lumen is the problem. To be fair, Nanite's been kind of crap too, so, you know. So there's that. Not what was intended, but I guess I turned the lights on here, made it bright. That's fine. I just wanted every other setting besides those. Hmm. Well, maybe I should just set them to none. Be a pretty good idea. And it's probably just wasting processing, and if the best lighting you can come up with looks like trash, then I'm not exactly excited to use it, you know? Obviously, I want to change this to, like, you know, nighttime, no worthless post-process, because I don't care. Basically, what I want is the ability to see, and I don't want that weird blurry garbage. You know? That's what I want. Because you still want to be able to see. You want to imply it's night, but you don't want them to be unable to see, because then you have a game you cannot play. And that's awful. Like, I don't want a game I can't play. I added extra lights to these rooms. Those lights haven't gone away, to be fair. This room's not supposed to have this light. And this one too. And that's what it's supposed to be like. Because you've got lights, but you can still see. So, like, this makes the game playable. This is what I want. And I'm not seeing a good argument for DirectX 12, other than it's just really resource intensive and not very good. And I'm seeing, if Lumen's what causes that horrible lighting, then I'm seeing even less reason for Lumen, because like I said, I want to imply darkness. I don't want to be blind. Because then it's just not fun. That's okay, I removed the shader complexity, so my test screen for DirectX 12 wasn't worthless, I guess, but this is what I'd like. So it's dark, but not that dark, and I've intentionally increased the overall intensity of the map to a fair amount, just so I can see a little better. There's no post-process or anything either. Well, I guess there still is, but it's, way out here and not on anything. There's the underwater post-processes, but those don't count. I'm not underwater right now. Same lighting, but lumen set to none. Yeah, maybe that's just it. Maybe I just I can use DirectX 12 but just ditch Lumen. Because I mean, if Lumen just doesn't work and it's just mysteriously enabled anyway, that can be an interesting thing to note. Like, what if I just click none? What now? Did it change how he looks? No. You might be right. Maybe Lumen just doesn't work. Only with DirectX 12, even though they said it didn't require DirectX 12, but apparently it just does. Oh, also. Huh. I don't know if Mega Lights work at that point then, do they? Were they ever working? I mean, I got a speed increase when I did it, so they must work. Otherwise, why did the speed increase happen when I switched to Mega Lights existing? I'm curious if Lumen ever did anything. Yeah, Mega Light seems to work pretty well, so maybe I gained FPS without Lumen. Wouldn't it be funny if Lumen was the garbage all along? Oops, I don't need that. Oh, extra S in there. It's sitting about the same as it was. I've been trying to upgrade things, but again, well, actually, to make it a fair test, allow me to remove all the extra, windows I have open that are, for this, because that does lower FPS. Yeah, so it's similar. About what I expect when streaming the game, because I lose a bunch of FPS to streaming. Yeah, you can see, because one of the problems I had, I mean, you're probably right, because I put Lumen to none and it looks basically the same, so Lumen is the bad. Got it. That's when I started showing this stuff to people. The biggest problem they had was, I can't see. Yeah, I know. I had all these things so you could see because they couldn't see. And a game you can't see is not a game you should play. But it does mess... Actually, I don't think Nanite improved the FPS at all. So... Yeah, I don't know, man. If Lumen just looks worse... I mean, it just has that awful fogging that just... Gross. Gross indeed. Alright, well, I guess we're going without DirectX 12. That's fine, because I arrived at that same conclusion many times over, but I was like, ah, well, maybe Nanite. So I guess... let's just, you know, go back to DirectX 12 and see if we can go run without Nanite. Sorry about that, Lumen. Right? That's fair. Maybe I gain some benefit off that and none off the other. Worth a try, right? I don't know. Like I say, like, the goal is not to make it look realistic. Realism is not fun. No. What's fun is, you know, getting them caught up in an experience that's kind of, you know, your own thing, your own little world. Realism is just look outside. I don't want the light to be realistic. A realistic light, you'd be blind. It'd be boring. Terrible game. I could sit there and try to make that look okay, but if at any point you're running into the darkness, it just leads to people not liking what I have. At least in all the things I've shown so far. Like, they complement the lighting in DirectX 11 and say it looks terrible in DirectX 12, you know? Customer is always right. Well, Lumen's already disabled, right? Yeah. Still set to none. Perfect. At the end of the day, though, this whole experiment will prove handy if I can use Nanite without using Lumen. Yeah, I'm unimpressed with Lumen now. For my game, it's not very good. Like, if your game is during the day, I think Lumen's probably great. Because you barely use it. But otherwise, I don't know, man. Lumen is, it just makes things look muddy and hard to see. Cool. I guess if you want your game to be in the dark, and where you can't see anything, that's great, but... honestly, yeah. Wow. Well, I mean, your help led to all this stuff, so at the same time, you know, you still led to a solution to the problem. Thanks for that, definitely. It was very handy. Very handy indeed. Right, I can still see? Oh, thank you. That's amazing. Do that in a second. I'm gonna turn these back on too. Hey man, have a sub. You don't have to watch ads. You're definitely helpful. You solved the problem for me. Ads are bad. No one likes ads. Because now I can still mess with that, and whether or not I use it, going with it or not. I would have probably not arrived at that level of that line of thought otherwise. You can still see, it's not muddy. Oh, sure thing, and thanks for the help. I might sound grouchy or like that. Like, I literally am going to the dentist on Friday to get a root canal done, so if I sound bitchy and unhappy, that's why. I just don't see. It's gonna be a long week, okay? All I gotta say. But yeah, I mean, like, it definitely helped out because now I get nanite and I don't have to use lumen. Huh. I mean, I've been wondering about this problem for quite a while. I just haven't had a good answer to it because honestly, I thought lumen was working the whole time. And I guess it wasn't. Just getting shot in the face to test it. I mean, there's no nav mesh running right now, so that's a problem, but no, you can see it's beautiful. That's all I want. That's true. There are people who say things that are just like, yeah, I get it. Okay, I know. It's fine. Now this looks basically the same. Only I get to use nanite. I never had a problem with using nanite. That was the thing I wanted out of DirectX 12. Yeah. I don't have to redesign the whole game. Worth it. So worth it. So worth it. Oh my god. I'm don't get me wrong, I'm sure I'll redesign things along the way, of course, but at least I get to keep all the mazes and things out of pipes and stuff that are not... I don't want to make the whole room up for them. I'm sure there's a handful of them too, so... Yep. You know what? Of course, there's no nav mesh down, I think, at the moment, so I'm probably not getting as good of FPS as I think I'm getting. And of course, the draw calls in these pipes are terrible, which I need to get back to fixing, but... still. What are you? Oh, it's just words. Okay. I'm so happy. I don't know how much nanite's gonna help, but I'm still so happy that I get to use it. And maybe it helps. Oh, did I put those shadows in the right thing too? I mean, I think you need this for... Yeah, I don't care. Wait a second. Wait, no, I copy-pasted those. I was gonna say, I enabled Lumen technically in the Ultra Dynamic Sky, but I copy-pasted the other ones if it didn't have that enabled, so... That's not a problem either. Nice. See... Huh. Well, now what do I work on? More optimization, I guess. Oh yeah, I wanted to replace these things because nanite's just like... Pfft. And that about sums that up. And then it's like, nah, man, nah. You don't want to use those. Yeah. I mean, I improved it a lot. I went and fixed the city up so it's a lot less bad, but... I was testing the, what are they called? The package level actors versus just static meshes. Just merging everything into static meshes. So the number of draw calls dropped by a lot from like where it used to look like. I mean, I was like, I have a picture of this from earlier. Like, this is what it looks like now, and it used to look like, where are you at here? It used to look like that. So, I mean, it's clearly gone up. Clearly the draw calls have been reduced. And this is important because on these side rooms, it still loads all that crap off to the side that you can't even see unless you went out a window. So, yeah, it's definitely a little bit better, you know? Not the worst. Kinda. So I've been reducing draw calls by a disgusting amount, and it has helped a lot. I've doubled the FPS that it was getting, because it was down to like 10 to 15, which is what sparked this whole scenario. But there are definitely some problems that I'm still working on good answers to. So just going in here and do that. I don't know, it was taking a, like, I think it was taking like 10 or something. It wasn't taking all that much. It was taking a number, but if I disable it, it doesn't do too much. I'm pretty much met, yeah. I mean, over on the construction map, I'm still sitting pretty high on frames too. It's just, well, Poppet's just a heavy character too. She's got a lot of code as well, but a lot of things to work into. I don't know. I thought about it. I was like, maybe I should just release the game this way and it'd be beautiful, right? Right? Anybody? Anybody? But, you know, maybe not. Yeah. I like to joke that it's like Candyland and half these things were like slides. It'd be so weird making a level like that where everything's all like that. And you know what? I'm gonna save this first, then I'm gonna screenshot that, and I might do that. Make a section that is like this. That'd be pretty wild. Like, I don't hate it. That's just an interesting idea. Oh yeah, I never put SM before this because for some bizarre reason, it actually adds SM underscore. A merged actor. It's so weird. Yeah, these splines cause errors if you leave them just like that anyway and load into levels. They don't do it otherwise, but it's bad enough. Yeah, I need to screenshot this because, you know, I want to remind myself of this, that the whole childlike wonder thing is definitely not the worst thing I've ever heard of. Yeah. The camera's blocking things. Take a picture of that off to the side real quick. Double design idea. Not a bad plan. I mean, there's still later areas that I was thinking of designing, but I can actually swap some of those areas. Some of the areas, I mean, they sounded like okay ideas on paper, but we'll see if they actually pan out to being that great, you know? Like, I thought about having like a little mini city area, like Model City, and I might still. I thought about having a random chest area because I have all the stuff for it to make it a thing, but are those that great? I don't know. Yeah, obviously that's a few less draw calls than the other one. Splines, I didn't realize just how much of a problem they could be. This room's got a lot of these things, so, you know. And so I've been doing a little optimizing. Yes. Third one rail. Wait, no, this is not that. This is the machinery rail. Machinery rail. Yeah. That's definitely a thing that I've been doing a lot of. Just, I gotta go through and swap out all these splines once they're finished to just be whatever I need them to be. because, you know, half the time they cause an error when I'm done too. Like, I guess I already did. Like I'll go to, I'll kick out of a playtest and it'll just be like, oh, blah, 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 and a bunch of these ones won't have loaded. It'll cause a bunch of errors. But I kept changing them, so there wasn't really any reason to really do anything about it until now. Now I'm like, well, maybe I should. I guess. This room is just an abomination. I was going to make it 3 stories, but the H load's too low for that due to the fact that the game will blow up. I get why people don't tend to make their games in the shape of an actual building. Like, they're often, when you look, like when the speedrunners go through it, you discover it's basically just a mess of, like, hallways. Yeah. So. Floor rail. Get rid of the SM because it does the SMSM problem. You like my advice to Fox? Yeah. Like I say, Graham and I have been having discussions on that, and you know, Graham has a methodology of, he has time, he has a runway, so he can make the most perfect anything he wants. Fox does not have a runway. Fox needs money ASAP. So I've been trying to convince him to, you know, focus more on getting that bag so he can afford to pay his bills. Even Graham's in agreement with me on this one. We're like the 2 devils on his shoulders. Well, actually, Graham says he's the devil. I told him Lucifer's, you know, I was an angel, and he said I was the angel, and so Lucifer was also an angel, so it seemed okay to me. What is this? Well, design, one of the worst things a person can do is make it, especially outside, so you can assume that the X and Y locations both in the grid. Yeah. Well, you know, when you I built pretty randomly. I keep turning off the main grid thingy, but yeah. Well, it's funny, I actually built a lot of this stuff without the curves first, and then I realized splines would just be a better way of doing things. I mean, here it doesn't curve as much, but that's just because this has to go on top of a building, so it kind of can't. But over here, yeah. I guess the other map's the other one. I have the Tomato Village where everything is just a giant ball of curves. I'm probably going to redesign some rooms like that, because, you know, I make a first version and then I make later versions, because the later versions are... I'll have a better idea. Wait, what? Is it only 3? Well, I guess I just gave up and did that. Well, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and unite these, because I don't see any reason not to. It's just a mess. But gotta reduce the amount of crap going on in here. Yeah. 4th floor path. Sorry, that should have been the 4th floor previous. Oh, well, I named it something dumb. 6th floor. This is the 5th floor. Why is that the 3rd floor path? Oh, well. It's not like it matters. I'm not going to remove and add and all these things like that. I'm just literally just replacing these, and that's it. That's the plan. Just get replaced. I don't care after that. It don't matter. Yeah, like the amount of draw calls in this room. Yeah, it's kind of a fun looking thing. I almost want to make a game in this style. Where all my textures are like the lowest possible resource requirements ever. Stuff never going to be perfect. Honestly, I don't think that even mattered because I think I probably couldn't even seen it anyway. Not really, no. Whatever. Should have probably just made the thing I was putting them all into and like right at the start there instead of having to go through all this crap. I wish I just remembered the directory it was in. It'd be a lot easier. But nope. Wait, was there 2 rails there? Really? Huh. There was like 2 rails here. That's wild. Right, well, that's not good. That was not optimal at all. But see, listen, if 1 rail is good, 2 rails, hear me out, twice is good, right? That's how it works, right? Actually, wait a second. I wonder if that one got moved. I'm just gonna go ahead and redo all that, whatever. I'll just move it back. I'm undoing a lot of crap I didn't want to undo there just to try to make it happen. Is that the one? No. Okay, where did I do that? When did I delete this rail? I don't even know when I deleted that rail. All the way back there by accident, I guess. Copy a bit and then go all the way back to here. Paste it. Boom. Problem solved. I thought I made a copy of this one already. But if I did, can't find it. So I don't see a matching one. It has to be like an S, so we're looking for a giant S here. Maybe this one is the one? This looks more, maybe. This looks like the far one there, but it looks reversed. I think it's this one down here. Is it? Why does it seem reversed? I don't know. Whatever, I don't care. Have I been tracking the hours? Not hours when I'm not streaming. Probably a bunch of hours, a gross amount. I mean, you can see all the hours I do at streaming. So it's definitely a non-zero amount. I do spend a lot more free time on it than I probably should. I probably should have chronicled my story a little better, I imagine. But I mean, yeah. Say I probably have a couple thousand hours and it wouldn't be pretty reasonable, in all honesty. Oh. Okay, I need to delete that one. It just drives me crazy whenever I hear it. It's just hard to... hurts my ears. Yeah, it would be interesting to see. I figure whatever streaming hours I have, double it. It's probably fair. Because I did a bunch of optimization things over like the weekend and I didn't stream any of that. I didn't think anybody would want to watch that, to be completely honest. I think I could just duplicate this rail almost, right? Maybe. Nah, they're different sized. So. It's also all the hours just learning things where I wasn't even actually necessarily working on the game. But I guess I used the game to test that stuff out, so I don't even know if that would count or not. I guess it probably does. I mean, it'd be fair. Oh, one. Actually, I got the SM. I wish it didn't add SM to those things, because I'm so used to adding it manually that when it adds it itself, it's like, this is not helpful. I was going to add this anyway. So. Maybe faster this way. I don't know if that's actually faster. It might be slightly faster though. That's looking a lot better. It actually looks maybe more like a respectable playhouse. I don't even know at that point. Definitely a Candyland feel. wonder how I'd go about emulating this look. I guess I could just use material. This is just, you know, spray paint them a color, then just make it really, really dark, because I mean, like, or like really, really overpowered in the color, so it just completely wipes out any textures. That would do it. Not weird, but it would do it. Okay, well, this rail is an abomination, first off. It looks less abomination like here, but it isn't very good. I was kind of still designing this one, but yeah. I actually don't think I should bend this one. I should probably just split it into two and then have it go straight up, because this angle is so bad. Like, it worked out okay over here, I believe, because I think I did two. No, I did one. It just worked out okay. This, I don't know. This is ugly. Oof. I'm gonna need a handful of, or at least 3 or 4 beers before I take that one home. Let's just put it that way. Oof. I guess to be fair, I don't really need 2 sets of rails as well. Oh yeah, I love this problem. So you have a point clicked anywhere on, let's say like one of these like that there, and then you click another rail, another spline, and it keeps that point selected until I click a point on that other spline. You know the number of times I've accidentally deleted a point on a previous spline because I clicked on a spline to delete that spline and discovered it was still clicked on the other point even though I had the new spline selected? A surprising number. A surprising number indeed. You have to click a non-spline for it to work. I believe this is a 5.4 bug that has not been fixed yet, is what it was. I don't 100% know, but it might have been a 5.3, but I think it's 5.4 when I first saw the bug. I feel like I should file some report about it, but clearly that hasn't happened yet, so, you know. At some point it might. Maybe. I don't know. Sure. There's actually a handful of bugs I should file reports on that I saw since the beginning, since 5.4. These railings are a real challenge, let's put it that way. Trouble is, I actually like where the other rail is, and I don't like where this rail is particularly, so I probably need to move this down. Maybe I just don't want that one. It's not too bad. Let's do that. Terrible to that, but sure. As long as it looks like I hired Tim Burton to do my architecture, I feel like I've done a good enough job, right? I might leave this one anyway, because I might be doing some changes to this particular thing anyway. Yeah, that little lip there is just rough. It's possible I just live without and just move it up. That's awful. Potentially I could push this up some, that might help too. Probably just gonna have to accept that this is gonna be at a weird angle. A lot of the rails in this room aren't that nice. But is that really so bad? I could drop it directly down, just straight. It's gonna be ugly. Yeah, that's gonna be ugly. Yeah, I don't know if there's a good way to do this. It really wants to go all the way out here. Maybe the other strategy was better, where I just bent it all the way around. Maybe that's why I stuck with it. What about this one? Can I add to you and make you look a little better? And just pull you over there? Not ideal. Yeah. I don't think there's a good way to pull this off. It's just too small of an area. Actually, there we go. What I was really doing there was challenging the universe. Just to trick it. It's like, yeah, there's no way to do this, ha ha, and the universe is like, oh yeah? And I'm like, yeah, you can't do it. And the universe is like, I got you. I'll show you. And the universe doesn't realize it made a critical error and told me all I needed to know. Am I gonna let you go on? Well, I can't stop Pop from going this unless I want to put something really complicated for her to do that. But I guess my question is, should there just be no rail? So you can go out onto this where there's like the pipe and everything. I don't think that's what I was aiming for. Like, I don't think you'd want people walking there. Obviously you can't stop a tiny doll. I'm probably going to leave this one as it is for the moment, though, while I think about it. Tilted like a ramp? Isn't it already tilted like a ramp? Wait, what? What are we talking about? I was just thinking of maybe removing one of these rails here so you could go in and out. Versus where it is now, where it's fine. It's just, would I want humans to go out there? Because it doesn't matter for Pop. She can clearly get through these little holes, so it's not going to be a problem for her ever. Why would it tilt the rail though? Like it was knocked down? Well, I don't want the place to be in disrepair. So if I'm gonna make if I'm gonna make it where there's like a pathway for humans to go there, then I want it to be clearly a pathway for humans to go. It's just, I mean, it would be like a maintenance worker, but a maintenance worker could just hop the stupid fence. So I don't really know if I'd want it's free for people. If I do have a way out there, it'll be a ramp, obviously, because making the AI smart enough to go up and down stairs is a lot more work than up a ramp. But I just don't know. I'm gonna leave these rails as they are for now until I decide what I'm gonna do with them. I mean, the optimization on this room has already gotten significantly higher. I have a million pipes to go. I might cram all these together. This is not even stuck in there. It's very weird. I probably should merge this whole pipe monstrosity. If I assume that I'm not going to make any additional changes to it, I will. I don't believe I'm going to. I think it's basically set in stone at this point. Originally I had like one of these uncapped that you could double jump your way in, but I found other ways in there that didn't involve double jump that you could do too early in the game. I had to cut it out. Oh, don't forget this room when we get there. But some of these rooms are still being changed a bit, so. Also, half these things could be merged together into like singular things as well. I didn't think about it when I was making them, because when I'm making stuff I usually don't worry about stuff like that. But I guess I just go with this. I think it's fine. I don't really plan on changing it. And if I do, well, you can all watch as I suck it up and have to redo it, I guess. I don't know. I capped that in too, huh? Oh, wait a second. I kind of want to move that cap out. I guess I can make this cap fit a little better too, for that matter. Why don't you fit, but the other one fits so well? Here? Well, you don't fit very well. Okay. Why do I get the feeling these should be like a 0.9? I was looking at this one. I was mostly intending that, but okay. 0.9 is a bad decision. Dang. Pretty much. Should be like a 9.1 maybe. Or 0.91, not 9.1. That's probably pretty reasonable. 8.92. I doubt it even is noticeable on the other. Okay, that's just too fast for what I'm doing here. That should be all of them. Really? Wait. This. Good to me. It's a Hall of Records. Storage. Well, I guess not all pipes are the same. Some are like tunnels Poppet can go through, I guess. That's fair. Click on map. I missed one. Oh well. I would have Control C, Control V, but I had so many things selected, it was never gonna get the right location manually. Thankfully, it goes through a bunch of holes in walls, so I can just match it to those and get the idea of where it needs to be. Pretty easy. Did I somehow not select that one too? Wow, good job, me. Well done. Oh well, it went from being like 1,000,000 to like 3. Wow, that little pipe there is tedious. I think it's just mocking me at this point. You good? Not really. Wait, no, that's something else. That's a line. Sure, I don't care about a line. A line's not going to cause problems. Sure. Gotta block all the paths to the Mushroom Kingdom. It's really hard to say. I mean, it's just a lot of draw calls, so it'll definitely be non-zero, that's for certain. Like I say, I basically doubled the FPS in this room. So, that ain't zero. But it's pretty tough to just have an exact number. It has been adding up. A lot of these things have like so many different things on the outskirts that, you know, we're loading because, as you can see, the H-slope would load something off to the side here. So, a lot of these exterior rooms secretly had a lot of stuff being loaded. And moving the city actually adds a handful of FPS too, but it's going to be less and less. I'm getting rid of all of those level packed actors because I don't really think they're very good. They don't seem to have the improvement levels of static meshes, like merged meshes, in my experience so far. Also, in my Candyland, I would just like to point out that we were pouring in, you know, green goo, maybe some slime. It's probably mutagenic. Because everything involving, you know, children in any kind of, you know, toy store or whatever in every video game has to be doing something nefarious to the children. Right? Isn't that how it works? Pretty much Univision. It's definitely a Candyland with sewage, apparently. Candyland was wonderful until the sewer pipes started just spewing all this goo everywhere. Then Candyland went bad. Good. Are you bad enough to save Candyland? Important questions have to be asked. I don't know if I'm bad enough to save Candyland, sorry. I just have to let it burn. Oh. It's a pipe tunnel, but this is machinery room. Pipe tunnel? Watch my location. I'm largely pretty happy with a lot of these things here. Now they look like little fun slides. I guess I don't know what I'm even doing with these anymore. They originally went down, but I'm probably going to get rid of that. I don't know what's going to be below, or maybe I make some sort of pipe system down. I don't even know. Because originally I had water down here and they were pulling from that, and then I took all that out. Also, some of these leaves won't be able to be on down here either. So I guess to be fair, if I split the maps up, then I can get away with whatever I want above, and it won't matter. It won't change a thing. There's also an argument I don't even need windows on any level besides the level you're currently working on. I don't even know if she could actually see them. Probably not. Yeah, I don't, maybe. Yeah, she could probably see something to the pipes. Damn, I was hoping for additional optimization of getting rid of all that garbage. It's all these things down here. I could probably replace these cars by that too. Whatever. The question is, am I changing the pipe maze at all? That looks exciting. I didn't realize they were conflicting. I had to get rid of the glass in the doors too, so I could actually nanite the doors. There's still a lot of non-nanite just waiting. Even this room could use a bunch, so could this room too. Speaking of a monstrosity, just look at all the pipes in here. This room is a nightmare. I think the FPS isn't that bad in it. It's not great. Oh. Actually, I gotta do some changes first before that's to get the real FPS. That's in about there. But like I say, originally it was getting like 10 to 15 in a lot of cases, so it ain't too horrible. Does it need more improvement? Sure. Is there no nav mesh, so I'm probably getting the wrong FPS anyway? Yes. But I put a nav mesh to get a real test? Yes. Alright. Honestly, 200 I think covers everything anyway. We're pretty close. Did that improve the FPS? Is that a thing? Not really. Ooh. Still considered less. It almost feels like it's a really good feeling due to the fact that I'm so used to playing with way less FPS, but even then it's still terrible. Imagine thinking it's okay to run with me, like run through me. What the hell is that? Jeez. I don't run through you. Actually, I think I do sometimes. Yeah, the FPS still sucks real bad in here. Oh, this room isn't optimized, so... Am I gonna change this room? I don't think I am. It's just supposed to give you an introduction to fighting in the game. Pretty much it. I made it possible to get back up here, so if you want to run back to the save point, you can. Tonight I don't have to feel obligated to give you an extra save point. I don't hate the room as it is. Like I say, it's mostly just designed to be a combat tutorial versus anything else. I don't hate it. Probably should have bent this so that I didn't have to have the extra one here, and then I can just merge it into one giant one. Kind of like I did, I don't know, there. Make a lot more sense than having a tiny little one here. And no. Can't do that over here, unfortunately, but I might just put an object here, then it's fine. It's probably acceptable. I don't really see a change being made. Sure. Helps to lock in some rooms too. I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna lock in this room now that I've made so many changes. What I want it to do, but maybe I will. It's not like terrible. It just doesn't really explain the strength one very much, but I guess to be fair, it doesn't have to. It gives you things you can grip hold of that you couldn't grip hold of before, so it gives you new stuff. I just think I could do better. That's I think my problem with it. Also, I think I need to do something about this monstrosity too, for that matter. Honestly, I don't know why it's not just a solid thing in the first place. It doesn't care about anything else. It doesn't spawn anything. It's literally just a nothing burger, right? It's possible I'll change it though, that's true. Like the big problem with it now is I made it like multiple materials for no reason. I guess it doesn't matter that much. It has no code. Oh, it's got child actors, of course. Just because I didn't want to make the pillar thingies or redo things. Oh, it's also got those on top too, so I have to be careful about those. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it as it is. I'm probably gonna change it, so. Since I plan on changing it potentially in the future, I don't see a reason to get too crazy. Slayer probably needs a big work on it too. That's okay, a couple days optimization doubled the frame rate, so it's not like nothing. And it is better when I'm not streaming, so. I could have seen this room like A or something like that. Yeah. We're gonna put the things like that, and this is gonna just be my merge things, but this way it saves me all the extra clicks that are just tedious. New life for me. Because you know, I don't want to do it. Front fence, I guess. Enable that. Docking layout. Copy location, drag it out here. Delete. Paste location. Merge it. There. Probably fine. Invalid actor. What? Now it's happy. I guess if you move it, it becomes invalid. And something new every day. There. Of course, this will just improve all these other sides too, because if you're over here, you're still loading a bunch of this crap too, so. I hate this. I might make this ultra square because I hate how much this is for optimization. What is that? Oh, it's just a carpet, huh? Are you stuck in the ground? There's a carpet stuck in the ground. Why is there a carpet stuck in the ground? I have questions. Are there other carpets to stuck in the world? No. Yes. I remember there being carpets in there, but they were just gone one day. Why? Because they put in a fake floor. And the fake floor was very handy at something. Do I have anything else that can replace these nanite monstrosities? I'll go back to the other thing. I don't care right now on that. I admit this probably isn't that exciting, people. But what can you do, you know? It gots to get done. Oh. I didn't realize that was 2 fences. My bad. Well, are you stuck in here for some reason? Is there a reason for that? I don't know what it is, but I don't think it needs to be that way. Honestly, you probably shouldn't add them all. No reason not to. Yeah, I'm trying to click this, not that, but thank you. Magnets. Guess I gave it a more descriptive name to involve the actual room it's in, but I didn't do that. Tired of that thing. Making my life hard for no reason. It definitely limits the number of thingies, doesn't it? These are all specific meshes, not actually. I guess I could merge them together if I wanted. They almost have an art to them, these rooms, after they're done being merged together. You're going to the ground, right? Or not an amount that I care about. There's some like some sort of creature with some weird head or something. Some bizarre colossus or something. Maybe I don't want to get rid of that pipe. That's ugly looking there. Also, when it merged them all weird. I mean, they weren't pretty before. That's ugly. Maybe it'll do this one instead, yeah? Whoa, 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 that's hideous. Why so ugly? Yeah, look at how they connect, that's awful. I don't know what the heck's up with this one here, but it is ugly. It's like an infection. This one pipe is so awful. Now this pipe is awful. If you're redoing this pipe out of something else, splines are okay and all, but sometimes they get a little wonky and weird and just don't connect very well. Right there, it just doesn't connect well, but I guess to be fair, these things are so big that that is a problem with the nanite thing. I think I'll leave that one for the moment. This uses nanite. I mean, not entirely, but a lot of it uses nanite. There's child actors that can get away with only portions of it using nanite. Oh yeah, these things. Huh. Huh. Maybe these get thrown out if I can't make use of them. 1 second. The blueprint, but why is this machine unable to do that? Does it make use of transparency somewhere? It's probably right there. It's probably some kind of transparency. They're skeletal meshes. 1 second. Guess I didn't enable every potential thing as a mesh, a skeletal mesh. Like I went through for all the static meshes, but most of them. I think I missed the occasional one. This always takes a moment. It might help some. Those things are really heavy. I don't even know how I feel about them. They're cool looking, but they are heavy. Yeah. That should help some. Probably. This Tesla coil. These tubes and everything like that can't be nanited. It's strange to me. Or were they being nanited all along? Actually, I think they are. You know, it's not as the bulb itself. That's because it's got a transparent thing on it. Of course, this transparent thing here can't be nanited in the first place. Still, it adds up that those got nanited because they were a problem. I didn't get this area here. First of all, this ain't need to go over that far. Nah. Nah, man. Nah. If I deleted from the other side, this thing would end up like off the middle of nowhere where you moved it. So I'd like to delete the 0 point so I don't have that problem. Probably not the 0 point, but later points. I merge those together? I don't even know if that's a thing I do. Because they're like completely different things. I think I'll leave them for now. While I think about it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Never thought about it, you know? I could just merge all the heart pipes together. I have a second copy of all of them. Do I care? One giant heart pipe thing. I guess to be fair, this one has like a secret passage behind it, so I probably don't want to merge them all together. I might want to do more stuff with it. It does look cool. It would definitely look much cooler not being a million freaking things too. Just like these would be much cooler without them being a million things. If I merge everything out of this, what happens? I'm curious now. Well, I don't want the vacuum tubes, because if I merge the vacuum tubes, they have glass on them, and that would defeat the whole purpose. I could actually just do everything but those. That's an idea. I didn't think about it. I could just uncheck everything that in a blueprint that I didn't want to merge. Just being lazy today? That's fair. I know what I'm doing too. I haven't designed any mechanics and done any AI or anything. It's just been optimization. I could design something. I don't know, after like that day of designing all that stuff for like, you know, the next floor, I kind of didn't feel like doing level design for a bit. I could work on that, but sitting on the other map that's super unoptimized. I almost want to take all this stuff and put it back on this map. This map's more optimized. I think that's everything I want. I probably just put that clock thingy, right? Whatever. What do I even call this? Items? Furniture? Just items is fine. I don't know. I don't have a good name for it, but it doesn't matter. Block pipes. Hey, Samo. How's it going? Oh, wait. That was a critical fail. Wait a minute. Well, no, I don't want to merge those. It's dumb. That was the dumb. I didn't notice the 3D text thingies were in there. Oh, doing pretty good. I'm doing lots of optimization, and I've learned that all along I wasn't using Lumen, and I was better for it. It's been a weird day in that regard. Right now I'm optimizing draw calls because there were a lot of them on the map. Block pipes. Call them pips. Be more entertaining. Every point where I would say pipe, I just say pip. You'll be like, what is he talking about? What's a pip? Don't worry about it. It's fine. Question. Question me, boy. Okay, I made it big. Clearly mistakes were made. That's okay. I was like about time to swap out my earbuds. They're saying battery low in my ears again. 3.34. Be a little more accurate. If I owned half these things in real life, I'd be so happy. How's the game going? Pretty good, pretty good. I will show you a bunch of stuff in a second. Mostly right now I'm just Optimizing the crap out of things. Oh, I didn't enable nanite. I'm terrible. Alright, let's draw calls. That's nice. One second, let me swap up my earbuds there. I keep saying battery, let's so. I mean, it said it was enabled. It's like Lumen's enabled, blah blah blah, and it didn't say Lumen required DirectX 12, but let me tell you, it does require DirectX 12, and yeah, it wasn't working. I do kind of like that old enemies loop that I just heard, though. I'm gonna go ahead and add that to my collection of maybes. Works for me. Yep, I learned. Now I have nanite, and I don't have to worry about gross old Lumen ruining everything for me. I have a lot of chats open. Well, I mean, I kept looking up the actual requirements for it. It did not require it, that's what it said, but clearly mistakes were made. This could have actually just been merged into one giant mesh. I actually don't know why I didn't, honestly, but obviously I need to merge all that crap. About the only truly new things I've actually added were the stuff from when I added the Moon Tarot stuff, right? Like I added 4 new abilities last, and this day it's only been optimizing the map. Did you see the Moon Tarot abilities? Okay, well then I basically haven't added anything. I've only optimized, but. Yeah, well, I mean, like, what we're doing here is dealing with draw calls, right? So, I'll show you the things that I've just been doing everything I can to reduce the memory requirements of the map, which I've done like 30.7%. And the draw calls down to much lower numbers. There's nowhere, I don't see a total anywhere to tell me any draw calls are in a scene. I'm sure there's one somewhere, but I haven't seen it, so it's fine. But I mean, well, first of all, if I'm going to zoom around for draw calls, this is the old map, right? And this is the draw calls for it. As you can see, it's a lot. It's ugly. They're everywhere. Those are just egregious as all hell. Just look at them. Honestly, Lumen just mostly does shadows and things from what I can tell. Sorta. I mean, it does like reflecting light and things like that, but is it better than global illumination? I mean, like, you have both, like, for the most part. Like, yeah, let's get this beautiful screenshot here. Beautiful. And then let's go over to the map I am working on. Yeah, well, what those are is every time you see a different color, that means it's another draw call, right? And so every time you see it change a color, that's one more time, one more instruction it has to send out to, you know, the GPU to draw something, right? Such as like those over there and like that. But as you can see, this is what it looks like now. And this is what it looked like before. As you can see, the maps are completely identical. Nobody could ever tell you a difference between them. See? Same picture. Can't even see it. Actually, I should get a better angle so the pictures can look completely identical. You'll never be able to tell them apart. It's perfect. Yeah. They're the same, right? Corporate would like you to tell me the difference between these two pictures, right? They're completely the same. I don't know what you're talking about. So yeah. And as you can see, I mean, especially with these things, these were egregious. If you just look right there, like every single time it was just all over the place for those things like that. Or like the walls here, holy crap. Yeah, 100% the same. Like, who can even tell the difference? Also, I made these towers taller. Say, these towers are all broken and weird. I fixed them along the way, but still, you could see the coloring difference is huge. Also, the road, don't forget the road there. The road's exactly the same, too. Yeah, right? Yeah, so, but it's taken forever, by the way. Remember this building on the other one where it was just an endless checkerboard? Yeah, okay. Did it need to be that? Oh, this ain't Lumen. This is a nanite visualization. This is what nanite sees. And the less colors you have, the better. Like the less times you see the color change, the better. That's what we're looking at here. We're optimizing for nanite because I switched to DirectX 12, which added nanite, and then, you know, with some sage advice, Pixel Shake TV led me down the path of discovering that Lumen was never really enabled, and that was how I was getting the better lighting. Because the DirectX 11, it just doesn't work right. So when I turned off Lumen in DirectX 12, it looked good again. How do you control the color change? Well, what I've been doing is merging meshes together. You get a whole bunch of meshes that are, you know, the same thing and or just next to each other that you don't want to deal with, and you just merge them together, right? Like here's all these pipes here. This pipe here is like multiple draw calls. It's so fast, too fast for a small room like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you just go, okay, and you go to the merge actor thing, which you can find from tools, merge actors. Click it. Tell it where you want to save it. I guess I'll make this the carnival environment. Always good to organize. Entry pipes. It adds SM underscore automatically, so I just don't add it anymore. It's actually teaching me bad habits. I'm just saying. You have to enable nanite on it, which I just did a second ago. You do that, enable nanite, whatever. And then I just drag it out here, and look, now it's 1. So that's cool. I'm gonna copy the location because I'm lazy. I'm gonna delete that. I'm gonna do this and go, boop, and now it's in the right location. And now that's just way less, you know, draw calls for the same thing. It still looks the same, it didn't change. It still looks like a pipe. It's no longer a spline, it can't be changed after that. Yeah. So once you have it in the right shape, you can go ahead and do that. Don't do it beforehand, because once it's in that, you're going to just have to put another spline out and do it all over. It's fine. And then here, I was changing these ones out as well, because you can see these ones over here have been changed already, and these ones not so much. But I might want to change this up. I don't know. That's the thing. I don't really want to convert it until I know I'm going to do that. I was working on Candyland earlier over here. That's what this one's become. It's become Candyland. And as you can see, these are all nice and neat, whereas before they were... Well, you don't get to see what they were like before, but... You can see what the rails were like before, because some of the two of the rails are still left, where you just see it's so many colors. Every section of it is another draw call. So yeah, I've just been eliminating a lot of that crap, and... What is that? What am I even looking at? I don't know. It says the water. It is water. And why is it way out there? It wasn't out there before. I've ran through there plenty of times. What am I looking at? Water zone? I mean, this is, This is the safari room. It's been like this forever. This is where you get the Empress. See, right here. And where the turtle is. Weedle. Yee. I rather like this room. It's basically about how I want it. I don't think I'm gonna make any changes to it for the most part. It's had so much work put into it. I could probably merge some of these boxes together too, for that matter as well. These boxes are like, you know, obviously going to be ridiculous, but I don't know if I do that or not. I mean, look at how many draw calls this is. Yeah, I don't really plan on changing that at all. Am I okay with this room as it is? Should I just be merging this crap? I mean, it's got multiple pathways to these boxes. Unless I plan on destroying things, I don't think it matters. You just gotta remember, if you merge them, you can't unmerge them. So once it's there, it's there. That's just how life is, you know? Oops. So you have to be certain that's what you're doing with your time. Because, no takesy-backsies on this one. Just saying. A lot. As you can see on this other map here, I began working on the next core thingy, which was an expansion of, you know, the same type of water areas that the other one had. So I'd say the game's maybe like 30% done. Maybe a little more. Depends on how many areas I have. But this map was going so slow. I actually just put a bunch of stuff on the other map. But yeah, I mean, like, it takes forever to do all this crap. I have a lot of enemies now. I've upgraded the number of enemies. I've only made 20 of the 66 different tarot abilities. It's a lot. Just saying, it's a lot. A whole lot. I'm not even a third of the way done yet. But, well, 66, like everyone have 3, so. So I made changes to this area, so now that they're up above. Okay. Oh, there's no start point. I don't care about a start point on this because I'm just using the test map. Things probably ain't perfect in here, but yeah, like now you can look outside of the city and everything on these kinds of areas. So that'll be cool. Oh no, I can get stuck here. I probably get stuck in weird things. Yeah. I haven't even, like, the H slow doesn't load that far out, so I'm gonna have to make some changes to this so you can see it better, but that's fine. But I made a giant, like, moat over here so you can fight the boss. I need to move the pirate stuff above the water. Currently under the water and weird. Actually, there's currently land in the way. I don't even know what's over there. Oh no, ad. I'm up to 18 people now on that. Nice. This music. Waiting for the ads to go away for the people over there. Oh yeah. This is gonna be ugly when I deal with the visualization on this. This is just look at how ugly this room is. Holy crap. I mean, this is a nightmare. I don't even want to look at this because I'll like have terrible dreams about it. This is pretty much where we're at now. It's just, oh gosh, why? It's gonna be a long time before I even get to these rooms, so just judging by how long it's taking so far. That ad over yet? Looks like the ad's over. I didn't even get a notification of an ad. I thought Twitch was supposed to notify me of ads. What's up with that, Twitch? Super dirt. Super dirt. You back yet, Samuel? I can't tell if the ads are still going. I'll have to set up something to monitor the ads if Twitch isn't going to tell me. I was working on a moon altar. Honestly, this should probably be hung down a little bit. Thanks for that, KW Motion. How's stuff going with you? How was your day? We're showing off ideas for the new area with lots more water things. And a secret garden, things like that. But this area is going to need a lot of work. They're all conceptual, and yeah. I don't know about it yet. I have ideas. I might make it smaller than I think it's going to be, too. I gotta move all this parrot crap up because it's all under the water. I was going to put it all above water. I'll do that real fast. Because I raised the water level so I could have underwater areas. Yeah, I want to be able to see, thank you. There we go. What did I name this room? I renamed it Pirate Cove, I think. Yeah. We living in the code. Move. Stick to the code. Just do it. Oh, what are you even doing in here still? I don't need you. Sure. Slightly hard to see. But not impossible. They're already all in Pirate Cove? Oh. Or was it these things weren't in Pirate Cove? I think that might be the problem, is these things weren't in Pirate Cove. Yeah, there's a bunch of crap here that's not in Pirate Cove. Or not supposed to be. He's in the jungle fort? Is that even a thing I've made yet? One of them is, actually. Could just randomly move everything and move all the pirate stuff and then see where everything ends up, which might happen, honestly. It's not. What isn't in the jungle fort, then? Why don't I have a jungle fort room? Okay, I'm just probably gonna spline half this crap out of here. As you know. Why am I moving a bunch of crap that doesn't gotta be moved when I can just use splines? I think it was the deck spline or something. Yeah. We don't need no stinking normal things. We splining now. Okay, well, this room, you're gonna get some changes. Yeah. Yes, yes. Changes. Yeah. I don't even know what I'm gonna do with it yet. But something will be changed. Whoa, 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 I'm not doing that. What's that nightmare fuel? Alright, well, whatever you're trying to do there, don't. Okay, thanks. Okay, that's just weird. Go over here, it's okay. You don't have to do whatever you were trying to do. Spines are feisty. They're like the spicy nacho feature of Unreal Engine. They just do things, and 9 times out of 10 you regret it later after you used them, but you know, eventually they come out okay, probably. I don't know why I decided to start designing this room of all places. I just feel like it. No other explanation is required. Very much, yeah. Oh, actually. That too, I guess. It's very epic music for me designing some pathways. Works for me. And who's to say my pathways can't be epic? Not sure if I even care about having the pathways here. I'm gonna have to redo the floor so it's like grass or something here. Not what it currently is. Do I want even more water again? I don't know. I'm kind of watered out a bit, to be honest. This whole floor is going to be a lot of water. It'll probably become less water as it goes along, because honestly, water's really cool at first. But too much of it turns into like Moana or something, where it's just pure water, and you're like, where's the island? Only I don't have any musical numbers in my game, so, you know, nothing to distract you from the fact it's just boring open ocean. But you don't realize this spline bending is actually one of the lost, you know, bendings that they never talk about in Avatar. You can't bend anything but the splines, but when it comes to splines, nobody bends them like you do. Secret garden. Just get rid of this crap. Yeah, whatever you just click there, don't get rid of that, but okay. It's a fog thingy, I'm certain. These things are huge. And they're obnoxious. Yeah, I'm trying to click this, buddy. I should be using the updated one of these, whatever. Hmm. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do in some of these little areas yet. We'll just see. I'm just running pipe. I'm running deck things everywhere because I can. I put all the keys in so you could technically run from beginning to end here. These areas, I don't know why you'd want to, but you could. See, create garden. Nice. I don't want to add any of these stupid fence thingies on the ground to it because I'm gonna get rid of all of them anyway. I'm not sure I'm gonna get rid of these things per se. Probably not. I'm trying to make this some kind of an empress room because it's a garden. I'm just gonna go and delete the other one over there. We're not gonna talk about whatever happened to that thing. But aren't those ones in the secret garden already? They might not be. Nope. I gotta replace them with Empress plants anyway. I don't know how to put that one out, but that's fair enough. I just don't know what the plan is with this room yet, besides having weird pathways. I could do troughs or something like that. It's not really much of a garden, though, is the problem I'm having with it. I mean, realistically, the main reason for doing what I was doing here was I was just going to get rid of this crap. Because I wanted to move the pirate stuff up to a different area for that room, not work on this room. So we'll just get rid of that. And that will solve my problem with those for the moment, and I'll worry about the rest of it in a second. And there's all this crap that needs to be moved over to its own thing too. And these are like individual pieces too. I didn't even bother to change them out. Gross. I changed some of it. Okay, at least give me that much credit, I guess, but not much credit was deserved on this one. This is a bed. I don't even know what kind of level design this is supposed to be. Or whatever, just put it all in the thing and we'll deal with it later. I'll get all the pillars on the next pass through, I think. I put all this together before I learned about the all the spline stuff as conceptual things for the next area, and they just never got updated to anything. Except for the tomato room. That's actually the tomato village. That's actually the one that was the upgraded version. To be honest, I'm going to move these somewhere else, probably. Well, I don't know where I'm putting them. I'll put one over here, just so there's a light in the room. And I'll just delete this one, because I don't care. This is all because this was originally one room with all these things in it, and it got split into 3. So I have to go through and, well, fix that. Because if I want to move all the assets of one entire room, I can't do that if they're all sharing the same. I mean, I can, but then they're going to all end up in weird locations. It's going to be a problem. I don't like that. No. Those aren't even on the ground. Excellent. Are you selected? Oh. Try to click those. Alright, but that's selected. Let's find the Pirate Cove stuff and see if I can move all that without too many problems. Yeah, it's a lot of Alada. Where's the Pirate Cove stuff? Good. Well, first off, move Pirate Cove to the Moonlit Garden. As it belongs. Grab all the descendants. Have I moved everything out of here? It looks like I've largely, except for this thing here. This wall also needs to be not part of it. One so you can go to the Midnight Hallway. Also, while I'm at it, I don't know why it's so far off, but that's fair. I don't care. Just move this wall to like Tomato Village, I guess. Same thing here, I guess. These two walls. That one, okay, fair enough. To be fair, Tomato Village should also be on the 6th floor. Alright. Can I get them all now? Have I finally removed everything involved with that? Hard to say, there's a lot of stuff, but... There's this weird crap involved with it, isn't there? Well, I just don't want to move those and the rocks, but things I need to get rid of are this. Okay, this can just be deleted. It's in the wall. Right? Like, if it's in the wall, it probably wasn't very handy in the first place. Yeah, so I just gotta not grab the walls. Mostly it's this crap here I don't want to grab. Actually, I can just do this. Let's grab these and just make a waterfall. This is so low. I don't know. Should take everything that's not part of that and put it in another little separate thing so I can easily move it. Separate it out so stuff can be a little better. You also care about moving? I don't think so. Where's the selector? Oh. Don't move the water. You can leave the water. You can leave the bridge. I should have, actually, I guess I could have done a lot of things like that. The thing was a giant mess of 3 rooms, so, you know, splitting it apart is just always going to be a problem. In every world, it's never going to be easy. It's okay, though. Sure. Just want the Pirate City. Guess it includes pillars and everything too, but that's fine. Oh, door gets moved with it too. Oh, 2 doors are involved. Bummer. Move this to the secret garden. Move this to the midnight hallway. Alright, let's try this yet again. I guess to be fair, there's this whole rock formation here, but I'm probably going to move that anyway, so I don't super care, though it could be underwater. I don't know, whatever. I got most of this stuff. This kind of includes the floor too. Jesus. Moving this is quite the challenge. And it won't even be easy to move anyway, because it's just going to be a pain due to the fact it's just a difficult thing to move. So positioning it correctly is going to be a problem. Take a quick stretch break in a second here. It's a lot of sitting. Maybe not that. Maybe I do want it up there. I'm not sure I want these pillars here anymore, but I guess I don't hate some of these locations. Except that, I hate that, but I can also just move it. This thing is way too big for this area anyway. Why is the water now doing this? It was not doing that before, and now it has decided this is a thing it does now. To be fair, in all the things that I've done for optimizations, one of the things I haven't done after I've done specials is H-load anything. So most of it's not even in the H-load. It's in order it's loading slowly. It's trying to load everything. So I've basically negated a lot of what I was doing. I mean, I can just H-load them and it'll stop negating it, but just something to think about. I actually forgot a very important step. Smart. Very smart. It's a start. Alright. I'm gonna take a quick break for a second. I've been sitting way too long and my legs are like falling asleep on me. Be right back. Huh. Now that my legs are not falling asleep as much, it's 7 hours into the stream. I don't think I've moved as much as I probably should have in that time. That's true. That's very true. This was like a concept area that was going to get built because a nice person in chat bought me a Humble Bundle. It had a bunch of pirate stuff in it. And I was like, well, you talked me into it, buddy. I don't know if I want these pillars or not. They seem kind of unnecessary for this room. Like, they seem more like something that'd be in like the lunar room. And because I think that, I'm going to go ahead and just drag them all out of this room because originally they were holding up the ceiling and well, they don't gotta do that anymore. I mean, I guess they could. I guess I could use that aesthetic. What is up with these? Is it because I nanited something involved with them? 1 second. Disable nanite. There we go. Disaster averted. I love me some nanite. I don't like nanite that much. I mean, I like it, but that wasn't it. That was definitely ruining everything. And it's not like you can nanite that crap anyway, so it doesn't really help. It doesn't counts as being translucent, so you get nothing out of that other than sadness. Am I gonna do pipes? I think I wanted to make it a little more. Well, I definitely want these pillars in the lunar room. Because, I mean, just look at them. Come on. You know that's a lunar room type of thing. So I'm going to put one of these pipes in here. I'll probably put one of these thingies in here to remind myself that I'm going to do something with it. I don't know what. Like, the problem I have with designing these rooms right now is that I'm not 100% certain which mechanics I'm designing for. So I probably need to decide that. Because I have the lunar room, I'm obviously going to design for the moon mechanic. Which means I can have things that can vanish and like be made real and not real. Like platforms and the like. Am I giving out double jump here? I mean, if there was ever an area that wanted double jump, sure. This area was so conceptually designed, it wasn't built around mechanics, though, which is such a problem. Also, I probably need to reinstall half these things, because what happened was I hadn't intended on building this, so half the stuff is just gone. I need to re-add it. Not all of it, but... It won't let me overwrite stuff if the thing's still running, though, so I'll have to probably close out the engine to do that. I want to add those in. I do kind of like the idea of having like a little bridge thingy here and not having just the wood. That'd be kind of cool. Let's see what that looks like. The hypothetical here of like having something like this. And then the pathway goes off this way too. It looks so much bigger than this one. That's interesting. Just be a perception issue, I guess. This is running for some reason. I'm allergic to these assets. That's right. Throw them off the boat. It's not quite what I was aiming for, but thank you. Right. You are not happy with me, little one, are you? You're scoping down your game? Sounds like blasphemy to me. Nah, everyone probably should. I'm not going to, but we all should. Just on general principle. Maybe I don't want to rotate this to the side. Maybe I just run it up and run it back or something here. Depends on if I'm going to do actually this. So while you're scoping down your game, you just decided too much, or you want to make it done faster, or what you doing? I don't know why I'm doing it that way. I guess I could do it like this, actually. More round. What am I even trying to accomplish here? I'm going to move this over here. These things were bizarre and weird, and I don't even like them. I think I'm doing something like this. Yeah, well, that turn just is not happening. Right, like this. There's just certain limitations that can and can't be done, and when you move up and down, it kind of messes with things a little. Out in like 2 or 3 months and find the real game. That's fair. That's what a lot of people tell me, that they want something out quick, and then they describe to me some ridiculously long RPG, and I'm like, no problem, it'll happen. Just a tiny little game. You won't even notice the difference. It'll be fine. I'm like, It's just like a small AAA game. What? Honestly, I think if you want to release something quickly, the easiest things to release quickly are like horror and maybe like simulator things, if they're like a simple simulator. A walking sim? That should be pretty quick too. I mean, it's just about writing a story, right? In theory. A couple events as you're wandering around. I'm gonna be fair, a lot of horror games feel like walking sims. Not wrong. That does help a lot, having a dialogue system already. I didn't realize what a pain those would be, but I had many troubles with that, and I'm not even sure how much dialogue will be in the game. I mean, some, sure. But did that just line up perfectly already? Wow, I wasn't even intending that. I thought it was just close. I was like, good enough. Turns out it's better than close. I guess to be fair, it was lined up along this side, so it stands to reason to be lined up along there, but I guess visually I thought it was higher. I don't want these above, I want them below. So what's your game gonna be? Inquiring minds would like to know. What game? What game be? Yes. This will obviously be like 1,000 times cooler at night. Can't really design at night, but it'd be cooler. I really gotta install the rest of that stuff there if I'm gonna design a pirate room. Escape here, huh? That's cool. Definitely worse things to do. Usually really good on phones because, you know, escape room games have a lot of mechanics that are easy to do with touch interfaces. Looking to see what assets I have on here because I want to see if I can grab that one thing. Oh, I can get a redeem code for the UE Marketplace too? Oh, that's awesome. I didn't realize that was an option. I got a home bundle and it's through like the Cosmos Laertes thingy. Or Cosmos platform by Laertes, and it's cool and all, but there's that extra step to install things that's a little less good than doing through the launcher. I'm downloading it now so I can add pirate thingies. A few sci-fi assets, it's the other word. As I start working on maps too. Yeah. Get to work, yo. They even have like a what? Spaceship on Fab or something you can use? What are the free ones for this month? What? Yeah, you got this thing. Why aren't you using this for your game? It'll be your whole game. It's in a ship. Don't question it. Just do it. I can make a whole game in this. Especially if it's a walking simulator. Make a walking simulator anything I want. That's actually a surprising amount of assets. I thought this was rammed together, but turns out not really. Too bad it has like zero use for me. Kind of completely out of my game's wheelhouse, but just saying. I even logged in. You click the login, it can't find the page? That sounds like fab. I'll add this to the game real fast and then I'll be good to go. Migrate everything over. It's got the wrong name. Excellent. Migrate everything back. Migrate just this over. Skip all the files that are dupes. Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of games, not everything needs to be interactable. Like in my game, so many things need to be interactable that optimization is going to be a little harder. But I mean, if you cram everything full of enough weird assets, you're always going to have to optimize at least some amount. And also, keep in mind that all the assets in my game are actually huge. Except for these. These are normal sized. So that adds an additional challenge that you probably won't have to deal with. Unless you decide to make everything giant for some reason, in which case, hey, you know, more power to you. Ken says I would do that, but, you know, you can do this. Right, but before we get started with all this crap, static, actually just static is fine. Let us enable nanite. Oh, nanite. That's fair. Small rooms are better because, you know, it's easy to optimize a small room. Big open spaces, you gotta see a big distance, means you need your H-load distance to be real high if you use the open world stuff. You know, use open world doesn't even matter, but I honestly don't think everyone should make a giant open world game. Probably not. But the open world map's pretty good. You don't have to use a huge area of it. It doesn't have to be multiple miles, you know? Or whatever that converts to for everyone else. You can. You can actually individually load levels, like instance levels and everything like that. There's a thing. It's probably easier just to use the open world and just, you know, not be ridiculous with how you put your assets on there. But if you're doing like an open world, it's not like if you're just like nature and everything, it's really easy to optimize. I just have a lot of assets in my game. So, you know, it's kind of gonna be rough. I probably should limit it a bit more and not just be like, lulz, let my imagination run wild. But that's fine. Honestly, I can make more pirate areas. This whole area could be a pirate area. Kind of wanted a pirate village in the safari room, but I ain't doing that. That's just a lot. That room's just got too much going on as is. I don't have a lot of good ideas for this area. That's the problem. Like, I have a lot of assets for it, and I know I can make something cool, but just from a level design perspective, I don't know. It's gonna be hard designing for that many different abilities. Especially because I probably have to give out, I don't know, 5, actually I probably do like 8 different abilities in here. Some of them can be combat abilities, so that's the thing. Like, not everything has to be a traversal ability. And another combat ability is not exactly difficult to design levels for. It would make combat harder, but my theory is, you know, if certain things are just better against some enemies, that's fine. That's how it's supposed to be, right? So I'm not too worried about that. Okay, so now I have new assets to play with. I was gonna make this underwater here, which makes me kind of want to have a door into a different area if that's the case. Like, make this whole area underwater. And you can traverse into another area, but I don't know, maybe not. The underwater concept is, it feels a little poorly thought out in my mind so far. Like, it's not quite there what I want to do with it. My problem is so far is that currently the Emperor protects you from the water. And usually, well, I guess not always, you usually have to have the tarot card active, but if it's active, you can't do anything, so it'd be stupid. It would need to be like a passive ability, but Strength's pretty passive. I don't make you equip it in order to climb. I guess that's fair. Some of the tarot cards could just have straight up passive abilities that are always active. It's kind of the problem of tying certain things that are passive to those in the first place, but having a protection thingy does seem pretty handy. I can make it activatable and deactivatable too. I don't even have water physics in though, is a problem. Nothing to slow you down or anything of the sort, so. I also left a boat down here. That seems like a critical fail on my part. Like the boat. That's kind of a problem here. Boat's pretty big. I don't have that many boats either. Like, I don't know what half the plan is in some of this stuff. Yet. Soon. Soon. Working inventory? That's fair. Didn't they have like the horror game engine for free? Couldn't you just build your whole game out of that? I sworn that was free. Let me check on a thing where I'm not logged into it. Found. No, it's not. I have so many different things on there that were like free, but that game was like literally a walking sim. It just in a can. It just happened to have all the horror mechanics programmed into. At least as far as the usual puzzles and things you'd find, the same kind of inventory system we've seen like Resident Evil. Without the ability to combine stuff, I guess. Actually, it might have had that. Who? I don't even know. Little cages in here. Good big cage. Do I want a cage thingy? We can't break the lock, but I can make the cage breakable, I guess, if I wanted. I don't know. I'm a little uncertain on that one. But I have decided that there's now a doll slave trade. Why? The dolls already eat each other, so I might as well make them go, you know, ridiculously out of the worst things they could possibly be. Why not? I mean, you know, pirates aren't exactly known to be good people. It's not like Pirates of the Caribbean here. I mean, there might be some good pirates, but I'm certain that there's going to be a lot of enemies in here too for you to fight. That's kind of the point. The problem is you have to learn how they work in case they break, pretty much, yeah. That is kind of a thing. The RPG Maker problem all over again. Do you spend a whole bunch of time learning someone else's system or just make your own like you could in this? And in a lot of cases, I recommend you just make your own. Because it works out better. Yep. Turns out it's not that hard to make all the systems for RPG Maker. Really, their combat system would probably be the hardest thing. Why you'd want to emulate that, I don't really know, but pretty certain you could emulate, I don't know, a better one. Plenty of JRPGs are better than that one. Plenty of Super Nintendo RPGs have better combat. Well, out of the box anyway. Obviously, if you tweak it enough, you could make the combat better. But old default RPG Maker combat? No thanks. But for what it's worth, I really didn't care much for the JRPGs back in the day. I mean, sure, Final Fantasy VI aside, most of the time the only reason I played those ones, not the active ones, is because it's just what we had. Like 9 times out of 10, if I got to pick between a Final Fantasy game or like, you know, like the Zelda style games they had, or like Secret of Mana, or even crap like Illusion of Gaia, or what are the other weird ones? Secret of Evermore. Any of those ones where you had the action combat was more interesting to me than the actual JRPG stuff. Don't get me wrong, I love things like Chrono Trigger and the like, but well, I mean, I like Chrono Trigger better than the Final Fantasy games. Yeah, I just advise against anybody making RPGs if you're a solo dev. It's just such a long time frame, and the odds of you burning out on that is just insane. Like, it's so high. Like, if you're an experienced dev, you've got like stick-to-itiveness, great, but for everyone else, I recommend picking something you can finish in a few months, maybe half a year. Don't do what I'm doing. You know, this is like a 3-year plan. I don't know if I would do this if I was I'm crazy. Obviously, I'm just a delusional hobbyist at the end of the day. For the rest of you people who actually want a game to be finished, I don't know if I would recommend what I'm doing. It's a lot of fun. You don't need money. Sure, whatever, but otherwise. Polish your dialect system? That's fair. Yeah. I remember not gonna use a bunch of small ones, or maybe I'd use small platforms to hold. I don't know. I do plan on you going underwater, so I do have to hold things up somehow. But I don't know how interesting underwater is gonna be. I could just make the city going farther up. I wish I made the water lower. But coming in here and having the ship dock here is kind of cool, I guess. Not horrible. But yeah, in most cases I would really just recommend something that's small. You know? Like, a lot of these things are just whatever scope you think you have. Most of the time it's way worse than you think it is. It's gonna be a lot of work. That's fine, but even I underestimate just how much this is gonna be all the time. Like, I mean, it will probably take me about a total of almost 3 years to finish this thing. And that's a commitment. Not saying I'm unhappy about it, but I'm saying that it's a commitment most people would probably go, hey, maybe I should think about this first. Yeah, maybe. Or you just do it. I mean, you just do it. See if I could use their pre-made thingies and just stack them. Make them cool, but I don't think that's gonna happen. This time they stop? Not playing more music? Of course, I always welcome anyone who proves me wrong on, you know, how long these take, and if you could just shoot out a game, just do it. Like, don't let me stop you. A lot of people, though, truly underestimate these things. Which is fair. I underestimated it. Yeah, I did. These don't really emit light, so do I make one that emits light? I don't know if I want a bunch of doors you can't even go in either. That's the other thing that's kind of weird. Like, this whole design for this place, like, is it just you can't go in it? I mean, I guess it's fair. I don't let you go in any other... Well, that's wrong. I do let you go in buildings, don't I? I let you go in buildings. It's true. In the painting world, there's a bunch of buildings you can go in. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly. Just a few weeks. It just seems like it's gonna be so quick. Yeah. Also, the other thing is, like, I see this a lot. People try to design the perfect system for all the problems, never realizing that they should just make something that works and then wait until the problems arrive and fix something when it happens, because you'll spend way less time doing that, and you can never achieve the perfect system. So all you're doing is largely wasting your time on a fool's errand, when in reality you could have been working on the project. I know I've made this mistake before. It's just a thing you gotta realize. Perfection just is not a thing. Can Poppet run through this? I think so. And you can't plan for everything anyway. It's not like you know everything you're going to need in a game in advance anyway. So get the bare minimum going and, like, we're good. That's why a lot of these conceptual areas, I just put them in here for, like, hey, I want to have something like this. I don't know what it's going to be. Things get changed all the time. Honestly, I might shorten the size of this building too, because I think the building's way too tall and I don't need anywhere near as much as I have. This could also be pushed down. I didn't see that because, well, it's hard to tell, but yeah, Poppet can run through that. Maybe the city could be like a little maze area of, like, things to fight, like her running around through the city. Kind of a nice change between, you know, I mean, it's not a real maze, but it'll just be like an actual little, like, mini city you run through. You can fight things as opposed to being a platform section, right? If that's the case, I don't want to give her double jump yet, because double jump would obviously be kind of overpowered. Maybe instead of air dash, it should just be triple jump. Because air dash is awkward. It's so powerful. It's probably too powerful. I need to have it not be velocity based. Alright, so we have a rule against abominations known as stairs. We only use ramps. My world is very handy accessible. It has no way, shape, or form anything to do with the fact that programming AI to deal with stairs is actually a big pain and not something I want to do. No, it's I'm just being a good person and accounting for those dolls with disabilities. Yes. No, I really just don't want to program the AI to go up the stairs. It's pretty terrible. In case that wasn't abundantly clear. Sucks. I don't want to do. But ramps. Ramps they understand. Stairs are okay, but the dolls are so small, it's real challenging. Yeah, if I don't give her a double jump here, and this is at the start, she'll have access to not a whole lot there. This room could be fun if it was huge. It almost makes me want to go to the secret garden somewhere else. To be honest, all these rooms seem way too big and ambitious. So in all reality, I think I should probably actually slam this down. Like make a second one. And then create some sort of like pathway through. Because the H load, right? Because otherwise you'll just see nothing off in the distance, and that just seems like a lot of why would you do that? But if there's a super secret way to get a new like through the water somewhere, that's pretty sweet. Even if it's down here or something, which it might be. Might be indeed. These are way too big. Boats? One boat. Wait, maybe more than one boat. Wait, I guess I made that one myself. Yeah, because they have exactly one ship they broke into parts. How tedious. I wanted a rowboat or something. Shipboat. What this? Oh, perfect. The plan here is just to place ideas of what I want, and then I'm going to add blueprints and more gameplay and later. Because obviously I don't know what the gameplay is going to be yet for this. I have to figure out what this room is going to be first, because you're going to go into this room first. And then get through here, and then you get up into this room. And technically you can play the game all the way up to this door. So Charlotte's room is unfinished too, so it's possible I just leave Charlotte's room for later. I don't know. Part of me wants less story and just more gameplay. That makes sense. Okay, well, here's my problem with the raised up pirate city. Where are all the boats going, right? Because I mean, like this one here, I can put a boat up here, but this boat is like barely on the water. Seems kind of weird, right? In hindsight, this was a dumb plan. Narrator's note. It was then he realized he had been dumb. He had spent much time doing something that made no sense. And now felt like a complete moron. It's going to the third star after the moon? Yes. I mean, listen, Neverland, right? Isn't that how you get there, if memory serves? So yeah, we're going to Neverland. There's a giant thing I can't click through. I guess I could turn this sideways. Make some at water level here. A water world action going on. I could have like an Undercity. Hell yeah, Undercity. Well, if that's the case, then I'm making an Undercity. Hold up. I'm gonna need some stuff here. I guess I can just make a little wall. Probably gonna steal this wall. Am I stealing that wall? Probably not. I could shrink this wall as my placeholder though. Yeah, maybe not quite that much. That's maybe a little extreme. But I can push this down and then have an Undercity down here. Or the Undercity is just like this. We need to be taller than that so it barricades everything so you can't see. Because I think I want you to be able to go underneath, right? And then do fighting down here too. Because, I mean, let's be real here. Who doesn't want to go into the Undercity and battle all the thugs? I mean, come on. This is what we're doing. I need to make a wall specifically for this, I think. So you can go underneath it. Obviously too tall. Decent. Place a little mesh on it. Perfect, perfect. This top one is an abomination. Not that I think the bottom one terribly matters, but whatever, in case I move it, I don't know. That's reasonable, and then... Are we gonna cylinder through it? Guess I could. Oops. Yeah. Redo this, but this time with this available selected, so this way it puts it on all the sides for me. Very handy. Could have just typed it. Actually, what is even going on with these numbers? Weird. I don't know if I'm doing that per se. Now you'll be able to pass on through, which is a pretty sweet, or at least not terrible. Am I barricading off any more of the Undercity? I don't think so. Sorted float thingies places just for reasons. You can't really put one there, but what are we doing with all floaties here? Well, first off, the underwater effect is a little high. Well, the initial asset was the cartoon water pack, though this water itself, I don't think it's from that. And water base. Yeah, this is the water from the Dreamscape series. But the actual asset that I'm changing around is the cartoon water stuff that's from exactly that cartoon water. It doesn't work very well in Unreal 5, but I got it for free and I don't have a better water system, so I would replace it if I had an option better one. The guy hasn't updated it with any kind of anything other than marking it as ready for the next thing. I think it's like 4.26 or something. A quick question. A variable that bounces around and it's supposed to value between 100 and 99. Sometimes it reads from the correct state, say 90, and so now it's 80, and sometimes it reads 99. That's tracked in and I get 70, which would be where it's supposed to be now. Well, are you using like a random node? You know, a random int in range or something like that? Because if you use that, then every time you access it, it gives you another random number. Well, in my experience, whenever Unreal Engine gives you a random result, it's a timing issue. At some point, you're setting a number, sometimes before and sometimes after an operation. So you're setting that number somewhere else, because if that's the case, then you have to make sure they execute in the right order. I mean, without looking at the code, I can't tell you where it's happening, but... So, you know, if I have an enemy set at a certain number or something like that, and then Poppet also set a certain, you know, attack it or something like that, but I set the enemy's health without, like, being before Poppet doing their damage, it could actually heal him after the fact. Yeah, when you handle things, you have to make certain it executes in the right order, so... It can be challenging depending upon how you want to go about that. Goodness knows, making certain things actually execute in the correct order has been a thorn in my side pretty much my entire UE career at this point. Pretending otherwise is just folly. Let's see what it's like down here. Maybe it's okay. And it's doing an ad. Perfect timing for me to explain something to someone right during an ad. Beautiful. Well, this should be fine. Yeah. Nanite hates glass. Nanite hates water. Blah, blah, blah. I get it. Nanite's a hater. I need to put lights on here. You pop it in the light. It's pretty rare. I mean, sometimes I wish I was making a game in the light just because, you know, my life would be like 1,000 times easier. But it would lose a lot of its appeal, I think, if that was the case. Plus, I have to make things look better. Like an underwater dungeon down here, maybe? Maybe? Here's the thing, if I don't barricade it off, then it doesn't really do much, I guess. It's not really much of an undercity, I suppose. I can put little wood walls down there. Do I want to do that? Is like, are we making like a little pirate sewers or something? What am I looking at? I don't know. I mean, the pirate sewers could be a thing. I kind of want to loop the city upwards, right? Some of these tracks. Do not jive with me. No. But that's why I'm listening to random game dev music. Maybe I'll do this here. I might come up with a plan here, just an idea of where we're going with this. I had all these rocks at one point that I was going to do something with. I'm not even know if I want to keep them. They're interesting, I guess, but I kind of want this to be like a little pirate village, in which case maybe the rocks go somewhere else, like the other side here. Actually, I'm going to get rid of these. I think that's just going to be pirate village. Or pirate cove thingy. Holy crap, it's hard to click on this stuff here. Whatever. I'll succeed. Eventually. Let's trim it rock. Then move it to the lunar room. It's not a bad idea to do that. Control F to find the variable thingies. Let's move this in here. After all, if you're gonna have like a room that's about the moon, why can't I have little moon rocks and everything like that, right? I don't really plan on putting the hermit in yet. Originally that's where I was gonna put it, but I don't know. This I don't even need. This will also do wonders for my sanity. Trouble is these might be terrible for tonight. That's something to note. So I don't know how I feel about that. Man. It is what it is, I guess, but is it though? I mean, they look cool. You put them around the outside of the room and it'd probably be pretty sweet. That's true. Right, because then you have it seems like you're going up into the sky kind of feel. It has to be pretty cool. Soon. Yeah, I'm just trying to really to make this really hard to turn, you know? You be doing what you be doing. That even look cool. It might look cool going up to it, but my computer is not gonna be that great at all. Is it? I don't know, maybe. Let's be like above the clouds kind of thing. So I can't really design a platform here until I have at least some idea of what I'm aiming for here. Obviously, like, that dash is stupid. Maybe just triple jump is better. I'm just trying to think of when this would be useful. In most cases, it's really not. This is not as bad as the moon. Like this, where you just go and then jump and then it launches you up because it's a multiplier. It's just like stupid. Which I need to fix too, because I think that's actually what caused the problem in the fight with Voodoo. When I was like, oh look, I just go flying off everywhere. Obviously this map is terrible because it's like the map that is not optimized one bit. So I ain't too worried about this map being trash. Actually, I could probably just delete the city around it. Oh yeah, it's because she's being launched by the ability of it. Sucks. I need to change that. Not include her Z. Yeah, the insanity text is just straight up random meme stuff for the most part at this point. I just have a big old thing to go random out of. Every once in a while I add new strings to it. I'm gonna put stuff that's actually game related later on, but for now, well, the game related stuff and gibberish things too as well. What was I doing? I was fixing the moon while I was thinking about it. Do I even want a Z velocity? It'd help if I load it into the area, you know? Initial layer is never very inspired. I have a dance in the air. Dance troupe. Dance troupe. Living it up. Dance troupe. Very important. Oh, it's the moon. Its own little weird thing. We put some lights out here so I can actually do something without hating myself. I guess we'll use these, so I kind of want steampunk ones, so I'll have to do that later, I guess. I could actually just show the test for it. That's fair. I should show the test. My test world. Wait, where's my... Oh, there's mine right there. Is there no nav mesh down? Is that a thing? There is. Yeah, so what happens is she'll move in the direction of your choice and she leaves a clone of herself behind, right? Dancing clone. And for now they just stand there. And you can, the other ability, you can blow them up. They all detonate though, so. This is the enemy spawner. It's actually using a model for a boss later, but You're not invincible when you use this ability, so it's not like the regular dash thingy where you're just like golden. Close these out so it's actually got better speed, because right now it's loading a bunch of crap it doesn't need to. Oops. Yeah, see, without the other things open, you get pretty good FPS here. All this crap going. The other one there is there's these things here, and I'm probably going to put a better indicator on them that's much smaller, but for purposes of this, you can make things appear, or you can work on, or stand on. You can also make them vanish. I can also use them for doors and things like that too, so the moon will be a useful thing for later. What's over there in the sky? I have questions. Also, there's hidden stuff in there, mostly hidden platforms. And I haven't had a weapon for this like that, but the first High Priestess ability reveals things like that. You can still jump on them even if they're not revealed, it's just you can't see them. Yep. Four new abilities. And the music looped because I fixed that. The number keeps going up. Some of them are so badly set up. You can only switch to death now and it will not break. Never mind. What's this? I got an error message. I still need to fix it. I think I'm going to get rid of the cards in all the pictures. I don't think it needs to have the cards. Yeah, it's... Someone told me I should put that even though you can't even do it on Steam yet. Well, the cross is right there, huh? That's funny. The cross just wandered up. This doesn't really do anything yet. Like, it's got a crappy teleport forward attack that does damage. I'm not going to keep that. I want it to hit things. But I don't know what I'm doing with it yet, so... But I have it. It's ready to go as far as what I want to do with it. Looks great in the water, too, in the rain. There's no lightning going on. I feel so dirty without my lightning. Like, it's supposed to be a thunderstorm. It's my thunder. Here's my lightning. Supposedly they're just set to ridiculous. I don't understand. Baked shadows? What is that? Catch you later, Lepus. Thanks for working out. Oh, thanks. I need to work on Pooh again. I always need to work on her. She's got so many problems. I just haven't felt like it. Perhaps I did it a bunch of other times there, and she keeps getting locked up at a distance. Actually, at the wrong distance. It's weird. Something's not right. Also, our enemies need to be smarter or little helpers. I assume later bosses will be much easier for me to design, but my concept for enemy design is not the best yet. There's things that just don't make sense. I mean, not that makes sense. They just, I don't think about it. But her problem is at around, I think, medium range, she just kind of does nothing. Like right around here, she just kind of futzes around and does nothing. Also, this should be randomed up to 9. Like her attacks are just too slow or something. Got the nastiest headache at the moment. Yeah, I'm supposed to get a root canal on, well, hopefully a root canal if the doctor says okay on it. Or if the insurance says okay. On Friday, so I'm just like, oh, maybe not feeling my best. But working on this is kind of a distraction, so that's kind of nice. And I just gotta figure out what you're doing. Fair enough. What you doing? She's moving. She just gets stopped. Also, she still does that weird head spin thingy. That's funny, but yeah, she just gets stopped. She missed me there. Get bonked. Yeah, I gotta get her to attack better. I heard it. Well, she hit me in the head there. I deserve that. Yeah, like, she's not really running at me as often as she needs to. I think it's just that, maybe the delays on her stuff is too high. Yeah, she just pauses too long. I'm not gonna fight her to the later phases. I don't care right now. I'm mostly curious about these like delays, I think. I'm pretty certain to try it on here. I'm trying to set up this multiple attack setup thingy, and it doesn't work very well. I thought that having them in chains like this would mean I could actually do things a little better. So far, it hasn't really panned out like that. I suppose I want to. Can I just reduce all these here? Needs a certain amount of time to do the attacks, I guess. Also, I think she's just doing them in a too far away, I think, for a lot of these. Once I figure this out, other bosses will be a lot faster. I'm pretty certain. I just need to understand how best to make this work, because it just... Or get rid of it entirely. I wanted chain attacks, though. The chain attacks... There has to be a better way to do it. I think it's because they cancel. Maybe I get rid of the should stop while montages thing and just let her continue. It's not a bad idea. I never really experimented with it. What distance is she doing this at? Greater than 500, but less than, so that's a lot. Oh, this is more like 400, and this is. Oh, she's not attacking from those, so. And this is like 800. If you have any windows open, then the FPS just tanks. She's still waiting at a pretty good distance there. Why aren't you doing the ground pound? I'm like right at your feet, lady. You just frozen? What's wrong when you get close to her? Is the ground pound broken? Oh, I think it's because his attacking is on and I don't even use that anymore. I have a do once, so it's kind of a relic of the past when I used a crappy boolean instead of just a do once. A little confused by it. She also healed by those, but whatever. A lot more dangerous now. What you doing, pal? Launching a wave? Let's see. I think her leap attack should be at a different distance so she can try to leap and hit you. Her attacks are much more effective than mine. Other than her leap attacks being kind of like weird. It's not too bad actually. Pretty hard, actually. Gotta give you heals, so, you know, fair. Kind of an effective heal because it heals her too, but, you know. It be what it be. I guess I can test the new ability out more. Honestly, I'm pretty happy with Boo at this point. It's just her leap attack that seems kind of garbage, but we'll tweak there and it's probably enough. I'm almost out of mana. Oh, Paris Power. The moon doesn't have a cost to it yet, so it's just kind of a free roll. Why is stuff not rotating? Okay, it is now. This thing is not very good here because they move with. Raid is good and just that he secretly planned really well. I'm tempted to give this thing one more ability and turn it into like a regular weapon. Like just something that is just a weapon entirely. And save the other abilities for something else. Woo doesn't break anymore either, so far she's pretty good. I don't know where she's at right now, but... But she jumped out! Really? How did you jump? I guess I gotta reduce that high jump thing she has so she doesn't jump as high because she jumped out again. She always does during this phase too, which is weird because, you know, she has the same attack pattern for all of them. It's just she gains new abilities. Really hurt. Oh, I was watching the other things there, not watching her things there. That's fair. Fair enough. Well, the goal is to fix the things there. She's stuck outside, so the battle was already broken and there was no way to win, but... Well, I probably could have tried some cheat dev things to try to get her back into the arena or something like that. Well, actually, I could have just flown over the thing and gotten to her using the chariot, but... you're not supposed to have that. Her getting outside the arena is not okay. Should not be able to get out of the arena. Because if she does, it's a problem. Maybe make these go up to 10 or something. What's giving her the ability to just get out of the arena, though? She only has the one battle phase now. I got rid of the others because it's just, why am I programming all these different phases when in reality I can just give her some new attacks and keep the same attack pattern. It doesn't matter. The new attacks she gets can be way better anyway, so. She has some attacks I'm not even using though. I should probably add them, but it's possible she could get an additional phase later. But she's also the first major boss too. She's not like, you know, the last boss or anything, so. Kind of makes me a little less interested in investing, having her have 1,000,000 attacks, basically. I think she has too powerful of a jump. That can jump her out of these things, especially at a great distance. Like that jump force of like 1,000 is a lot. We're probably gonna knock this down to like 500 or something. Her super jumping is cool and all, but that has to be what's getting her out of the arena. Nothing else has enough jump force to really do it. The launch force is just literally the X and Y, and the Z is the jump force in this scenario. And then, just for test purposes, every phase can just be this phase. I just don't want to get her out of the arena. Oh yeah, her leap attack is trash. All of her moves are good. This one here, the leaps are terrible. It's possible I put the leaps farther out. Basically, her up close game isn't very good. It's actually only one attack she has that does it. And these ones are weird. I don't know if they actually do anything. Can't even tell. But overall, she's gotten real close to where I want her to be. Honestly, she might be too powerful, but that's okay. We're not there yet anyway. She just jumped into all three of them. Beautiful. Items that cost everything except the moon. The moon's free. For now. It's not supposed to be free. It's just free for now because I haven't given anything else. Yeah, I might program the moon to do something to be a weapon entirely. It's fun. It's uniquely not great in this fight, though. It suffers the same problem the Empress does. It's just really trash in this fight. She hasn't got out of the arena yet. Might need up Poppet's damage though. But also, you're only supposed to fight Hat to fight with her health bar, you know, with her having this ability active. She's basically invincible until you can kill her 5 helpers. Wherever they're at. Is it just sitting there? Is it not dead? Probably just been rotating around forever. Why didn't it die? Well, that ain't okay. If that doesn't die, then you can't win. Uh, hmm. Making 10 hours tonight. Already almost 9 hours into the stream. Oh, I feel so tired. I slept like 9 hours last night. Also, haven't been feeling that well lately due to the teeth issues. That might be it. Mm. Trying to think this one through on what I plan on doing in this one here. Up to 70 minions in the Discord. Nice. Yes, the Discord is doing well. Yes. More people to chat with when I am not streaming. How can you... Well, I mean, their death thingy is handled by the VPN PC. Right? It's not handled by their own thing. It's handled literally by this. I wonder if because they don't have the end of the drop, they'd cause some problems, maybe. Not have that on. I had to print stream my way down this one. Still a weird little bug, but it's pretty important because you can't win the fight. I thought my death thingies were largely pretty ironclad for breaking. I mean, they still slide around like idiots, and that's a problem, but... Oh, this is still in there good. I just don't know why I didn't notice the line into it. Within my items, it falses over to here. Oh. looks terrible. I tend to run my hands through it a lot. We'll call it the 9-hour stream haircut, where you're just like, ah. Pretty much. I'm trying to see any point where their code could break. There's nothing that's left open. I notice they take quite a while to die off, too. Wait. How come the other ones die so fast? I was just thinking about it. I programmed a thing that made it so that they didn't die until they hit something, right? So they basically stopped no velocity. But the problem with this battle arena is that it rotates, so they have a velocity. Kinda. I mean, they're being moved by that, right? So that's the case. I don't know if they vanish necessarily. They might never vanish because their velocity is never low enough. Maybe I just check against their Z velocity. What is the beep noise? Hi, Windows. What do you want? So if I just check against Z, that might actually fix the sliding problem too. I think that might be the problem. Probably it. I forgot I had the super mode on the full. This fight's actually getting pretty tough. Watch the FPS go way up. shield went down. Hell yeah. She's a lot more brutal than she was. Pretending otherwise is adorable. Actually, I should probably use this. She can have up to 10 minions on the thing at the battle at any time too, and they keep coming back, so she is not friendly. I was like, why'd the music stop? It's already looped before. Temperance roughs these things up. It's good at killing trash mobs. Oh no! This is only supposed to be your third phase, so like you would never have to do this for the whole fight. I just want to see if it would break if I kept doing it. You have to monitor your sanity a lot. Especially with this weapon. Need sanity for health. Or health for sanity if I happen to have that ability on. Temperance, the scrub killer. I know they died way up there, probably from temperance. Oh. I think I fixed the problem. I thought it was really hard, but it turned out just, you know, thing I built for that. Actually, I think I'm going to fix the sliding problem, which was a problem that's been plaguing me for quite a while, too. Ow. I took a beating on that one, didn't I? I'll take one more loop just to see if it breaks, and if not, I'm gonna go test and see if they still slide across the ground. But the enemy's most known for sliding across the ground. Honestly, if this works, I'll probably just consider the fight done. I don't think she needs to get any tougher. I think she's already got enough on her plate for being pretty good. Even though she has some extra attacks, it's okay. I can use this program for a different enemy. I think she's too hard right now, but it's fine. Who knows what abilities Poppet will get later, too. And I might be giving Temperance out. If you get Temperance for the fight, that would help a lot. Winning the fight with a Fool seems pretty challenging. Yeah, and it broke again. Perfect. And I think you can probably basically beat her to death within 3 iterations of that, as long as you get pretty good hits on her. Right? Because I got her basically half health already, so... Definitely. He'd go down like that pretty easy. Okay. That's fair. So I fixed the problem. Put her phases back. I think she's definitely tough enough for the first major boss. I mean, Patrick technically comes before her, but Patrick's not like one of the major bosses. He's more like a mini boss. Doesn't get his own battle arena effects for the most part. Alright, I'm gonna go test those other things out. I'm curious to see if I finally solve this horrible problem. After that, I might just call it for the night. And then just be back tomorrow to do the same thing, honestly. I mean, read more AI stuff, honestly. I've kind of been feeling that more than designing areas at the moment. Sometimes I'm just all about designing areas, and other times I'm just all about coding and things. And since I got to do it all, it doesn't matter if I bounce around or not. Whatever amuses me at the time is good enough. Actually, the DirectX 12 nanite problem is, and lighting issue solving today is probably the biggest win across the board. Because with that, I get a performance boost. Well, whatever nanite offers anyway. It's I don't know. I did optimize the game a bunch, so not like 0. It's funny, on my schedule I have it marked where I only do 4-hour streams. I don't remember the last time I did a 4-hour stream. It's always, 8 to 10 hours. Sometimes a little more if I'm really feisty that day. These enemies are notorious for sliding. Might start limiting the amount of rooms you go into for the first chapter, and then just make it so that the first chapter is done sooner rather than later. I didn't see any of them slide. Normally I would have seen at least one slide by now. I think I figured out the mystery. Yeah. Hell yeah. You know what's a better room for this? These enemies are notorious sliders too. Probably the worst of vendors, honestly. The whole room is full of them. Perfect. Anyone sliding? No. I solved the mystery. Wow. This is why we come back to things, because I would have thought about that for a long time until I realized that Voodoo's thing was spinning. It caused another problem there, but I just didn't think about the momentum check just going forever. I'm only needing to check to see if they're really falling. Which, to be honest, actually, I could just put is falling, right? Like, I didn't need to get a velocity check. I could have just done is falling. That's stuck in the ground. I didn't see any of them slide. It's perfect. Yeah. Huh. What do you know? I haven't even brought up my notes for what I was supposed to fix in forever, but probably remove that from the list. You finished the demo. That's because I keep on adding crap instead of doing what I should be doing to finish, which is probably terrible. There's no point in having a demo if the game is like a year out plus. It's insane. Why would I do that? Just trying to fix this. Solved that one a while ago. Did I not even keep it written on here? That's weird. I maybe I just missed it. All that crap. The full demo layout's adorable too, because it's not even true anymore. I added a bunch more rooms. I need to stop adding rooms. A lot of times they start out much bigger and I start splitting them into smaller rooms. Because, well, it's not very fun when they're huge rooms half the time. Guess I didn't write it down, huh? It's so weird. That bug has been here forever. Oh yeah, when I made the sisters and I never ever made anything out of them. Maybe I might use them as a boss. They look boss-like. Maybe not, though. I don't know. I mean, they look like they could easily be a boss. Especially if I made them big. They could also just be an enemy, too. Problem was, is I was going to make them, like, launch heads at things, but then I made an enemy that already launches heads, so it's like... What do, you know? She could have doll hands for, you know, she could have doll heads for hands and hit people with them, like punch them like she's boxing you. Kind of weird. I don't know if I like that. Seems kind of less creepy looking, right? Because the head's floating there is creepier looking. But I mean, if she was giant sized. Hey, Frostcore Studios. I'm having a beard. Jeez, half the time I do have a beard, just because I'm too lazy to shave it. Also, people keep telling me it looks good, so I just leave it. I'm like, okay, fine. Last time I shaved it, chat was a little upset, so. How's stuff in with you? That's not what I want to do with this thing. I don't know how much longer I'm going to stream. I've already been at it for over 9 hours, but... Well... I don't even know what's going on here. I just thought it might be a cool looking boss. Ugh. I'm definitely thinking about it. I finally solved the big problem, and I was like, whatever, but... When was the last time you saw the game? Like show off some abilities or something. Oh. Really? What did it even look like 3 months ago? I don't know. I can show off some of the new abilities, or new enemies, I guess. Sure. Oh, it's been a minute. Let me close this up real fast. You've seen the Fool, I imagine, because the Fool has always been the go-to. There's a new type of enemy. I can hit it, apparently. May explode. You've probably seen the Empress, which causes, you know, explosive and healing mushrooms, I imagine. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. Sure enough. You might have seen Temperance, which is the bubble wand. Going insane, Captain. Team Patrick, that's fair. Patrick's definitely got seen a lot, and I was working on Vu just a second ago, which I could probably go do. Give you a bit of a taste of the new abilities. I don't know what people have seen, so it's like, have you seen this? Have you seen this? Some of them pretty obvious, but so some of the new abilities, we'll use them first here. Lately I've been working on the moon. First ability of the moon is there's, you know, areas where you can cause things to appear or disappear. If they disappear, they can't do them, you can jump on them and they can't, and you can, so this is the platforming portion of it, or the traversal, so it can just create new things for you to jump on. Its other abilities. This is an enemy spawner. So it sends you a direction, then creates clones of you. Dancing happy clones. And you can detonate them in order to deal damage to things. It's possible I give this thing another ability and then just turn it into a pure weapon. That's kind of fun. Oh. Alright, well, this is the moon. We'll go over again. And, you know, its first ability is that it makes clones of you. Little happy dancing clones. Its other ability is you can blow them up to do damage to things. This is an enemy spawner. Does not protect you from damage. This one was made like last week, so it's still a bit rough. The other moon ability is you can actually make platforms vanish and appear. Well, just things, I should say. Oh yeah, strength's now in the game. Strength does lets you parkour grab ledges like that. It lets you double jump, and it also lets you have an air dash, which is way too powerful, by the way, but still fun just the same. You might have seen the star, I don't know. The star trades health for sanity, or can trade sanity for health. Oh, I haven't turned that one on yet because I forgot to. Or the sun, which just acts as a light wherever you're at. Currently, it's one of the older abilities. It's not very good yet. Well, it's not very close to finished. They have the High Priestess ability. Wait for these things to go away. High Priestess doesn't even have stuff for it yet, but there's invisible platforms in the world, and the High Priestess reveals the invisible things. You can still jump on them anyway, even if they're not visible. They're just visible if you happen to have that. You can see. You've probably seen half these other ones anyway, as far as I can tell. Death doesn't do anything really yet, but it has a neat look to it, as you can see. I made a crappy teleport forward attack. It's not very interesting. I don't like it. Which doesn't seem to hit anything. Yeah, what's up with this? Anyway, whatever. Mostly I just had the stuff in there because it looks cool, and we'll get there eventually. That's most of the new abilities. I mean, there's a bunch of new areas too, but I don't think I'm gonna be around long enough to show you all the areas. I think I'm probably gonna head off pretty soon, but that's fair. It's time to duel, you know? You probably thought it wasn't time to duel. You were wrong. It's always time to duel. I'm trying to figure out the best way to fight with this thing, so that's why I'm testing it all the time, because I just made it. Poppet's a greedy girl. He wants all the tarot cards. I said its damage really high too. It's so hard to hit with effectively a lot of times that I'm just trying to trigger the third phase of the attack thing. Ow. But she should have triggered it by now, I'd assume. What the hell? Almost dead here. Ow. Brutal. That's weird that she hasn't triggered a third phase yet. It's not hooked up? I ran into sanity. Fair enough. Yeah, I've been adding a lot of things. I have huge new areas and stuff like that. But I don't know. You gotta show up early if you want to see all this stuff, I think, is what it really is. Yeah. Because yeah, I don't really think I'm gonna have enough time desire to show everything tonight. Again. Odd sucks. Just you know, get a cheap new drive. I don't know. I had to buy one recently because I had a hard drive fail. It was terrible. Thankfully, I have my project on 3 different hard drives, so you know, if one of them fails, so what? It was the Samsung one too. It wasn't even all that. It was one of the expensive ones. Stupid Samsung. I replaced it with a cheap one that's also pretty decent, but was like half the price. Ooh, yay! So it was good times. Yeah. Oh, whenever a drive fails, I'm done with that drive. It's very simple. It's just I ain't risking it ever again. Nothing important goes on a drive that I have to worry about. It's gonna happen again eventually. It's inevitable. Also, it's playing a freaking ad anyway. Nice. Find someone to raid. I'm most definitely not gonna make it that much longer tonight, I imagine. Oh, what went wrong is you upgrade to Windows 11? That's always a mistake. There's like nobody on. Upgrading to Windows 11, it's always a mistake. Trying to see if someone's around I can raid. It's because, you know, I'm not going to keep streaming much longer. Ugh. Yeah. I will say goodbye to YouTube since I can't raid with you guys anyway, because YouTube doesn't support raids. I'll be back tomorrow. Pretty much 9 hours before now. Need more AI things, probably. More enemies, because I'm not really looking to design areas at the moment. Might refine some things. Make it so that there's like less areas in the first thing so it gets done. Yep, I'll see you later, YouTube.